In the final days, a push to motivate voters. Because the outcome tonight is up to you. It's your decision, Canada. Hello and welcome to our coverage of the 44th Canadian federal election, the first to be held in the middle of a pandemic. Canadians from coast to coast to coast have been asked to choose whether they want more of the same or if it's time for a change. And as we wait for the polls to close and the votes to be counted, nothing is clear right now. We could be in for another minority government back where we started with Justin Trudeau, who is now the veteran in the race, his slogan, "Forward for Everyone," or have enough voters turned their back on Trudeau and voted for Erin O'Toole. This is his first campaign as leader of the Conservative Party, and he's promising to secure the future. Will Jagmeet Singh and the NDP break through the 24 seats they won in 2019 by promising he is fighting for you? And what role will the Bloc Québécois and the People's Party of Canada play in the dynamic tonight, potentially splitting the vote on the right and the left? Plus, what is the future of Canada's Green Party? I'm Dawna Friesen. I'm in Burnaby, BC tonight. Our Ottawa Bureau Chief, Mercedes Stephenson, has flown west and is with me here in Burnaby. And we have a team of reporters and political analysts with us. Now, we usually do this from a bigger studio surrounded by all our guests, but because of the pandemic, we are doing things differently, as so many people in this country are. We have people in the field at federal party headquarters and in other studios right across the country. Our results center is in Toronto, and tracking the numbers and the trends are Global News senior national affairs correspondent Eric Sorensen, who is taking us on virtual trips from coast to coast to coast. Hi there, Eric, looking at the trends as the votes come in and who is on track to form a government. And our chief political correspondent, David Akin, is all geared up with his touchscreen. There he is, ready to delve into individual ridings. Well, the polls are open for 12 hours across the country on Election Day, and voting hours are staggered across the time zones. It is 4 p.m. Pacific now, 7 p.m. Eastern, 8:30 in Newfoundland and Labrador. And the polls are now closed there. In half an hour, they'll be closed everywhere except British Columbia. And Mercedes, there is a lot at stake for all the party leaders, but especially Justin Trudeau and Erin O'Toole. How do you think they'll define success tonight, especially if no one wins a majority?
Well, and for Justin Trudeau, it was supposed to be just that, a majority. That was the whole reason of calling this election, was to have a mandate from Canadians to do the things he wanted without having to consult with other parties. That's not what's likely to be handed to him tonight, according to the information that we're seeing in the polls. So what he basically has to achieve, Dawna, is more seats than when he dissolved Parliament. If he comes back with the same number or with less, that will be a very clear repudiation from voters who are not happy that he called this, and very tough for him to justify internally too.
And that was 155 seats of dissolution.
That there was 155, and basically if he can't get to that, then you're coming back with a worse situation than you chose to go into. For the Conservatives, it's a little tougher. Erin O'Toole needs to not only do better than he had before, he needs to win the most seats. He doesn't necessarily have to win government, but if he doesn't win the most seats, he's seen the lesson of what happened to Andrew Scheer. Andrew Scheer won the popular vote, and he won far more seats than the Conservatives had in the previous election, and it still saw the knives come out almost immediately. In this particular case with O'Toole, his choice to move towards the centre has been a controversial one. So if he doesn't have a clear victory here tonight, or at least the most seats, I suspect that it'll be very hard for him to survive inside the party.
All right. Thanks, Mercedes. We are coming to you live and commercial free on Global Television in some time zones. And for the first time, we're on History as well. You can also watch us online. We are live streaming on our website, globalnews.ca, and you can find us on Amazon Prime, Roku, on our Global TV app, and on YouTube, pretty well everywhere. And you can listen in too, because we are broadcasting on radio. Now, the results are what matter, of course. Here's what how we're tracking them. On the right of your screen are results from individual ridings across the country. We'll always be scrolling through those throughout the night. And the colored boxes at the bottom of your screen, the chiclets, show each of the parties and how many ridings they are leading or elected in. If the People's Party of Canada pops up there, we will add that. And tucked into the bottom right is a box called the Majority Meter. That shows how close the parties are to 170, which is the number needed to form a majority government. Not clear, of course, if anyone will reach that number tonight. Throughout the night, the numbers you see there will constantly be updating as the results come in. Farah Nasser is in Toronto tonight, and she has some guests with her that we're going to hear from throughout the evening. Farah, who do you have with you?
Good evening, Dawna, and good evening to our viewers joining us on Global Television. Well, our guests today, Dawna, they come from a diversity of perspectives, both politically and geographically. And tonight, they're really going to be looking into the why behind the results that we see and whether the political calculations that the parties made, were they correct? Or were they miscalculations? So without further ado, let me introduce you to them. First, we have former Saskatchewan Premier Brad Wall, who I have to give a special thanks to because he is joining us, taking a break from an annual 3-day cattle roundup. And it started yesterday. He's going to be back tomorrow with, I'm sure, a lot of coffee, depending on how this night goes. Beside him, we have Selina Cesar-Chavannes, and she is a former Liberal turned Independent MP, and she joins us from the riding of Whitby, which she held, and giving us that coveted 905 perspective. So I look forward to speaking with you, Selina. And besides Selina, we have Mayor Naheed Nenshi, and it's going to be soon to be former Mayor Naheed Nenshi because in a month we have the municipal elections happening in Calgary. Congratulations, Mr. Mayor, on your 11 years of service. I mean, everybody's wondering, what are you going to do with all your free time now? Are you muted?
Oh. We barely started and we have our first mute problem of the evening. Welcome to 2020-2021. So a lot less Zoom meetings, a lot more watching Global, I think is the answer, Farah.
That's a great answer. Thank you for saying that. All right, let's start off with a bit of a level set. I'm curious, what are each of you going to be looking at tonight? Brad, I'm going to start with you.
Well, just before we get into that, let me answer a question that you didn't ask. I think the most important moments of the campaign have been underway now for the last number of hours, and that's the E-Day efforts on the part of every party to get out the vote campaign. You know, in my view, that's more important to a party's potential success than the platform, than even the leaders tour, than the ads that will run, than the leaders debate. The ability of a party to identify its vote, preferably through a face-to-face canvass, to the extent the pandemic allows it, as well as the ability then for those parties to get out that vote, both in the advanced polls and then today. And then finally, the ability of parties to track which of their supporters have in fact voted. And if folks have not voted, that they've ID'd as strong support, then their ability to get those to the polls and have their votes registered. To me, that's the most important part of the campaign. That was a priority that we had in 3 different election campaigns that were successful. The party that has the best ground game, that's certainly of the 2 ones that can form a government, minority or otherwise. I think they might have a much better chance of actually realizing those goals if they've got a good ground game. It counts in both football and election campaigns for sure.
Anything else you're watching for tonight specifically besides the ground game? Maybe the political calculations the Conservatives made? The calculation that the Conservatives made apparently was to de-risk a vote, at least for centre and perhaps some centre-left voters that might otherwise consider voting for the Conservatives. So they de-risked it through policy significantly. They moved the party to the centre. That's what O'Toole did, and there's a calculation there that the base of the party, perhaps a lot of it out west where I'm sitting right now, is prepared to go along with that to the extent they may not have agreed with all of those policy changes. The carbon tax comes to mind. If they really thought this was the best way to defeat Trudeau, the base, I mean, then that will have been a wise calculation to have made. The other thing to watch for tonight is the split. I think it's fair to say the People's Party here is a bit of a wild card as we've seen it in the last week. I'm going to interrupt you in that very awkward virtual interruption moment because I think the first results are just coming in. We're going to get to you, Selina, and Mayor Nenshi, I promise, in just a little bit. But for now, I'm going to send it back to Dawna to see what those results are.
All right, Farah, thanks. Well, the early warning system tonight is Newfoundland and Labrador. If Liberal support is slipping away, we'll start to see the first signs of that there. So let's go to David Aiken, who's keeping an eye on the first results. David, what are you seeing?
Yeah, it's not going to slip away where we're seeing the first results, and that's right in the middle of Newfoundland and Labrador, the island of Newfoundland, and that's the riding of Scott Simms. Scott Simms is the incumbent. He's held this riding since 2004. I think there's very little chance that Scott Simms is going to lose. We're in the riding of Coast of Bays, Central Notre Dame, and I want to make sure, I'm going to promise our radio listeners, I'm going to read the riding every night in case you can't be watching us. So Central Newfoundland, Coast of Bays, Central Notre Dame. Scott Simms has 23 votes because we've only got one poll reporting. 23 votes. The Conservative Clifford Small, he's got 4 votes. And the New Democrat has yet to score a goal. So hold on, it's really early here, but that's our first result. And Dawna, I also want to take note of this up in the right-hand corner of our boards here. Number of mail-in ballots. There's as many as 2,000 mail-in ballots that went out to voters in Coast of Bays, Central Notre Dame. Those mail-in ballots will not be counted till tomorrow. That's right across the country. Wherever there's mail-in ballots, they get counted tomorrow. So if by some chance it's a super close race at the end of the night, when we've counted all the in-person ballots that we're going to do tonight, all the in-person ballots will count tonight. And if it's really close, maybe we got to wait and count those ballots tomorrow before we can declare a winner. Again, I don't think that's going to happen in this riding. I think Scott Simms will be on his way. So that's all we've got right now. Liberals leading in 1. That's Scott Simms. Everybody else, no score. Dawna?
All right. Well, every vote counts. And yeah, those mail-in ballots, David, that's important because where there are close races, and we really expect there will be, those mail-in ballots are going to be critical to the outcome, and we may just all have to wait. So as we wait for more results from Newfoundland and Labrador and for the polls to close in the rest of the country, except for British Columbia, that's going to happen in just under 20 minutes from now. Here's some historical context. Since 1867, power has switched between 2 political parties in this country, the Liberals and the Conservatives. When one falls out of favor, the other rises to power, and the Liberals have done that more often than the Conservatives. Here's Eric Sorensen.
Dawna, when Justin Trudeau called this election, history was on his side. Since 1935, the Liberals have governed for 61 of those 86 years. And Canadians have given them long periods in power, long enough usually to pass the torch from one Liberal to another. William Lyon Mackenzie King to Louis Saint Laurent spanned 22 years. Lester Pearson to Pierre Trudeau, 16 years. And but for a few months with Joe Clark, Trudeau added 4 more years. And Jean Chrétien and Paul Martin, close to 13 years uninterrupted. And now, Justin Trudeau, almost 6 years and counting. Historically, Trudeau's time in office is closer to a midpoint than an endpoint for the Liberals. This summer, they saw a path to another victory, perhaps a majority. The opposition parties saw an opportunity. The polls soon showed that Erin O'Toole and the Conservatives could cut short the historic trend. The most successful Conservatives, John Diefenbaker, Brian Mulroney, and Stephen Harper, all won when the nation had become fatigued with the Liberals, it seemed, after a decade or longer. Hope you go to jail! But has the fatigue set in more quickly with Trudeau? Has the country, exhausted by the pandemic, become weary of a prime minister who called this election early? Are Canadians ready to speed up history? For Liberals, there have always been promising parallels between father and son, a certain Trudeau mania, followed by long years in office, they hoped. But another parallel is possible tonight with a Conservative. 60 years ago, John Diefenbaker had a majority government, then a minority, and one election later, he was out of office after 5 years and 10 months. As of this month, Justin Trudeau has been Prime Minister for 5 years and 10 months. So what'll it be? A stronger mandate for the Liberals? A brand new government? Or could this chamber remain virtually unchanged? And why did we have this election again? But first, we start at 0. Tonight, 338 elections across the country will start assigning these seats for the 44th Parliament of Canada. Dawna? All
right, Eric, thanks. And it's all playing out live right now. Mercedes, this was a short campaign, just 36 days, mercifully, I think we can all say.
It felt both very short and very long.
Very long, yes. You know, we both got out a little bit. You were on some of the campaigns. I was out across the country. I heard from a lot of people that question Eric raised. Why are we having this election? You know, people are exhausted. They're anxious. The pandemic is not over. I mean, just look at Alberta. So the question of whether this was just an attempt at a power grab has really dogged Justin Trudeau throughout the campaign. How much of a factor do you think that might be tonight?
I think it could be a factor in a few ways. Number one, people who were turned off by his decision to do this and who saw what what they perceived as a power grab to be incongruous with the kind of person and leader he's presenting himself as. Others saw it as transactional, saying, well, we provided you with all these programs and support and vaccines in the pandemic, and now you have to return it. People didn't like that who perceived it that way because they expected their government to look after them. I think there's also just the factor of going to the polls. Some people aren't comfortable with it right now. In places like Alberta, where you're being told you can limit who you can associate with, there's resentment that someone else is traveling 3 and 4 provinces a day. These leaders are crisscrossing the country. They've taken measures to be very careful, by the way, in traveling, like daily rapid tests and mandating vaccinations. But that could still be a problem that people feel they're being asked to stay at home while this election is unfolding. And if they don't vote because of it, or they don't stay in those long lines at the polls, or they're worried about showing up, that could be an issue.
As Brad Woll was saying, getting out the vote, really crucial. Always crucial, but especially so in this election.
Absolutely.
Mercedes, thanks. Eric, Justin Trudeau gambled, hoping he can move from a minority to a majority tonight. Based on the opinion polls, that's far from a sure thing. What are you watching for?
Well, you know, we're watching 338 races that haven't really begun yet. You can see there are 2 or 3 that are just starting in Long-Range Mountains for the moment. Often Newfoundland is going Conservative, but nothing you can read into that so far. So really what you're looking for is the first test of the Liberals' historic strength in Atlantic Canada to see if they can maintain their usual dominance there. In Quebec, this will be where the Liberals have to pick up seats if they are going for the majority that they were looking for in the first place. In Ontario will be where the Conservatives have to turn things around and pick up lots of seats around that ring of communities outside of Toronto. That's where their victory may lie. Across the prairies, this should be, again, a sea of blue with a couple of battlegrounds in Winnipeg and Edmonton. But for the most part, it should be Conservative with the added wrinkle of the People's Party we'll keep an eye out for. And then in British Columbia, of course, well, this is a free-for-all among multiple parties, including the Greens. Everybody is competitive out there. This could be where the NDP turn their fortunes around, having lost seats nationally the last 2 elections. If they gain some seats in British Columbia, they could start to pick up. So there is uncertainty when we look at this. I mean, that's the first question you have, because you could have a majority at the end of the night. You could have a Liberal minority. You could have the Conservatives winning the most seats. And then there is even more uncertainty with that, Dawna, because the Conservatives, if they finish just ahead of the Liberals, who's to say if the Liberals don't attempt to stay in power and cooperating with the other parties? So we start off, of course, with uncertainty, but at the end of the night, there may be a lot of uncertainty as well.
All right, and just to clarify that, Eric, for people who are watching, that's because the Liberals, even if they potentially win fewer seats, do get the first crack at trying to form a government.
That's right, because they are the incumbent government. So the Prime Minister of the day, and that is Justin Trudeau, he can try to command the confidence of the House. He will obviously have to negotiate with other parties. He would have to then present what he has to the Governor General. But the opportunity is there if all of these so-called progressive parties were to say, well, look, this is an arrangement we would like better. You can imagine the Liberals would like it better. I mean, there might be a firestorm about it, but you have to just keep in mind that if you have a close race at the end with the Conservatives just pulling ahead, hey, all bets are off.
All right, Eric Sorensen, thanks. We'll come back to you. Let's check in now with our reporters at the Federal Party headquarters. Abigail Beeman is with the Liberals in Montreal. Mike Lecouture is with the Conservatives in Oshawa, Ontario. Robin Gill is at the NDP headquarters in Vancouver tonight. Shalima Maharaj is with the Green Party in Toronto. And Mike Armstrong is with the Bloc Québécois in Montreal. Let's go first to Abigail Beeman and talk radio host Loren McNabb, an old friend of Global National. They're at Liberal headquarters in downtown Montreal. Hello, you two. Abigail, first to you. You've been crisscrossing the country now for 36 days. You spent time on the NDP, the Tory, and finally the Liberal campaign. How would you sum up the mood of the Liberals tonight?
Well, Dawna, I'd say the mood, especially in the last few days, has been pretty good, even, closer to very positive, happier in those final days of that campaign, that marathon day that we were talking about on Sunday, that final day of campaigning close to coast to coast. Here right now, it's mostly just journalists. I think you might be able to see over my shoulder. It looks like incumbent Liberal Minister Pablo Rodriguez giving a scrum to some reporters here, but really just Liberals starting to trickle in. You've got the room buzzing, mostly full of reporters at this point. But but they seem to be feeling pretty good. Of course, we won't know for a few hours what those final polls will show us, but in this tight race heading into Election Day, the Liberal Party feeling pretty good.
All right, and Loren, you work on radio. You hear from lots of voters who call in. I've heard from quite a few voters, including Liberals, who said that they aren't ready to vote Liberal this time, that they're kind of tired of Justin Trudeau. They think he overpromised and underdelivered. You hear from so many people. What's your sense of the Liberal chances tonight?
I think it's down but not out, Dawna. And, it all depends on how they feel when they went to the polls this morning, how they feel right now when they may be going to the polls. I'll give you an example. At 680 CJOB Winnipeg, we heard from listeners this morning who were writing in about their experiences, texting. And one was a longtime Liberal. He said he was done. Enough was enough. He was out. He would not be voting for them today. Another person texted in to say, hey, hang on. Guess what? I've never voted before. Today was the first day he drove to the ballot box to mark his X, and what got him there was that vaccine mandate question. He is not for the vaccine mandate, so you can guess that once again there, that person is not voting for the Liberals. And then, of course, there's another emotion at play, and it might be the frustration on the other side of this. And I'll give you an example. I know people right across Western Canada, some people in Alberta who will say 5 weeks ago, they too were done with the Liberals, done with being ignored, done with Western alienation. And then something shifted. They had the whole fourth wave hit. They had the Jason Kenney comments. They looked around and said, I'm also vaccinated. I'm for these mandates. I'm at least for moving on and getting past this. And they've circled right back to the Liberals. So lots of emotions at play tonight, Dawna.
All right, we'll come back to both of you. Thanks. Well, Justin Trudeau is no longer the new kid on the block. He is the veteran in this campaign. Aaron O'Toole, the Conservative leader, is younger than Trudeau, and this is his first crack at a federal campaign as leader. Mike LeCouture and talk radio host Alex Pearson are at Conservative Party headquarters in Oshawa, Ontario. Mike, set the scene for us there tonight.
Yeah, I'd say it's muted optimism, and it's kind of like the last day that Aaron O'Toole spent in that ring around Toronto, as Eric was describing, in the 905 area. Instead of really having a huge blitz, the former Canadian Air Force's pilot seemed like he was on autopilot, just visiting 4 ridings total. And, it sort of feels that way tonight as well. And Alex, tonight they're also having a bit of an issue, because in the Toronto Star, there was just an article that came out with the campaign co-chair, Waleed Solomon, saying that reducing Justin Trudeau to a minority would be a win.
It would not. Not at all. And, they're on damage control now, going around saying, no, these comments have been taken out of context. But the point is, when you're putting out a fire, it's because someone started one. And so, yeah, no. If you reduce Justin Trudeau to a minority or keep him at a minority, that is not a win, and that will not be seen as a win by the Conservative Party, because as you well know in politics, the knives are already out. They will be very sharp by the morning if there's not a win equivocally by Mr. O'Toole. So they can spin it that way, but that would not be a win.
And as Alex would probably agree, one of those old adages in politics, if you're explaining, then you're losing. Dawna?
All right, Mike LeCouture and Alex Pearson, thanks. Well, this is Jagmeet Singh's second election as NDP leader. In polling, he's emerged as the most popular of the leaders. Now, tonight we'll find out if that translates into more votes and more seats for the NDP. Robin Gill and talk radio host Sarah Simi are at NDP headquarters in Vancouver. Robin.
Good evening, Dawna. You can tell that the party whispers really worked on Jagmeet Singh this time around. Last time around, he was a politician in progress, and this time he has more personality. He's selling himself as the Mr. Nice Guy, but is likability enough, Simi, in your view, and with the people that you talk to all the time, is that enough to grow votes?
Oh, it's been a huge difference, I think, this campaign versus last campaign. We heard some of what Dawna was saying there, too, with Loren. I think that played a huge part in this. There's a lot of people out there, and I've heard that, too, who say, I don't know if I can do it one more time. I don't know if I can vote Liberal. And a lot of them took a very hard look at Jagmeet Singh and the NDP this time around. And from here in BC, where the race is so tight, it is very clear a lot of them liked what they saw, and I think that's what's going to make the results from here tonight so fascinating.
They often talk about the nice guy finishing last, but in this case, if he finishes third, he could hold the balance of power. At the beginning of this campaign, he was opposed to supporting Mr. O'Toole, and yesterday, he kept the door open.
Yeah, that's something that has really changed for him. I've interviewed him a couple of times in the last, 4 or 5 weeks, and he was always unequivocal about not diving into that, not getting into the what if scenario. But as you pointed out, in the last 48 hours or so, starting to change a little bit. So we'll see what happens.
And I can tell you that Mr. Singh says he is very nervous about the results tonight, and we'll be watching from this headquarters in Vancouver, Dawna.
All right, thanks you two. Let's go to Farah Nasser and the political panel. Farah.
All right, thank you. A lot to chew over here with the political panel, Dawna. Brad Wall brought up a good point a little while ago about the get out the vote and how important that's going to be. And we heard Lauren McNabb talk about how things have changed a lot. We know the Conservatives have a sophisticated ground game, but we've seen changes in Alberta and Saskatchewan when it comes to the pandemic and the influence of that. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Selena, now. You're in the 905. What are you looking at tonight? What are you going to be looking for?
So I'm going to combine this answer with what Brad said earlier, the ground game and what I'm looking forward to. And tonight I had the Conservatives at my doorstep actually having a drink of water on the driveway. One of them included Aaron O'Toole's aide who was coming out to get out the vote. And that was really something like Brad said, that you want to see. You want to see them closing in. You don't want them to take anything for granted at this point. And this is the second time the Conservatives have been at my door. Nobody actually knows where I live, I'll have to say, but they were at the doorstep this week. So what I'm looking forward to in the 905 is to see what changes here. Did Aaron O'Toole actually do what he needed to do to convince the voters in the 905 that surround that coveted Liberal pocket of the GTA, the 416? As we know, the prices of housing has forced people out of 416, out of Toronto, into that 905. Has he done enough? Has he moved enough to the center to allow those individuals to vote for him? And I'd like to see what happens with that. But first, of course, I'm looking to see what happens in Atlantic Canada, because that will set the trend, I think, for the rest of the country.
Okay, it's close, but obviously very, very early. Let's turn it over to Mayor Nenshi now. The beginning of the campaign versus now, a very different Alberta when it comes to the pandemic and pandemic restrictions. What are you looking at tonight?
Well, I think, first of all, let me say a special thank you to all of those brave enough to put their names forward and to all the great campaign volunteers and campaign workers for going through these last 36 days. Alberta is rarely talked about in federal elections, despite our outsized influence on the country as a whole. Tonight will be interesting for a couple of reasons. We may see a couple of seats shift here in Alberta, maybe up to 4, depending on how much Mr. O'Toole wears the mishandling of the pandemic of Premier Jason Kenney. But what's really interesting to me is whether that will go beyond, and if O'Toole equals Kenney might actually make a difference in the minds of voters in other parts of the country. So that's part of what I'm looking at. The second thing I'm looking at is what happens after today. Fundamentally, I think this ought to be a very inconsequential election. We'll end up probably in a similar place that we ended before. Now people are talking about, well, what's Trudeau's future? What's O'Toole's future? And I actually don't think we have the data to make those decisions now, particularly for Mr. O'Toole. He's trying to craft a new Conservative party, and we got to give him some time to see if that works, because the base politics is not working anymore.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens. And obviously the future of the party is going to be an important conversation no matter what happens tonight. Dawna.
All right, Farah, thank you. We have some numbers coming in from Newfoundland and Labrador at the bottom of your screen there. You can see the Liberals leading or elected in 5, the Conservatives leading or elected in 1. It is, as we've all said, very early, though, so we'll continue to see those numbers populate as the votes are counted. Now, we have continuing coverage on Global. You can keep watching as well on History. You can also stream us live on Amazon Prime Video, Roku, the Global TV app, on YouTube, and on our website, globalnews.ca. Hello and welcome back to our live coverage of the 44th Canadian federal election. We have a whole team of reporters and Global News anchors standing by right across the country from coast to coast to coast. It is just after 7:30 p.m. Eastern now. All the polls are now closed in Atlantic Canada. It's going to be a little while before enough votes are counted to really see some meaningful numbers. But if you look at the bottom of your screen now, you can see we have the Liberals leading or elected in 4 ridings, the Conservatives leading or elected in 2, and Big zeros for everybody else at this stage. It's incredibly early, though. Eric Sorensen is watching for trends. Eric, do you see anything shaping up yet?
Oh, it's always a little too early, Dawna, to be sure about that. But I mean, normally we're used to seeing Newfoundland and Labrador being pretty much all red. Maybe a little bit of orange down in St. John's, but we don't have anything reporting there yet. Now, it's early. There are a couple of ridings that are looking blue for the moment. Coastal Bays, which David had talked about. And then there's Bonavista, Buren, Trinity right next to it. Why don't we have a look at that one just to see if we can make much out of it yet? Sharon Volke ran last time and ran a very close race against Churance Rogers. And this time she's actually pulling ahead. Hey, it's 2 polls out of 275, so we can't make too much out of that yet. The thing to remember about Newfoundland is that it has not sent, say, 2 MPs from the Conservatives in a very long time. And that's just the change that has occurred with the Conservative Party in Atlantic Canada. They used to be progressive Conservatives. It turned Conservative, became a little more Western. But you remember in St. John's, many years ago, you had cabinet ministers for the Conservatives, John Crosbie and James McGrath. And so that's what we would be expecting to see if it was the old Conservative Party. We just can't make too much out of this yet. But boy, if this ever turned into 1 or 2 blue seats, that would be the beginning of some pretty significant change for Newfoundland and Labrador, Dawna.
Okay, Eric, thanks. Well, the Liberals need to hold on to the ridings they won in 2019. Many were Liberal sweeps, but some were close in Atlantic Canada, and one of them was the riding of Cumberland-Colchester. That's north of Halifax. In 2019, the Liberal there, Lenore Zanne, won by just 453 votes, and she's hoping to keep her seat tonight. Global's Ross Lord is at Zanne's headquarters in Truro, Nova Scotia. Ross, are they expecting a nail-biter there again tonight?
They are, Dawna, and it's great to talk to you. And one of the reasons we wanted to come to this riding is because both parties, the Conservatives and the Liberals, are telling us what happens here could be suggestive of what happens in the big picture. So 32 Atlantic Canada seats. Liberals swept them all 2 elections ago. Last time, 2 years ago, they dropped down to 26. Liberal insider telling me today that they expect it could drop again, possibly as low as 20, but they're still confident they will take the majority of seats. This particular riding, Cumberland-Colchester, has plenty of intrigue. Healthcare, the big issue. Mental health, maybe an even bigger issue than in some areas from the lingering trauma of the Portapique massacre, for instance, which happened in a string of communities near Truro here where we are. Lenore Zanne, powerful personality, strong on the environment, former NDP MLA before she became the Liberal MP. But her main opponent, a family doctor named Dr. Stephen Ellis, is also very popular. He promises to use his experience in healthcare to improve things for Nova Scotians, if and when he gets that stature. But some of the other intrigue, the People's Party of Canada, not a threat to win, but a threat to improve its standing from last time and possibly pull votes from the Conservatives. The NDP candidate pulled out late in the campaign due to previously posted remarks online that some construed as anti-Semitic. Where are those votes going to go? The Liberals hope they go to them, even though a lot of them, or some of them at least, would have been mail-in or advance ballots. So lots of intrigue, and we're not the only ones who can't wait to see what happens here to see if it reveals something about the larger picture.
All right, good to see you too, Ross Lord in Cumberland-Colchester tonight. We'll come back and check in on you. Let's go to Halifax now, where Sarah Ritchie is standing by with Dalhousie University political science scientist Laurie Turnbull. Sarah.
Thanks so much, Dawna. Well, there's been talk of voter fatigue in these back-to-back elections, and perhaps that's been nowhere felt as keenly as in Nova Scotia, where we have been in a writ period since July 17th. And joining me now to talk more about the parallels between the Nova Scotia election and this federal election is Laurie Turnbull. She's a political scientist with Dalhousie University. She's in Ottawa tonight. Thanks so much, Laurie, for being with us. What kind of parallels do you see then between these two campaigns?
So, I mean, both campaigns are happening, or were happening, kind of in the stage of the pandemic where we're starting to see vaccination rates go up. I think in Nova Scotia, there was a sense that we could go and vote and not feel any kind of real public health threat because the cases at the time were so low and vaccination rates were so high. I think federally it's different, to be honest, in the sense that some jurisdictions are actually seeing a really aggressive fourth wave at this point. And so the realities of the pandemic are different. I think both elections are, in a sense, like the incumbent is asking for a renewal, a return, and largely on the basis of having performed really well during COVID-19 and managing the public health crisis and the economic crisis, as the case may be. And so in Nova Scotia, that didn't happen, right? Like we saw a Liberal government manage this really, really well from a public health perspective, and the voters went a different way. And so, I mean, it shows, I think, and this may, we'll see what happens tonight with the federal race, but it shows that voters are willing to switch their vote, even when a government has done well on the issue of COVID-19.
Okay, well, thanks so much for your insight tonight, Lori. That's Lori Turnbull. She's a political scientist with Dalhousie University, joining me here tonight in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. Back to you, Dawna.
All right, Sarah Ritchie, thank you. Well, one of the ridings we're watching closely in Atlantic Canada is Fredericton, New Brunswick. Actually, just before I get to that, I'll just bring you up to date on the numbers that we've got coming in so far. These are early, but the Liberals leading are elected in 7, the Conservatives leading are elected in 1, and zeros across the board for the NDP, the BQ, the Green, and the PPC at this point. Can I say it again, or have I said it enough? It's super early. Anyway, back to Fredericton in New Brunswick. That's where Jenica Atwin made history in 2019 when she became the first Green candidate elected to Parliament outside of British Columbia. Earlier this year, though, she defected to the Liberals, and now she's running as a Liberal. Let's go to David Aiken in the Results Centre. David.
Yeah, that's right. So as we look at one of the big narratives tonight is the Liberals are trying to get a majority, and they need 15 seats to get a majority, and it starts in Atlantic Canada. And relative to the last time around, you're right, here's the riding of Fredericton right here. I'm going to put up the 2019 results, so brace yourselves, everybody. This is 2019. This is not now. This is what it looked like in 2019. There's the riding of Fredericton. It's green back then, but we had a floor crosser, and it's now red. So the Liberals want to make sure that stays red. That's one to get to 15. Right here, West Nova. That's another one that the Liberals want to pick up. Chris D'Entremont is the incumbent Conservative. That would put another win +1 in the Liberal column. And then right here, right on the tip of the Avalon Peninsula, St. John's East. The Liberals want to pick that up. Now, let's go back to right now. This is 2021. We don't have results yet for Fredericton. We're starting to get some results in Nova Scotia, Cumberland, Colchester, where Ross was. It's turning blue. That is a steal, and now the Liberals are down 1. And look up here in St. John's East. The Liberals want to steal, and sure enough, Joanne Thompson in St. John's East, the Liberal, has 131 votes. That's a 9-vote lead over the New Democrat, Mary Shortall. She's got 122. One poll in. 5,700 mail-in ballots that won't be counted till tomorrow. Keep that in the back of your head if this is close. St. John's East is one of the ridings that the Liberals want to pick up to get to that majority. They also want West Nova, and we'll finish there, Dawna, for you in Fredericton, where the incumbent is a Liberal named Jenica Atwin. She won as a Green 2 years ago. This time she's hoping she comes back as a member of Justin Trudeau's caucus.
Okay. David, we'll check in with you again. Thanks. Shalima Maharaj is with the Green Party in Toronto, where leader Annamie Paul is tonight. Shalima, it's been a rough time, a rough campaign for Annamie Paul. What is the mood like there tonight?
Absolutely fraught with a lot of different issues. I mean, right now it's fairly subdued. We're inside the Berkeley Field House. Not a lot of people inside for obvious reasons, of course, for COVID restrictions, but of course not too many people gathered just yet. But Annamie Paul has spent the lion's share of this election campaign close to home. More recently, though, visiting Prince Edward Island, which is one part of the country that the Greens have really been able to make inroads in. Of course, as the official opposition in the provincial legislature. She also made stops in Ottawa and Gatineau. But recently, Paul was questioned and pressed about the decision not to travel more widely, more often, just like others have been. And she said that that was essentially due to many of her own candidates saying that they did not want her to be pit stopping in their ridings. Now, she was further pressed about whether or not she regrets that decision. And she said that in terms of where she goes, she'd like to be wanted wanted, but also that when it comes to some of the places that she's going, she also wants to make sure that she is helping the local candidates in the ridings out. So there are a lot of questions about the future for Annamie Paul, questions for the future of the Green Party, and questions about just how much damage this may have actually done to the party's reputation, but also in terms of just whether or not the party is going to continue to move forward from this position and also resonate with Canadian voters going forward. So there will be a lot happening here later on. Of course, we'll be watching very, very closely her own riding, how she performs, and we'll bring you the latest from headquarters. But in the meantime, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Shalima Maharaj, thanks. Let's go to Farah Nasser and our political panel. Farah.
Thank you, Dawna. And we're going to talk about Annamie Paul and, in fact, the riding of Toronto Centre. I'm going to bring in Selena for that because, Selena, you're friends with Annamie Paul. You're also friends with the Liberal trying to get that seat, Toronto Centre. And Annamie Paul actually had a real standout performance during the debate, mentioned your name. Do you think it's going to be enough for her?
You know what? I wish I could say that it would be. It kind of broke my heart to hear the reporter say that Annamie Paul wanted to go to ridings where she would like to be wanted. This has been a really tough haul for Ms. Paul. You know, she has. Canada has seen from internally the party organized around really just an anti-Black movement, and I felt a lot of what she's felt throughout her initial first term in this election. She didn't get opportunities to talk really about her platform, what she wanted to do. There really wasn't a messaging around a green anything post-pandemic. I think she was really peddling to try to preserve or to maintain some kind of "I am a good leader, I can do this" mantra. So this is she's really drowning here, and I'm not sure that tonight is going to be a good night for her. That being said, I think it is going to be a good night for Marcy Ian, a really strong MP, or was a strong MP for Toronto Centre. I think Toronto Centre will be well represented either way.
Nahid, though, it is interesting that she chose Toronto Centre. I mean, she could have probably had better luck in another riding.
She could have. I think she could have had better luck at another riding. But you know what? I think when Canadians look back on this moment with Annamie Paul in particular, they will see a woman who said, you know what, irrespective of what is going to be the outcome, I'm not going to take the easy route. I'm going to go for a riding that is near and dear to my heart. I love the people here. I have family here. She was really grounded in that. And I think irrespective of what people think about, she could have ran somewhere else or done something differently. You got to give her credit for at least standing firm in the fact that she wanted to represent the people who are near and dear to her heart. So I'll give her credit for that, but I don't think that it's going to go the way she wants it to go.
Right. Nahid, I want to bring you in on this.
You got to also win, right? Mm-hmm. That's one of the things about being in politics. And I totally agree with Selena that I didn't hear a lot of what the Green agenda was in an election that was largely or partially about climate and should have been about climate. I would have imagined that the Green Party agenda would have been front and center. And yes, she had a couple great moments in that English debate. She absolutely was the only one on the stage to really talk about racism the year after we had people marching in the streets on Black Lives Matter. The others were too scared to talk about it. But ultimately, you also got to win. And given how she did in the Toronto Centre by-election, you know, not being in Parliament doesn't help her push that Green agenda.
Mm-hmm. You know, I just bring up a point. I interviewed Annamie Paul, and I asked her, first question was, tell me your top 3 priorities for the Greater Toronto Area, and climate wasn't one of them. She talked about the culture of politics, she talked about affordability and the pandemic. Do you think she got her message out, Brad Wall? I mean, if there was ever a climate election, it would be this election.
No, I don't think she got her message out for the reasons that were well canvassed by Mayor Nenshi. And it's too bad. Obviously, she's a very effective communicator. That was so evident during the debate. She came across as a leader. And so had the party itself and had she perhaps made little different decisions about how she would lead the party in the election, I think the result might be a bit different tonight. I don't think it's going to be a good night at all for the Green Party. And I think, that's to the benefit, frankly, of Mr. Singh and his effort, Mr. Trudeau and his effort, because obviously a strong Green Party performance in this election would have risked more of a split for both of those parties.
Mm-hmm. Well, climate change, a key issue for voters, regardless of the party. Everybody had some sort of plan, and we'll see how that went for these parties tonight. Dawna.
All right, Farah, thanks. Quick update on the numbers. The Liberals now leading or elected in 6 ridings. The Conservatives leading or elected in 3. The NDP in 1. And no numbers yet for the Green Party. Mercedes, as we wait for more results to come in, I wanted to raise something about the work, something Mayor Nenshi mentioned, actually, recognizing the work of the candidates and all of the volunteers who really make huge efforts, especially the candidates, to put themselves out there, to run for election in this country. It is a sacrifice for their, they're away from their work, from their families, and particularly in a pandemic, even more of a challenge for everyone. And whether you agree with their politics or not, whether you support them or not, we all have to applaud the fact that they're out there.
It's incredibly difficult to put yourself out there, and I think this was a particularly difficult election to do it in because there is a lot of anger and there is a lot of fear, and it's a pandemic. And people are coming out of a very hard time, which means when you're going door to door, you can't shake hands like you normally would. You can't embrace people. They're not able to have the rallies, so it's difficult to run there. And you're encountering all of this frustration and sadness that is built up inside people since COVID-19 has taken so much away. And that's starting, we're hopeful, to perhaps soon change in some parts of the country. But with the 4th wave sweeping across, it's been really demoralizing. I believe that most people who run in politics run for the right reasons. And I've met a lot of partisans in my time in Ottawa, and they have very different views. But the one thing you find is that they all want what's best for the country. They just have different ways of thinking that they get there. And I have so much respect for people who put their lives and their families and their careers on hold to go and do this. Politics does not pay that well for those who think that it does. It's not a small salary, but you're not going to get rich being a backbench MP. You take a lot of abuse, and it's a challenging process. And a big thank you to all of them for helping our democracy to function, giving people choices, and all those behind the scenes, the staffers who don't get paid, who volunteer in their downtime to, send envelopes and door knock and put up signs when it's cold out, and to the poll workers, because I can only imagine how tough their jobs have to be today, Dawna, trying to let people vote in a pandemic. Everyone's masked. You're trying to ID them. People are waiting very long time. They're very frustrated. Without them, our votes don't get cast. There's a lot of people who come together. We may roll our eyes about the timing of the election in some cases. Some people wanted it, some didn't. It's a vital part of our democracy, and we're fortunate to live in a country that has that.
Yeah, and everybody working towards ultimately the common good. Mercedes,
absolutely.
Thanks. Let's bring in Daryl Bricker now, CEO of Ipsos Public Affairs. Daryl, you have some data on how voters are feeling about casting their ballots.
Well, yeah, we're interviewing about 10,000 people today on how and why they voted, which will help us make a calculation about what's going to happen tonight, but really importantly, what's behind their vote. And what we're finding is about 17% of the people who voted today did not feel good about their vote. They probably voted for a party to stop somebody else as opposed to support the party that they wanted to support originally. And really interesting, only about 4% of the people made their choice today. Last time around, it was double that. So what happened was the votes got set very early and continued through the course of the campaign.
All right, Daryl Bricker, thank you so much. We have an update on a key riding right now, St. John's South Mount Pearl. This is Seamus O'Regan's riding. Mercedes.
Well, Seamus O'Regan, of course, is the Minister of Natural Resources, a long-time Liberal, Dawna, as you know, and he has been a cabinet minister for a long time, so he needs to win his riding. This is the update. Right now, he's at 55%. He is facing off against Ray Critch, NDP, behind him at 24%, and the Conservative candidate at 19%. So he's got a pretty comfortable lead there right now. We'll be keeping a close eye on that as the night unfolds, but cabinet cabinet ministers are some of those key people who we look at throughout the night, because if cabinet ministers win, that's a good thing. If they lose, for the party obviously who's in power, if they lose, that's usually a red flag in terms of how the governing party is performing. Cabinet ministers allow political pork to go to your riding. They have a voice at the table. They're high profile. So it usually takes a lot for voters to push them out. So that's one of the key things we'll be watching. And there's our first one with Minister O'Regan. We'll see if he gets back in.
All right. Mercedes, thanks. Let's go to David Akin in the Results Center. David.
Well, you'll notice if you're looking at the chiclet on the bottom, we had our first New Democrat pop up. The NDP's in the House with one leading, and that one leading is right there, right by Seamus O'Regan's riding, just north in St. John's East. This is the riding that had been held by Jack Harris, very popular politician, a New Democrat in St. John's. He's not running. He's retired, and right now the New Democrat, Mary Shortall, has 41% of the vote, only 196 votes. Joanne Thompson at 162 votes. We got 3 coming in. I'll be doing this sometimes tonight. I'm going to give the big swipe. You can sort of see how we're going back and forth. It started out with the red team leading, and then there was a switch as we only have 1% of polls. But we're going to track this all night long to see how things bounce around. So St. John's East right now is a hold for the NDP. Liberals wanted to pick that up. And right now, Liberals are down 1 in Atlantic Canada. That's Cumberland-Colchester. Cumberland-Colchester, where Stephen Ellis, the Conservative, is beating the Liberal incumbent, Lenore Zahn. So Atlantic Canada right now, shaping up everything so far, has pretty much held from where it was in the beginning of the night. St. John East is still New Democrat, but in Nova Scotia, we have one riding that right now has gone another way. That's Cumberland-Colchester. So Liberals need more seats. They need to pick up and hold in this part of the country.
All right, David, thanks. Let's go to Eric Sorensen in the Results Center. Eric, can you dig in a little bit more on the trends you're seeing here? Now the Liberals leading or elected in 8, the Conservatives in 2, the NDP in 1. What is this telling you?
Well, I mean, you just saw, right? The Coastal Bay, Central, Notre Dame just popped blue on us. These are still early results, and so it's hard to say. The moment before that happened, as David was talking about, Newfoundland looked just like 2019 with, six Liberal ridings and 1 New Democrat over in St. John's. So there's really not a lot to read into it yet. You do have Cumberland-Colchester that is trending blue. This wouldn't be the biggest surprise in the world. This was an historically conservative riding. You'll remember with Bill Casey back in the day. But let's have a little look. Oh, there you can see Cape Breton-Canso for the moment is still Liberal. That's tended to be Liberal for a long time. And let's have a look at the riding of Halifax and see what we see with that one. There's Andy Fillmore, the incumbent. Right now he has a pretty healthy lead over the Conservative and Lisa Roberts, where the real challenge was thought to be coming from. But again, 4 polls reporting, it's a little too early to make too much of it. So there aren't any trends that we can read too much into with Atlantic Canada at the moment. One of the things we wanted to tell you about, Dawna, is the idea of what's going to be needed to win tonight. As you know, every party wants to get to a majority line of 170. But at the end of the day, especially on a night like tonight, there may not be a majority. And if it's a 2-horse race between the Liberals and Conservatives, as the other parties start to take some of those ridings off, that winning line isn't going to be 170. It's going to come further back and further back. In 2015, once the Liberals passed 140, well, they had it won. And so what we have here is a number that I would say is one to watch out for. 140, give or take a few hours from now, that could be the finish line that we're looking at, since we won't be going for a majority. As I say, when the NDP, the Greens, the Bloc start pulling some of those other ridings out of play, the Liberals and Conservatives aren't looking for 50% plus 1 of all the ridings. They're looking for 50% plus 1 of what's left of the ridings that the others haven't won. So that's one of the calculators we'll be able to watch with as we watch that finish line come this way and the party's numbers grow this way. Dawna.
All right, Eric, thanks. Let's go to Ross Lord, who's in the riding of Cumberland-Colchester, which, as we mentioned, went Liberal by, I think, 453 votes last time, Ross, and now trending blue.
Extremely close. I think the results are so early now that I'm not going to dwell on them. Fascinating to see how this turns out. Someone beside me who's paying much more attention at a more magnified level is Jane Bolivar. Jane is the campaign manager for the Liberal incumbent, Lenore Zahn. Jane, I want to talk first of all about the challenges your candidate faced in this election. And it wasn't just because she's an incumbent and there's always something to defend or explain to voters, but just the nature of a campaign in this kind of environment.
So by environment, you mean pandemic?
Exactly.
Yeah, so I would imagine, obviously every candidate, it's an equal playing field. Everyone's in the pandemic. We're all in this together. Cumberland Colchester is a very large geographic area, and being unable to gather in large groups means a lot of travel, many hours on the road to many smaller communities. So it's sort of a bit of a marathon of being out there. Lenore's been out there every corner of the riding, from Stewiacke to, down near Advocate to Amherst. I mean, it's a giant area. And
but as someone who thrives on the energy of social events and gatherings and crowds, it must be difficult for her to get that out there and to make sure that she and you feel good about delivering the message.
So she's thankfully very good at reaching out to the people, finding the places to go where the people will be, the markets, the social events, the arts events, sporting events, places where people will gather, like in a safe, COVID-friendly way. She's knocked on tons of doors, but it is like it's not being able to have larger events and where you can interact with people. It is a challenge, but I think she's done a great job.
Thank you very much. Jane Bolivar with a not unbiased opinion or assessment of her candidate. We'll see what the voters think about the job Lenore Zann did and the job that Jane and the many other hardworking campaign workers here did, and how voters receive their efforts and how they vote tonight. Back to you, Dawna.
All right, Ross, thank you. Just bring you up to date on the numbers. The Liberals have ticked up again, leading or elected in 12. The Conservatives leading or elected in 4 now, and the NDP in 1. Let's go to Abigail Beeman at the Liberal headquarters in Montreal. Abigail.
Dawna, I think that Ross made a very good point there that, the polls coming in are still early, but to take a step back and give you some analysis of the bigger picture, when you compare where we are tonight with where we were in 2015, when those Atlantic numbers started to come in 2015 and the Liberals swept all of Atlantic Canada, it was a very clear picture of where that night was going. Tonight, it's going to be tight, not such a clear picture, and I think we can see that here in these early moments. But I was just looking at my notes in terms of when the Liberals, in the last week that I was with them, went back to Atlantic Canada, and they were there on day 32, and anything after day 30 means that those are some tight races that they were really honing in on. So we visited Halifax, we visited Fredericton, that riding that I know you've heard about from a few people there. So some very tight races that the Liberals were hoping to pick up. Too early to say exactly how this goes, but interesting to see how this race picks up. Are the Liberals able to pick up some seats in Atlantic Canada as this moves forward? Certainly not going to be looking like that clear majority that we had in 2015, but will be interesting as those numbers trickle in. I was also with the NDP focusing on St. John's East in Newfoundland, that seat that they're hoping to hold on to, Jack Harris's seat there in Newfoundland. Whether that ends up going red or orange will be interesting to determine as this night goes on, but certainly a number of ridings in Atlantic Canada won't be that sweep of 2015, but can the Liberals pick up a couple of extra seats? Certainly will determine their fortunes as the night goes on.
All right, Abigail Beeman at the Liberal headquarters in Montreal. Thanks. Mercedes, what do you think is going through the minds of the Liberal Brain Trust right now as they're watching these numbers? In 2019, the Liberals won 26 ridings in Atlantic Canada. They're at 13 now. I know it's incredibly early, so I'm not going to make judgment calls or anything like that, but what are you hearing about the kind of tone of the night for the Liberals?
I mean, what they need and what we've been talking about is for Atlantic Canada to turn completely red or very close to it. That's how they get a majority. We know that's unlikely. That means there's going to be some blue, some orange, maybe some green popping up at Atlantic Canada. These numbers are still very early. I'm looking at them now. 14 for the Liberals, 3 for the Conservatives, 1 for the NDP, and they just changed again. Now it's 13 and 4. So it's flipping around. We're discussing it. I doubt that they're in a place where they're worried. agreed yet. This is going to be them kind of raising an eyebrow and going, which way is this going to flip? Is this the limit for the Conservatives that they're going to pick up? Is this just early votes that are misleading us on what it's going to look like? If this trend continues of the Conservatives and NDP picking up seats, not something that is going to be a positive for the Liberals. It's so early on, it's really hard to tell. I doubt they're stressing yet, but as this continues, keep a close eye on it.
All right, Mercedes, thanks. You're watching our commercial-free coverage of Decision Canada live on History, streaming on our website, globalnews.ca, on Amazon Prime Video, Roku, and the Global TV app, plus YouTube. Welcome to viewers and listeners on radio who are just joining us. I'm Dawna Friesen. I'm here in our Decision Canada studio, and we have a whole team of reporters and global news anchors standing by across the country from coast to coast to coast, helping us track the results and the reaction as the numbers roll in tonight. It is now just after 8 p.m. Eastern. Polls are now closed across all of Atlantic Canada. Results are beginning to come in. They're giving you a bit of a shape of the night today. Right now, we have the Liberals leading or elected in 13 ridings, the Conservatives in 4, and the NDP leading or elected in 1. David Akin is keeping an eye on all of this and digging into the ridings and the exact numbers. David, what have you got?
Well, I mean, what's the narrative tonight? We're looking for the Liberals to try to get a majority. So in Atlantic Canada, here it was in 2019 Atlantic Canada, and we've talked about this, whole lot of red. They did very well in Atlantic Canada, swept everything but one in NL. But here it is right now, and there's a little pockets of blue. That's not great if you're the Liberals. The Conservatives, on the other hand, they need a minority, and it's got to start somewhere building up those seats. Might as well start in Atlantic Canada. They got some pickups. But another story we're going to talk about tonight, Dawna, is the People's Party of Canada. They're only going to get 2, 3, 4%. I'm not sure what. But I want to zero in on this riding. This is the riding of Bonavista, Burin, Trinity. And right now, the Conservative, Sharon Vokey, is in front. She's in front by 27 votes. That's all she's got. There's a People's Party of Canada candidate here. Her name is Linda Hogan, 198 votes. Just think if that this is what Conservatives are saying, just think if that PPC candidate was not there and 198 votes, where would they go? Probably a lot of them go to Sharon Vokey, the Conservative, and she might extend her lead past Churns. In fact, she's going to Churns Rogers, the Liberal. Take a look at the way this has gone all night long. It's been back and forth between the Liberals and Conservatives. And there's the PPC, just plopping along at the bottom. If you moved all those PPC votes up, who knows what might have happened? That's one riding. We are going to get to some ridings in Ontario, in Western Canada, where the PPC vote's going to be, 10% or maybe even more. And now we're really into some, oh boy, how is the Conservative Party going to deal with the leaks they're making out there? So Newfoundland and Labrador right now, it is okay story for the Liberals. They certainly don't want to lose anything. And the other Newfoundland and Labrador story is St. John's East, where we do have a PPC candidate. I don't think the Conservatives in play here. This is a Liberal New Democrat. But we've also want to remember this. There's 86 ridings, and this is one, without a Green candidate. So where does an abandoned Green voter go, Liberal or NDP? That will be another question. We'll be watching ridings like St. John's East to try to discover the answer to that one. Dawna?
Okay, David, as you were talking, the Liberals leading are elected now in 16 ridings, the Conservatives in 5, and the NDP in 1. Let's go to Mike Lecouture, who is at Conservative Party headquarters in Oshawa, Ontario. Mike, how worried do you think the Conservatives are about votes bleeding to the People's Party of Canada?
Well, it's interesting because I did speak to a couple of members, senior members within the party just a few days ago, and they were very concerned, saying that the upper echelons of the party are basically admitting to others that, look, the PPC will bleed votes from all parties, but more specifically from the Conservatives. I think we saw that just now in David's graphics there, and that is a concern for them because although we know that, this is basically a minor party right now, they could have a major impact on this election. election specifically for the Conservatives. Let's talk to Alex Pearson now from Global News Radio. Alex, talk a little bit about that difficulty that the Conservatives are having trying to keep all of those votes or not have them bleed to the PPC.
Well, this is something that the Conservatives have not had to worry about before. This has always been a Liberal NDP problem. But the things that I'm hearing from people, and I did quite a bit of it on my show just the other night, was saying, how much do you hate Trudeau? Do you hate him enough that you're willing to split the vote and give him another term? And a lot of callers said, I want to make a point. I'm angry, I'm fed up, and I don't feel like I'm being heard. And so they're willing to park their vote with Maxime Bernier, even if it means that it will split the vote and send Mr. Trudeau back into power.
But how much of a failure is that then on Mr. O'Toole's part to keep them in there and to give them a reason to stay with the Conservatives?
Well, I think it's a bigger problem for all the parties because there's an untapped anger, as you've seen, front and center on the campaign roll. It's not just a Conservative problem, albeit tonight it could be.
It will be, because it'll bleed votes from them.
There's no question the Conservatives are going to have to do a gut check no matter what, because these are a lot of Conservative voters, but it's not only Conservative voters. But I think in the bigger picture, what these people are saying is we're fed up, and I think all politicians in Ottawa should be looking at these crowds who are not going to go away and say, why are so many people disenfranchised? Because it's not accurate to say they're all anti-vaxxers, all crazy people. These are people coming from all different political stripes and ages. There's a segment of Canada right now that is so angry. And the only point they're going to make right now, if they have in fact parked their vote with Maxime Bernier, is giving Mr. Trudeau another term. Will they go out and vote, though? That's the big thing. It's one thing to say you'll vote, Mike, but do they go to the polls and actually vote? Because a lot of them are very, very young. So it depends on if they go out.
And some of them also, will they decide that they do want to put on a mask to go into vote? That was something that some Conservatives were talking to me about just today. Will they follow the rules of Elections Canada and go to vote? It looks like some of them at least are coming out, Dawna.
All right, Mike, thanks. Let's go over to Farah Nasser and the political panel. Farah.
All right, thank you for that, Dawna. We're going to be talking about the PPC factor, but I want to first start on the pandemic election factor. We know we're watching Atlantic Canada. There was an upset in Nova Scotia, and I know that was a lot of that was provincially, obviously related to healthcare, pandemic, big issues. But Brad Wall, I'm curious from you. I mean, you've gone through a pandemic election. How did that impact the results?
Well, I didn't personally go through one, as you know, but I certainly voted in one last fall. And I think timing was much different then. I think the prospect of a fourth wave was a distant thing. People were more in Saskatchewan looking more to recovery with greater hope for recovery, and then therefore asking the question, well, what's next? And it was another key difference was that the Premier Moe had served, the government had served its full term. So he wasn't calling an election that was perhaps unnecessary. So those are two very different things in terms of the dynamic that happened here last fall and in the Saskatchewan election and what we're seeing now play out this fall, this summer and fall, with the Prime Minister calling an election and he was able to govern. And this has all been well canvassed, of course, in shows like this and in the coverage leading up to the campaign. And that issue has stuck around. The issue of the unnecessary election has stuck around, and principally around initially around Afghanistan as well, but the lasting part of that narrative has found some purchase in terms of the pandemic, that we're into an election in the middle of another wave, a serious wave of the pandemic.
And Nahid, the opposition kept pressing on about why are we having this election in a pandemic. Do you think that was the right political calculation? Do you think people were focused on that?
Well, when we started this panel on the West Block a month ago, I said, we're going to stop hearing about why is there an election? Because ultimately, when you're at the restaurant and the menu's in front of you, you got to have dinner. You can't cross your arms and say, I never wanted to go out for dinner. I was wrong. They kept talking about it the entire time. I think that actually made it hard for them to get their case out. Now, look, the Prime Minister made a miscalculation, and it's all about the pandemic. He thought that we would be between third and fourth waves. He was hoping for a great summer. I've been calling it the Les Miserables election call, if you know the musical. He spent a summer by my side and he was gone when autumn came. And I think that is what, and I didn't sing it, you're welcome. But I think that's what he was aiming for. And what he got was a fourth wave election. And he wanted it to be about his government's handling of the pandemic. I would have put Anita Anand, the procurement minister, front and center, talking about how we got this great vaccination rate, even though we don't have vaccine manufacturing capability. And it was all gone. It was all subsumed in why are we here in the first place?
Why are we here in the first place? And then also, what is this going to mean? Brad, I think you wanted to say something. I'll let you go.
Well, just very quickly, and I think there is a connection between the pandemic issue and perhaps, as the mayor noted, the comparisons between how premiers have handled things and Mr. O'Toole. But I got a screen capture here from David's map of political life and death. And that Cumberland Colchester riding is interesting because the PPC, who of course really carved out a position as really the only party opposing vaccine passports, it's early, granted it's early, but they're at 7.7%. They got 24 votes, and the Conservative leads by 3 votes. Again, very early, but it's going to be interesting to watch that riding to see if, in fact, there is a split that might cost the riding for the Conservatives, and if that's the case, there's a tie back to the pandemic and the debate around vaccine passports that seemed to put a little wind in the sails of the PPC.
Selena, as we watch the PPC, something that struck me when we were watching all these rallies, and we saw people going after this anti-vaccine, as you mentioned, and restrictions. This is what drew them to the PPC. But we saw people from the left, we saw people from the right, we also saw people from diverse backgrounds. Did that surprise you?
I don't think anybody should really be surprised. There's a lot of frustration in Canada right now, despite the fact that we're in an election at the call of the fourth wave. We reading stories of people who got a $2 raise at the beginning of the pandemic and could finally afford to shop where they work. And, now they're not being called heroes because in the same stores where they're asking people to wear masks, they're getting yelled at. There's growing disparities between those who have and have not as the price of everything, it seems like, increases. Vaccine mandates. This is a lot for people. And people want to know where they can park their vote for now. And I think this election has really been about leadership and who can lead. And maybe they don't have a lot of faith in those who are switching on vaccine mandate versus no vaccine mandate. Those who are switching on, let's have an election during a pandemic, let's not have an election. The PPC happen to be saying the things that some people are resonating with some people. And I think that's why we're seeing a lot of people from various different backgrounds gravitating to that party. And if we don't get a handle on it, I'm afraid it might get worse before it gets better.
Certainly a lot of emotion during this election. Thank you all for weighing in. Look forward to more analysis, but we're looking at those numbers with 18 leading or elected with the Liberals. We'll see if this Liberal stronghold in Atlantic Canada is here to stay. Dawna.
All right, Farah, thanks. Yeah, the Conservatives now leading or elected in 8, which is a gain of 4 if these numbers hold from where they were in the last election. Mercedes, Selena mentioned leadership there, and I wanted to just pick up on that. How much of this campaign and this election do you think centers on leadership? I mean, the two frontrunners, Erin O'Toole and Justin Trudeau, let's face it, are not winning likability contests.
No, in fact, they have very high dislike scores. People are sort of holding their nose and choosing who they think the lesser evil is versus saying, I'm 100% behind so-and-so and I believe in their vision for the country. It tells you the state of Canadian politics right now. Leadership is very much about things like trust, integrity, whether people believe you about what you say. Are you sincere? Are you actually going to deliver on it? For Justin Trudeau, this is problematic because when you've been in government for 6 years, you're no longer running against Stephen Harper. Even if you bring his name up, you're running against your own record. And all those promises that you didn't keep or all those things you did that were off-brand, whether we're talking about sexual misconduct or democratic reform, come back to haunt you. If you're Erin O'Toole, you're the unknown guy. So the trust factor isn't there. The previous Conservative leaders, especially Andrew Scheer, did not have high trust factor scores. And you also saw O'Toole flip-flopping in the campaign. Some say, oh, he was listening and he was adapting. Others say, yeah, but you did 180-degree turns and never explained why to people.
Carbon tax in particular.
Carbon tax, guns, and to not have a reason for why, to say, you know what, we actually listened to feedback and we've chosen to change our position. They kind of just tried to spin it and keep going. And I think that's why Jagmeet Singh scores so high on likability and trust. People think he's sincere. Whether or not that's enough for them to vote for him and hand somebody the keys to the country is another question, though.
All right. Mercedes, thanks. Let's go to Eric Sorensen in the Results Center. Eric, what are you seeing shaping up in Atlantic Canada right now?
Well, I mean, there's some historic norms that we're seeing here. I mean, you know, let's talk about New Brunswick for a second. Historically, New Brunswick from the northwest across the shore to Bathurst and then down to Moncton, that tends to be Liberal. It tends to be Francophone, and right now it kind of looks that way. Western New Brunswick from Tobique-Mactaquac down to southwest New Brunswick and Fundy Royal. This is that L shape, tended to be Anglophone in years past, and it tended to be conservative. So that's kind of taking shape, not unlike you might expect. Prince Edward Island, for the moment, it appears to be Liberal, as it has been for really ever since 1988. There have only been a few examples of the Conservatives winning one seat here and there, usually out on the western side there in Egmont. And then there's Nova Scotia. What's happening right now, you are seeing some movement for the Conservatives in West Nova, Cumberland, Colchester. There was a lead over in Sydney, Victoria for a while. Let's look at that riding since it seems to be close. Those three ridings I just mentioned, they all have Conservatives who are from the progressive Conservative wing of the provincial party. And so there is that kind of history and connection to its progressive Conservative roots. And right now it's close. Eddie Orell, and well, let me just look at those numbers again. Let me straighten my glasses because they are actually tied, if I'm not mistaken. But 469 each, is that right? Yeah, so 40%, 40%. So it's very close. This would be a real important takeaway for the Conservatives if that were to happen. Let's have a look at the popular vote right now. This is not too bad for the Liberals. They have a lead in Atlantic Canada. They would expect to have that, but the Conservatives aren't doing too badly. They're just about 7 points down. That's better than it's been in like the last couple of elections. You remember what it was like in 2015. It was red everywhere. And we just want to point out down below here to the PPC. They're at 3.3%. That's about 2.5 times what they had last time. It's only so far. It's in a part of the country where it won't make a big difference. But around the margins, you never know. You've been talking about the PPC. They're having a little bit of a ripple there. You can see compared with the Greens and compared with others. So something to keep an eye on through the evening as we watch the popular vote across the country. Dawna.
Right, I'm going to straighten my glasses too, Eric. Thanks so much. We have an update now on some key ridings in Atlantic Canada. Mercedes.
Thanks, Dawna. These are cabinet ministers. We're about to disclose to you how they're doing in their ridings. Always key, as we were discussing. First up, Bernadette Jordan. She is the Minister of Fisheries, trailing in her riding very early on, but you can see it there. Seamus O'Regan, Minister of Natural Resources, is leading, looking like he may be able to take that easily. Dominic LeBlanc, also a significant lead. He, of course, is one of Justin Trudeau's right-hand people. And Lawrence MacAulay, who is the Minister of Veterans Affairs. Early on, but that's a pretty huge lead, 80% of the votes compared to the NDP coming in at 14% next to him. So, Dawna, there you have those early leads. One cabinet minister in trouble, 3 doing well. Interesting about the one in trouble, this is a riding that certainly the opposition parties are hoping they can flip. The other 3, really no surprises. Those are stronghold Liberal ridings and very powerful Liberal ministers at the cabinet table.
Mercedes, thanks. Now, just up to date, bring you up to date on the numbers. The Liberals now leading or elected in 23 ridings, the Conservatives in 7, which is a gain of 3 from the last election, the NDP in 2. Let's go over to Ross Lord. He is in Cumberland, Colchester, north of Halifax. Very tight race there last time. Ross, what are you hearing?
Well, what we're seeing is a very close race. The candidate here for the Liberals, Lenore Zan, the incumbent, is watching along with the rest of us to see what is happening. Now, she's currently trailing Dr. Stephen Ellis of the Conservatives. I want to know, and I think a lot of viewers want to know, what does it feel like in these moments when you've worked so hard for so many weeks and now you can do nothing but just sit and wait and watch?
Well, to be honest, every single election that I've ran, this is my 5th one, has been like this. It's been a very close race. It's oftentimes gone up for me, then down for me, and up and down and up and down. Anybody who watched last time 2 years ago, they'll know it was neck and neck right till about 1:30 in the morning. So I take it in my stride and I stay calm until the outcome is announced, and then you have to accept it.
As an incumbent,
whatever it is.
I know it's only been 2 years, but as an incumbent MP, what sort of things did you have to defend or explain that maybe you didn't want to? For instance, a lot of people wondering why we're even going to the polls.
Well, to be honest, my response to that is that it was very difficult to get good bills passed that we wanted to get passed, even stuff with the environment. Even UNDRIP, the United Nations Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous People, it was a struggle to get those bills passed. So I understand why the Prime Minister and the people advising him would say, enough is enough, we need an election, we want to try and get our mandate across, and we can't do it this way.
And one more thing briefly is I want to talk about the enduring things that you have to endure, like threats, abuse that continue during this campaign, and as any woman in politics, especially of a high profile in Canada, has to endure. How did that show itself in this campaign?
It started off with signs, of course, being demolished, and but the person who ran before me provincially was our first black candidate ever in the history of this area. And she had her sign burnt. And I found it at 1:30 in the morning, actually, and that was very disturbing. My signs have been destroyed in numerous ways, including black marker trying to, let's say, give my cleavage a bit more of a lift. I don't particularly appreciate that, and I don't think we really need it. I think people realize I'm a woman, but it's pretty stupid and juvenile, really.
And you, as always, dignified in your response and credible in your response. Thank you.
Thanks.
We're going to throw it back to you now, Dawna. A little bit of insight into some of the things that are still happening on the campaign trail that shouldn't, and also what it's like to sit and wait and watch the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, stupid and juvenile doesn't even really properly sum it up. I know she was choosing her words carefully and certainly taking everything in stride. And which is, I assume, what all the candidates are doing right across the country. Ross Lord, thanks so much. Let's go to Sarah Ritchie. She is standing by with Liberal candidate Jenica Atwin.
Yeah, thanks so much, Dawna. And this is riding in Fredericton is one that a lot of parties are going to be watching really closely, because in 2019, the Green Party was just so excited to make inroads here in Atlantic Canada when Jenica Atwin won the seat. Jenica is joining me now from her headquarters. She is now a Liberal candidate. Jenica, how are you feeling so far about the night?
Didn't win a seat in 2019.
I mean, we're feeling good. You know, the energy's high. We're very positive. We've, had a lot of fun over this campaign. It was a wild, fast and furious run, but my team's been amazing, and it's really been a long journey that got me here. But I'm certainly happy, and that we've reached the end.
This was, as mentioned, Jenica, one of the ridings that the Green Party was so excited to win, and I know that you've talked locally with the provincial Green Party, who hold the seat in Fredericton, and there's been a lot of support for that party. What are you hearing on the doorsteps throughout this campaign?
Well, we've knocked on over 13,000 doors. There's been lots of difficult conversations, lots of encouraging conversations as well. I think really the majority have been very supportive of the decision. They understand that it's about delivering for my community, and that, I have us faced with a tough decision, and ultimately I do it with my constituents in my heart. And so, we work through it. We've answered a lot of the questions and reached a lot of concerns of, that I'm hearing. And, I feel good. I feel in the end people will make a good choice for Fredericton tonight.
Thanks so much for your time so far tonight. The results are very early. Dawna, we'll throw it back to you, but Jenica Atwin out to an early lead for the Liberals this time around in the riding of Fredericton. All right, Sarah Ritchie, thanks so much. We have an update on a key riding now. The first cabinet minister re-elected. Mercedes.
So this is Seamus O'Regan, the first cabinet minister of the night to have been re-elected in Newfoundland and Labrador. There it is. Seamus O'Regan, Minister of Natural Resources, comfortably elected, more than double the NDP candidate, Ray Critch, who was behind him. Obviously very popular in his riding, Dawna. He in fact was home almost the entire pandemic. I ran into him on the election trail, and he was telling me that because of Newfoundland and Labrador's very strict policies, he'd been able to spend a lot of that time there. It was tough doing all these cabinet meetings, he said, over Zoom, but it really allowed him to be connected with his constituents in that quick little talk I had with him when we were in St. John. So you see tonight, Seamus O'Regan re-elected. Not a surprise, but I'm sure pleasing the Liberals nonetheless.
The Liberals now leading are elected in 22 ridings, the Conservatives in 8, the NDP in 2. So the Liberals not quite where they were at yet in 2019, and the Conservatives actually 4 seats ahead of where they were back in the last election. Mercedes, something we're all watching for tonight is what happens with the People's Party of Canada. In 2019, as we know, they didn't get a single seat. Maxime Bernier, the leader, didn't win his seat either. They're picking up some support. We're slowly seeing that, not reflected in any seats in Atlantic Canada yet, but you know, for people who haven't been following the PPC, can you just give a bit of an idea of who they are and what Maxime Bernier stands for?
Yeah, sure. So when all this started, nobody thought the PPC was going to be a factor. They existed in the 2019 election. They got no seats. Bernier kind of fizzled out. He's a former Conservative cabinet minister, by the way, who established his own party when he was angry he didn't win the Conservative leadership.
He almost became leader of the Conservative Party.
It was very, very close, and it was Andrew Scheer who beat him out. And essentially, he came out and brought all this party that was unable to function in 2019. In 2021, it's been a very different story. He's been able to kind of coalesce from anger from not just the right, but also the left over things like vaccine mandates, masks, restrictions. And it's, you know, been this very odd meeting of left and right, although far more right than left, but people who sometimes hold extreme views, not all. Some are anti-vaxxers, some are anti-maskers, some are just very upset with the government at this point, and they want something different. But it is party that really is sort of a protest party in a way. There's different people there for different reasons, but this is going to very much be a factor in Canadian politics at this point. Whether or not they'll win seats tonight, we will have to wait and see. But this was a lot of the protests that you saw around Liberal Leader Justin Trudeau when he showed up, those loud protests, people yelling, in one case gravel being thrown at the Liberal Leader, People's Party of Canada, supporters holding their signs, their purple signs. This is fundamentally changing the dynamic of a certain part of Canadian politics that we really didn't see here before. But it's a lot of anger being manifested around that party and frustration with government and with society.
And I guess the irony is that the People's Party of Canada could end up being a kind of political gift for Justin Trudeau.
Exactly, because it could eat into the support for the Conservatives. And in some of these ridings that are a 1 to 2% difference, it could split off just enough of the vote that the Conservatives lose the riding. So Erin O'Toole didn't want to acknowledge this for a long time. I actually did an interview with him and I asked if he was concerned, wouldn't even say the words People's Party of Canada. He started to say them yesterday and say if you put your vote there, you're throwing it away, because it could mean that the Conservatives lose certain ridings. But there's a certain part of the base that is not happy with the vaccine passports, with the vaccine mandates, with the masking, with the restrictions, with O'Toole's position on gun control and other issues, who could potentially make the decision, especially in certain areas of rural Ontario and Alberta, Saskatchewan, interior BC, to look at People's Party of Canada. So that's a real concern for the Conservatives tonight.
All right, Mercedes, thanks. Let's go to David Aiken in the Results Centre. David, are there particular ridings where the PPC candidates actually have a chance of winning?
Oh, Mercedes was just teeing it right up for me there to hit this one out of the park. She's absolutely right that the PPC is not going to elect anybody in Atlantic Canada, but they are going to have an impact on the race. I'm going to take you through 4 ridings right now. Let's start right here in the riding of, we did this before, Bonavista, Burin, Trinity. The Liberal, Terence Rogers, is in the lead by 679 votes, and oh, look at that, 582 for the PPC. I'll bet Sharon Vokey, the Conservative, could sure use those. Terence has opened up a bit more of a lead, but let's look at the way this has gone all night long. Look at that, back and forth, Liberal and Conservative. If only those PPC votes had come home to the Blue Party. Not all of them, not all PPC voters would vote Conservative. Some might have voted Green in the past. In fact, many apparently have. Some have never voted at all before. But there's definitely some who would vote for the PPC. Let's take a look at Long Range Mountains. Goody Hutchins has got a 299 vote lead. Liberal incumbent Goody Hutchins in Long Range Mountains. She's up by 299 over the Conservative. And where's the People's Party? 924 votes out there, 5.5%. That's pretty significant, 5.5% being siphoned away from somebody, but probably the Conservatives. Now, earlier Eric took a look at Cape Breton Island. Sydney Victoria, Eddie Orrell has an 81 vote lead. This is probably going to go back and forth all night between the incumbent Liberal, Jamie Baptiste. There you go with the PPC again, 3.5%. 126 votes are there with the PPC. Eddie Orrell sure could use those. And finally, this is where you get the double whammy of no Greens. That's a net bad for the Conservatives. And you got the PPC. way down in West Nova, Chris D'Entremont is the Conservative incumbent. He's got an 1,140 vote lead. Good for him. The PPC there, he seems to have fought it off. The PPC has 6.8% of the vote, 6.8%. But that's only 264 votes. And you'll see there's no Green. It's just Liberal and NDP and Conservative and PPC. So D'Entremont knows there was 6,000 people who voted for the Greens last time. Where do they go? Liberal, NDP, and he's got to deal with the PPC. So far, Chris D'Entremont is fighting everybody off and he's holding his seat. But you guys touched it, Dawna, Mercedes, the PPC effect. We're going to be looking at this all night long.
All right, David, thanks. And we have an update now on another key riding, another cabinet minister. Mercedes.
Dawna, this is Dominic LeBlanc. He has been elected in his riding of Beausejour in New Brunswick, very, very easily winning his seat with 56% of the vote. Dominic LeBlanc is a very experienced cabinet minister. He is one of Justin Trudeau's right-hand people. In fact, he used to babysit Justin Trudeau, so they go way, way back. He recently survived cancer. He's very healthy now and will be retaking his seat in Ottawa. Whoever the government is, he's been reelected.
All right, Mercedes, thanks. Let's go to Farah and the political panel. Farah.
All right, thank you for that, Dawna. We are going to talk about the PPC, but actually, if we could talk about it in the context of the Conservative strategy, and I want to start with you on this, Nahid. I mean, we saw the Conservatives try to court those progressive voters, the workers. What do you think the calculation was there, and what does this mean for the party?
I'm really interested in Brad's response to this because I suspect we have a different point of view on this. But here in Alberta, I feel like the base politics, the Harper politics of the Conservative Party aren't adding up to those numbers anymore because you have some frustrated people at the Maverick Party and the PPC and so on. And so Aaron O'Toole, I mean, he's a very interesting guy. He was kind of a red Tory before. When he ran for the leadership, it was true blue, hardcore. Jason Kenney endorsed him. And in his platform, there's a lot of stuff about workers' rights, about pensions. There's a shift on climate. And to me, it's super interesting because it seems that O'Toole is trying to move away from a base-driven Conservative Party where you only needed 30% and they were always going to be with you to something that reaches out further and maybe abandons some portions of the base that are actually making it difficult to win in other places. It's a fascinating strategy and not one that I was expecting. So we'll have to see how it plays out.
Brad.
It's not a perfect comparison, but I recall in our first election where we were able to form a government in 2007, we were trying to replace an NDP government that had been in office for 16 years, and we knew we had to change some policies. And some would probably characterize some of those changes as a moderation of those policies. We also wanted to make sure that the base of the support for our party could see itself reflected in what we were committed to in our platform and our vision for the province. And again, I know the comparisons are difficult, in terms of one province to a federal situation. But I think it's instructive to consider that what O'Toole faced in this case in terms of moderating, and the mayor highlighted exactly how they moderated in terms of policies. The difference perhaps is that some in the base, maybe a small percentage, but some in the base might have not seen themselves reflected in those policies. They may, in fact, have seen, and they may have had, in fact, an option of either the Maverick Party or the PPC. Now, the irony of this for me is that there's a very strong, if the base is significantly in the West, there's a very strong portion of the O'Toole platform, of the Conservative platform for Western Canada that deals with Bill C-69, that deals with the one-way tinker ban, that deals with fiscal federalism. And I was waiting for either the leader, Mr. O'Toole, or some leadership within the party, maybe Mr. Scheer or Ms. Bergen, to basically campaign, highlight those elements of that platform and in a bit of a mini campaign in Western Canada that might have helped at least on those economic issues that some might feel alienated on, if not the vaccine passport issue. So in this case, I think that there was perhaps an opportunity missed, or maybe I missed their effort to communicate those elements of the platform. But I was watching for it, and I didn't see it. And I do think what they were proposing in that platform would have resonated with a lot of Western Canadians who were willing to perhaps accept the changes in these other policies if they believed it was a chance for Mr. Trudeau to be defeated.
Yeah, perhaps they would have given a call to a Brad Wall to maybe go out and talk to some Conservatives, do some convincing. That's interesting. Selena, I only have a few seconds left. Do you think it's enough to penetrate the 905?
So I'm going to put a race lens on this a little bit, especially with a Durham region, which Ajax has the fastest growing demographic of Canadians of African descent, possibly in the country. And so when we think about Mr. O'Toole moving to the center, you know, that could play a role in the 905. But also, when we think about the pandemic, we think about the frustrations, especially with the vaccine passport and workers. Most of the workers who have been impacted in the Greater Toronto area are women of color, PSWs. So there's this juxtaposition between, you know, having to move to the center, but also frustrating the very people that you're trying to get to vote for you. And the Conservative PPC cocktail is an interesting one to swallow right now.
All right, we are watching at the corner of your screen there, as Selena was just speaking. We are seeing the former Prime Minister, well, the Liberal leader, Justin Trudeau, watching with his family. You can see he's watching the results come in. And if you see those Liberal seats, I mean, 2019, the Liberals won 27 seats. You're looking at the leading and elected seat count at the bottom of your screen. And the Conservatives making gains in Atlantic Canada with 4 extra seats there. I'm going to send it back to you, Dawna.
Family looking pretty buoyant there, but probably because they also know they're on live television. So there they are. Abigail Beeman was traveling with the Liberals during the campaign. Abigail, you saw a lot of protests firsthand, a lot of rough stuff going on. What was the takeaway from all of that?
From the protests and the anger? Well, we just saw a lot of anger hurled at the Prime Minister, primarily in stops throughout Ontario. We saw it in other provinces as well. But the bulk of that anger, of those protests, really ugly protests, happened in Ontario. But I'd like to bring in National Campaign Co-Chair Melanie Joly. And I will say that in Quebec, we didn't see a lot of those protests and those anger. He was able to Main Street in public in ways we didn't see elsewhere. You toured across the province here.
Yes.
What are you expecting when those polls close, and what would you consider a win?
Well, obviously, it is a tight race. We all know that. But Quebecers actually are looking for a progressive option, and they know that the Liberal Party of Canada is their progressive option when it comes to governing and having a government that is aligned with their own values. They also know, obviously Justin Trudeau, they know that we've been able as a team to have a lot of results for Quebecers, from childcare to making sure to continue to fight against climate change and also gun control.
You had some very interesting comments earlier in this campaign when Premier Legault came out and told people that the Conservatives would be the way to go, that Quebecers should vote for Conservatives. You came out stronger in regards to those comments than Justin Trudeau did. What are you hearing at the doors? How much did Legault's comments hurt voters in this province, and what do you think about it?
People don't like Abigail to be told what to think and how to vote, clearly. We saw that in the 15s when it was another premier at the time that was in charge. No, obviously, we as women, we fought to get the right to vote. We fought also during the 16s to be able to think by ourselves. And so therefore, at this point, we don't like this attitude. And I've seen it, I've heard it. Quebecers didn't appreciate that.
So just, I guess, less than half an hour to go until the polls close in this province and in Ontario as well. What will you be watching for when those results start to come in?
We know tight races, 3 races, NDP, also Conservatives and Liberal. We're very well organized on the ground. We have a fantastic team, but polls are still open. So people that are watching us right now, please let's make sure that we can work all together to have a very progressive government, and the Liberal Party of Canada is the option.
And one last quick question for you. When you talk about all these tight races, we're seeing mail-in ballots like we haven't seen before because of the pandemic. How do you expect that to affect things? And do you think that there will be, a number of races too close to call tonight?
That may be the case, because we know Elections Canada has already told that there's nearly a million votes that are going to be counted afterwards. So we'll see. We may have have a very long night or a very long week. We'll see.
All right. Thank you so much, National
you.
Campaign Co-Chair Melanie Joly.
Pleasure.
Back to you, Dawna.
All right, Abigail, thank you. We're just looking at Aaron O'Toole there and his wife Rebecca and their 2 children, watching the results come in from Atlantic Canada. And we are watching too. On the bottom of your screen, you can see the Liberals now leading or elected in 24, the Conservatives in 8, the BQ in 1. So that's a pickup of 4 ridings, still early for the Conservatives in Atlantic Canada. And the Liberals not quite where they were. They had 26 seats in the last election, now at 24. Let's check in with where are we going next? It's just after 8:30 p.m. Eastern, so in less than an hour from now, the polls will close across most of Canada, with the exception of British Columbia and Yukon. So Mercedes, the Liberals probably wondering. They've got a little less than an hour left to see what really happens now when this flood of votes comes in from Quebec and Ontario and west of there.
And that's really when they're going to have a sense of where things are going, because I'm a Westerner, so are you. Westerners always get upset about this, but the truth is that you can't win a majority government, even though we don't think anyone's going to get that tonight, without Ontario and Quebec. They're just huge voting-rich areas, and so they really tell you the trend in the country, and it's critical to figure out who's going to win. I think at this point the Conservatives have to be perhaps not as pleased as they could be, but fairly pleased with their current numbers going up in Atlantic Canada. I doubt the Liberals are chewing their nails just yet, but that's not the numbers that they were hoping to see. But as soon as we start getting those numbers in Quebec, where it really is a battle between the Bloc Québécois and the Liberals, and then Ontario, where it's much more of a 3-party race, we'll check that out. But I'm hearing that we have another key riding update.
The polls are now closed in the first, I think, Quebec riding. Not quite sure. What do you have for us, Mercedes?
Well, here we have, this is Cabinet Minister Diane Leboutillier. You don't hear a lot from her on English networks because she's one of the few unilingual cabinet ministers. She's in charge of your taxes, Minister of National Revenue. Look at that. She is trailing the BQ candidate, Guy Bernacchi. He's got 42%. Now, we're not declaring him elected, but he is leading at this point. This is indicative of that race in Quebec between the Liberals and the BQ. Very interesting that he is leading ahead of a prominent and pretty influential cabinet minister there.
All right, Mercedes, thanks. Eric, this is this riding that's in the same time zone as Atlantic Canada, if I've got that right.
Yes, it is, and it shows up as light blue when the Bloc is pulled ahead, and that would be a significant takeaway for the Bloc Québécois. Big loss for the Liberals. You know, you're looking at these numbers right now. The Liberals are at, 24. You know, when you're winning 3/4 of the seats in Atlantic Canada, that's not a bad night for the Liberals. But on election night, it is a game and a war of attrition. And it's all about who's taking away and who's winning and who's losing. Let's look at if we look down here at the South Shore of Nova Scotia, which is why they call it South Shore St. Margaret's, Rick Perkins is pulling ahead of Bernadette Jordan. Bernadette Jordan is the incumbent fisheries minister. There have been some real fisheries issues down in that area. The fishermen are upset. You could say, well, Bernadette Jordan is the fisheries minister, gives us a direct pipeline into the cabinet to get things done. At the same time, she's also the one that has a target on her back if you're wanting to send a very strong message. So there's one that you should be watching because that would be a significant loss. Now, when we talk about gains and losses, there is go around the backside here. This is important for the Conservatives tonight because they're getting a little ways towards what they need. There is a magic number for the Conservatives, and that is 36. And you would say, well, why 36? They finished 36 seats behind in the last election, and at dissolution, they were 36 seats behind. So as they pick up and the Liberals lose, they're looking for a total number of 36. So as the Liberals lose 4, and the Conservatives have gained 4 so far, all of this not necessarily finished yet, but this is leading and elected, that gives you a number of 8 for the Conservatives. They need to get from 8 to 36. It's early in the evening, lots of ridings out in the rest of the country, but we'll be looking at these gains and losses with that number in mind. The Conservatives' magic number is to get 36 in a total of combination of Liberal losses and Conservative gains. Right now, they're at what would be 8. And it's, building its way there, Dawna.
All right, Eric Sorensen, thanks. Let's do a quick check-in with Ross Lord in the riding of Cumberland-Colchester, which the Liberals are hoping to hold on to. Ross.
Well, Dawna, they are hoping to hold on to, it's not looking good though. The incumbent Lenore Zan, who we spoke with a short time ago, is trailing Dr. Stephen Ellis of the Conservative Party. The gap appears to be widening as we see more polls. Overall in Atlantic Canada, and there are some very close races, that number of about 24 Liberal seats, I think, is roughly what a lot of the Liberal insiders anticipated. And so far, if you look at it from 2015, when they had every seat here, all 32, they dropped down to 26, which was commensurate with them dropping down to a minority. They dropped down again tonight, it looks like, and it'll be very interesting to see if that again reflects a smaller overall Liberal share of seats across Canada. Back to you, Dawna.
All right, Ross Lord in Cumberland, Colchester, thanks. Let's go to David Aiken in the Results Center. David, what are you looking at?
Well, I'm okay. Atlantic Canada, we're counting votes in Atlantic Canada. We'll find out who wins. But, you know, we got the GTA coming up in, 45 minutes until the votes drop there. So I thought we'd just talk. Whoa, how is that possible? I don't think that. Don't look there. We don't know what the polls have not closed there. Let me look back at 2019. Folks, 2019, this is how things ended then, and this is how things start today. The Conservatives, if Aaron O'Toole wants to be the Prime Minister, Aaron O'Toole, we saw him a minute ago, he's in his riding in Durham. That's where he is tonight, right here. That's his riding, Durham. That is the eastern end of what we call the 905 in the GTA. The 905 hooks around to this riding, Milton. Milton's held by the Olympic kayaker, Adam Van Couverden. He's down in Milton. Now, if Aaron O'Toole wants to be PM, what I was saying is he's got to turn some of this red into blue. There's no way he can be PM unless he turns some 905 into blue. Where is that likely to happen? Keep your eye on where they have some blue right now. That's York region. The GTA really divided up into 4 regions. York region, Durham region. This is where we expect Conservatives to make some inroads. Here's your Bramptons and Mississaugas. That's Peel. I think that is going to be solid Liberal. And this is Halton, where I said Adam Van Couverden is. Maybe they can take Milton back. Milton used to be held by Lisa Raitt, also someone who was a Conservative leadership challenge. Burlington is down here. Oakville. There might be some time for the Conservatives there. But that is what has to happen tonight. The blue team has got to chip away at Fortress Toronto. Meanwhile, the orange team, New Democrats, they're looking at some downtown Toronto ridings. So that's the pincer movement. If Justin Trudeau has to defend against the orange spike coming up here and the darts from the blue team coming down here. Polls close at 9:30 Eastern, and that's 9:30 Eastern. I think I have that. And then we'll see how things work out in the GTA.
All right, pincers and darts, yikes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all right. David Aiken, thanks. Let's go to Tracy Tong in Toronto. Tracy, I think you're talking to the mayor of Brampton, is that right? Who used to be the leader of the PC party in Ontario?
Absolutely, Dawna. We are going to be talking to Patrick Brown in just a couple of moments. And we did just hear from David Aiken there just about how important the 905 really is in this election, why it's so important to have the keys to the 905. You know, we're in Toronto proper right now, and it's pretty reliably red. But when you're talking about the huge area, the 905 around Toronto, and the fact that it has 3.6 million voters here, about some 30 seats to be grabbed, and how volatile it really is. We've seen it swing red in some elections and go back blue. And let's bring in Patrick Brown now, Mayor of Brampton, former Ontario PC leader, as well as a former Conservative MP. Patrick, thank you so much for joining us. Let's talk about Brampton, your city, and the fact that it has gone completely blue during the Harper era, all 5 ridings, and then snapped back red in the last election. What are you seeing and hearing on the ground there, and how do you think things will translate into votes?
I don't expect significant changes in Brampton. If you recall, when it went Conservative, it was only when Harper had a majority government in 2011. When he won minority governments in 2006 and 2008, there wasn't a single seat from the city of Brampton. So the GTA really is the area that the Conservatives need to break through if they want to win a majority. But I don't think anyone is predicting a Conservative majority tonight. I think the big question mark is whether it's going to be a Liberal minority or a Conservative minority. So I actually don't believe that the seats in Brampton will be the most competitive ones. I think it's the upper GTA area. If you look at the seats like Newmarket or in the West in Oakville, those are the areas that the Conservatives tend to break through first.
Yeah, and those are certainly ridings that we are watching very closely tonight as well. Patrick, let's talk about your time as a Conservative MP under the Harper government. How different is O'Toole's Conservative Party, and how do you think that will translate into the appeal for voters this time around?
Well, I have to say I'm encouraged to see the Conservatives talking about climate change, the fact that Mr. O'Toole has a plan to reduce emissions. I think he's tackled some important issues. He's talked about issues of equity. Having said that, it is tough for the Conservatives in the GTA, and even though he's made some progress on progressive policy that I believe will endear him to swing voters. The question is whether enough Canadians know what his policies are.
All right, thank you so much for your insight. As always, Patrick Brown, always good to talk to you. Of course, those ridings that we mentioned, as well as ridings right across Ontario, we will be watching very closely tonight. Dawna will send things back to you for now.
All right, Tracy Tong, thanks. You know, Mercedes, there's several issues that I thought may have been discussed a lot more, come up a lot more in this election campaign. One was climate change. One was Afghanistan. It was, of course, the Taliban took over Kabul on the first day of the campaign. So it was prominent for about a week, and then it dropped off the map too. And Indigenous issues, which of course, I think so many people across this country expected would be much more part of the discussion than it has been. Given the discovery over the summer of all those unmarked graves and just the kind of collective trauma that led to across this country, and yet few of the political leaders really made it an issue. Indigenous issues weren't really talked about much in the campaign. I think all of the federal party leaders were invited to appear before the BC Assembly of First Nations at their annual general meeting. None of them did. What do you make of that?
I'll rarely express an opinion as a political journalist, but I feel like the leaders let down Canadians and let down in particular Indigenous Canadians by not prioritizing this issue. Over and over again, politicians say that this is an issue that they are committed to, but it goes off the radar the next day. So we have these discoveries of the unmarked graves at residential schools, and everyone is so struck by it. And the government, for example, the Liberal government puts the flags at half-mast and says that they will remain there until Indigenous leaders say they can go back up. Well, that's a great gesture, but where are the policies? Where's the commitment to really talking about this? Aaron O'Toole said his first question in Parliament was about Indigenous issues. That's true. Okay, but where was it on the campaign trail? Jagmeet Singh is the one leader who actually visited First Nations reserves and communities, but neither the Liberals nor the Conservatives leaders did. And I think that is the biggest indicator of how committed they are, is do they spend actual valuable time on the election trail, going there, hearing the concerns, understanding the problems. And I don't feel like either of the two big major parties did a very good job of that at all in this election.
All right, Mercedes, thanks. Let's go to Farah Nasser in Toronto. Farah, you have a guest with you.
Thanks, Dawna. When the election was called this summer, Canadians were reeling from forest fires in the West and the discoveries of unmarked graves at former residential schools across the country. A lot of people were predicting this election would focus on Indigenous issues and climate change, but our next guess was not. Ellis Ross is a Liberal member of the BC Legislature and also a member of the Haisla Nation in Kitimat, that is on the northwest coast of BC. Welcome, Ellis. Thank you for being with us. You've been outspoken about reconciliation, how it's tied to giving Indigenous people more opportunities. And I'm curious, in your view, has any party discussed that to your satisfaction during this federal election campaign?
No, not necessarily, because this is politics. And Aboriginal issues have never really actually risen to the top in terms of real change that's really needed in Canada to address Aboriginal issues.
When you look, though, at what the conversation has been, I mean, many Canadians, their eyes were opened when we heard about these horrific discoveries. If it's not brought up now, when will it be brought up?
Well, it was brought up, but it's actually faded out again. And the commitments made don't really describe the complicated, costly, long-term plan that we needed to address the remains found, let alone reconciliation. And reconciliation has become such a buzzword, has become such a political term. Actually, nobody can really understand what it means and the context of what Aboriginals truly need in today's society.
Let me follow up with what you're saying there, and I'm being very careful because, of course, when we talk about our Indigenous communities, that's not a monolith and you don't speak for everyone. But what's wrong with the way our current politicians are talking about Indigenous issues and climate change and resource development, and how should it be handled? How should the discussion go, in your opinion?
Well, I truly believe that when you talk about reconciliation, you really should think about the social issues that Aboriginals face all across Canada. And I'm talking about poverty. I'm talking about children in care. I'm talking about imprisonment. I'm talking about suicide. The political narrative always comes to these buzzwords that talk about everything but the social issues that are plaguing Aboriginal people all across Canada. And that's what I really mean. I think true reconciliation means that we're addressing those problems and the fundamental the reasons for those problems in the first place.
Is it fair to say the way you think these conversations are going just kind of hit the surface, that are almost superficial? They're not digging deep enough?
Oh, without a doubt, because most of the time when you hear these kind of conversations, election time, you're talking about programs that already exist under Indian Act programming. You're already talking about initiatives that have been in play for the last 40 years. And you're also talking about redundancy in terms of Canada's commitment to First Nations people. And specifically what I'm talking about is 35 of the Constitution of Canada, which was actually brought in 1982. So this is just more of the same, unless it's a really good program meant to support the wishes of First Nations and get them out of these horrible situations.
Yeah, I was really excited to have this conversation with you because you have a unique view on these issues. You were the Minister for Natural Gas Development in BC. You've been the BC Liberal Party's critic for environment and climate change and that strategy. So with your, how have you woven that, I guess, with your lived experience as an Indigenous man?
Oh, it's across the board because I was born and raised on reserve. And if you're looking for an example of an Aboriginal born and raised on reserve and what that means, I'm your example. Fortunately, though, for some reason, I was spared the worst consequences of reserve. And then that followed me through my political life on Chief and Council. And it's actually followed me to my position as MLA in the BC legislature. So it's actually shaped a lot of my thinking, but also it's also shaped my thinking in terms of everybody, no matter what their ethnic background is, in terms of what BCers need today.
You've certainly given us a lot to think about. Thank you so much. That is Skeena BC Liberal MLA Ellis Ross McGuich. Back to you, Dawna.
All right, Farah, thanks. Let's go to David Aiken in the Results Center. David, you've got some updated numbers for us, including the NDP?
Mostly an updated story. I just want to talk about, we talk about Trudeau and O'Toole and all that, but there's some ridings in the country where it's really about the person. And this is the riding I want to talk about. It's St. John's East. Right now, the New Democrats are behind, not by much, a couple of points to the Liberals. But I said it's about the person. Jack Harris was the NDP MP here. You may not know Jack Harris. Jack Harris was pretty well known in St. John's. A decade-long career, popular among all, decades-long career, popular among everybody, popular on Parliament Hill, but he retired. Jack Harris won this riding last time with 47% of the vote as a New Democrat. Now the New Democrats have 10 points less, 38%, and the Liberals are at 40%. So it's just one of those ridings, and actually there's a few of them in Newfoundland and Labrador, where the voters really are voting for the person rather than the party banner. Now, that said, talk about persons. I was phoning into this riding earlier today to talk to some of my friends in St. John's, and they were telling me Jagmeet Singh was tremendously popular among people in St. John's. He came to visit and campaign there, particularly among young people. Memorial University is in this riding, and they thought that that would look very well for Mary Shortall. Jagmeet Singh, we're voting for Jagmeet, not necessarily the New Democrat. So that is what happens when you have people voting for the person or not.
Hey, David, can I ask you about a particular riding? I'm wondering about Sydney, Victoria, and what's happening there. It's where I believe two Mi'kmaq candidates are running in the same riding, which is making history in that riding. Can you fill us in on what's happening?
Sure, and so the incumbent, in fact, is one of those candidates, and that is Jaime Baptiste. Eddie Orrell is right now leading. He's got 4,900 votes in Sydney, Victoria, to 4,558 for Jaime. And this was This was a big issue. I remember his maiden speech, the first Mi'kmaq, I think he's the first Mi'kmaq who was elected to our House of Commons. We're seeing some of these barriers broken happily in every parliament. Out in the last parliament, I think we had 11 Indigenous MPs, Métis, Inuit, and of course First Nations. And that's as many as we've ever had, as 11 people from Indigenous backgrounds in our parliament. We did try and ask all the parties, I know I did this, I reported on it, do you have a special program to recruit Indigenous candidates? Do you provide special support to Indigenous candidates? Only the NDP do that, as it turns out. Jeff Ward got some of that, benefited from that. The NDP actually have a special fund. If you want to donate to the NDP, you can say, put it in our Indigenous Winners Fund. And that means the NDP will only spend it on Indigenous candidates. The Liberals don't have a program like that, neither do the Conservatives, just the NDP. But I think it's a great idea for all political parties to say, we recognize that there are some particular barriers for Ellis Ross in BC, or Jeff Ward or Amy Batiste, whoever in Sydney, Victoria, to reach out and get some Indigenous candidates. When we do get to Ontario, Dawna, very shortly, we're going to be talking about ridings in Northern Ontario. We're going to be talking about ridings in Northern Manitoba. We have lots of Indigenous candidates that have stepped up this time, that are likely to be elected. We have some battles where we have some First Nations organizations endorsing the Indigenous candidate, no matter what, over non-Indigenous candidates. This is going to start to be a little more of a political issue, as I say, once we get a little further west into the evening.
All right, David, thanks. I think there are now 50 candidates from 24 First Nations running in this election. That's according to the Assembly of First Nations. You are watching our commercial-free coverage of Decision Canada live on History, streaming on our website, globalnews.ca, on Amazon Prime Video, Roku, the Global TV app, and on YouTube. Hello and welcome to our viewers and our listeners joining us for our live coverage of the 44th Canadian federal election. It is now just after 9 p.m. Eastern, and in about 30 minutes, polls are set to close from Quebec all the way to Alberta, and we expect the results really to start coming in quickly at that time. We have a team of reporters and global news anchors right across the country from coast to coast to coast trying to help us track the reaction and the results. Let's start with Atlantic Canada, where the polls have now been closed for about 90 minutes. In some places, about 2 hours, Newfoundland and Labrador in particular. Eric Sorensen joins me from the Results Centre. Eric, what's shaping up?
Well, as you can see, we don't have a lot to report in Quebec or in Ontario, if I got out of the way. That's still to come in the next half hour to an hour. We'll start to see those start to fill in. But what we have so far is Atlantic Canada plus Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine going to the Bloc so far. It's not a bad night for the Liberals when you win 24 out of the 33 or 4 that are counting so far. But they have lost 5 seats, and the Conservatives are up about 5 seats. And so this is, this isn't so bad yet. We talked a little bit earlier about the fact that the People's Party is maybe taking things away from the Conservatives. Well, there's the age-old story is the Progressive parties can take away from each other. Let's look at what's happening in Fredericton, right in the middle of New Brunswick there. You can see that Andrea Johnson, the Conservative, is at 36% with a lead of about 67 votes over Jenica Atwin, the former Green, who is now the Liberal. And there's the current new Green candidate, Nicole O'Byrne, at 15%. Sean Oldenburg, the NDP, at 14%. So those 3 parties together have about 57% of the vote. But Atwin, the Liberal, is trailing the Conservative Andrea Johnson at the moment by about 67 votes. So you can see how the Progressives sometimes, they're just used to it, but it happens a lot. We're just jumping across to Prince Edward Island, and we wanted to look at Malpeque because this was one of the ridings we thought, hey, this could maybe go Conservative. But for the moment, Heath MacDonald, former provincial politician there, is he's doing all right against Jody Sanderson, the Green candidate, not having as much of an impact as some may have thought. All right. Now, we want to talk about the seats needed to win. We talked about this a little bit earlier. There hasn't been a big change in that yet, but let's tell you again about, the goal in any election night is for one of the parties to get to the majority, 170 seats. Nobody's getting there yet. It's very possible they won't be getting there. And what we want you to understand is that the Liberals and the Conservatives will be racing to a line that may not be as far out as 170. As the NDP, Greens and BQ start to win their own ridings, the 2-horse race between the Liberals and the Conservatives, they're going to be racing along And as those other seats come off the board, the finish line from 170 that finish line will start to kind of come back this way. And as we were estimating earlier, right now we're looking at about 140. It may only take about 140 seats or so, plus or minus a few, for the Liberals or Conservatives to win. We're a long way from there at the moment, but it gives you a sense that sometimes, you know, when these parties, they're rolling up and then all of a sudden it gets called, you don't realize that finish line has been moving closer all along. So we'll keep an eye on that for you. Dawna.
All right, Eric Sorensen, thanks so much. We'll come back to you. Well, the pandemic, of course, has changed how we live, and it's changed how people vote. If you voted in person today, you know that there's social distancing, that masks are mandatory, and that there were a lot of lineups. There aren't as many places of locations to vote this time because this was a snap election. Elections Canada couldn't get all the things in place that they usually do. They couldn't do that fast enough. And of course, there are also pandemic protocols they had to follow, so they couldn't be in some places like schools the way they used to be. We have cameras tonight around the country, and you can see people are still waiting to vote. That's Midtown Toronto, I'm told. Long line up there. It's just after 9 p.m. and polls close in less than 30 minutes. So a lot of people, it was expected, would show up after work and try and get their vote in. Good to see a lot of people voting. Not so great, I'm sure, to be waiting in those long lines. Let's go to Mike Licouture at the Conservative Party headquarters in Oshawa, Ontario. Mike.
Yeah, Dawna, the Conservatives have to be pretty happy with the results so far. They have 9 that they're leading or elected in, and especially when you consider they're coming through Atlantic Canada with that. Alex Pearson from Global News Radio. Alex, they have to be pretty happy with where they're sitting right now.
They wanted to pick up 4 more seats, and it looks like they're going to do that in some surprising areas. And so, yeah, I think that gives them a little bit of wind in their back. But of course, you know, the story is going to be really Quebec, obviously, and what happens in Ontario. And just seeing some of those pictures of those long polling lines that we saw in Toronto. I mean, I drove around the city today, and the lines were really long. And the number one question I asked is, are they going to be able to close it in time? 9:30 is when the polls are supposed to shut down. How many more of those people do they let go through? Because you have to let everybody vote who shows up to vote.
Right.
So will they close on time? What time do they start counting those ballots? And then the story starts to get told. But I think, you know, if Aaron O'Toole and his family are watching so far, I think they're probably pretty happy because it looks like the pollsters haven't quite got it right. Not for Atlantic Canada anyway.
Yeah, and they do still have to continue to pick up in the 905, and that's one of the issues.
Time.
And, you know, I spoke about it earlier, you know, just this past weekend, that's where Aaron O'Toole spent the bulk of his time. On Sunday, though, he only did 4 events.
I know.
I mean, he came back from a jog, back to the hotel. We saw him show up at 9:30. Is that somebody
who didn't take
questions? Well, didn't take questions, but that's an inside baseball thing that I'm not going to besmirch him for. Doesn't want to take questions from us. Hey, that's his issue. But if he is somebody who's trying to come back and trying to have a blitz, do you really come back from a run at 9:30 in the morning and then get out on the hustings?
Maybe their internal polling is telling them something that it isn't telling us, but he obviously felt confident enough that they could do that. I don't think that's what most leaders are doing. I mean, both Jagmeet Singh and Justin Trudeau were out kind of banging down the doors as much as they could. Bottom line for O'Toole is he's going to be watching those PPC numbers, and they didn't pan out in Atlantic, albeit even the fact that they registered there is something. The question is, will they actually register in Ontario, or will they have that come to Jesus moment at the polling booth and say, I'm not that angry that I'll give Mr. Trudeau yet another term. That will be the story maker. He's like Southwestern Ontario and outside of Toronto.
And that was definitely his message yesterday at his rally, trying to tell people, look, if you vote for the PPC, you're basically handing the government back to Justin Trudeau. Dawna?
All right, Mike Licouture, thanks. And we have another update on a key riding. Another cabinet minister has been re-elected. Mercedes.
Dawna, Lawrence MacAulay has been re-elected. This is the Minister of Veterans Affairs, also a veteran cabinet minister himself. He served as well under Jean Chrétien, so his experience goes back a long way. A comfortable win there for Minister MacAulay, Mr. MacAulay at this point, at 49%. The Conservative candidate Wayne Phelan, 32%, NDP at 9%, and the Greens barely registering there. Not unexpected that Lawrence MacAulay would win his riding. He's very, very popular there, very influential politician in PEI. But again, another one for the Liberals that they'll be feeling good about tonight.
And we should be careful with our language. It's not a cabinet minister re-elected. It's someone who was a cabinet minister.
Meant to say Mr. said minister, but it's Mr. Whether he's minister, it all depends who wins tonight.
Absolutely. Let's go to David Akin in the Results Center. David.
I'm hiding a mistake right now, Dawna. It's not our mistake, and so I wanted to learn what happened here, but look what's behind me. See that? That little bit of red? This is the GTA. Polls aren't supposed to be, they're closed, or open rather, right?
Yeah, go back and cover that up. Yeah.
Okay, but I can tell you what happened. We have, and you may not know, it's probably good to tell, we have a direct pipeline to Elections Canada. And in all the ridings where it's closed, when an Elections Canada returning officer, they're at the keyboard, they've counted up, they holler, 24 votes, they type them in, and they immediately show up in our system. That's how it works. We have been told that an Elections Canada returning officer in this riding, the riding of Brampton East, accidentally typed in some results before the polls are closed. So, right now, we can say Maninder Sidhu in Brampton East, the Liberal incumbent, he's got 16 votes. The Naval Bajaj, the Conservative, has 10. The NDP has 5. The PPC has 1. So, polls are still open in Ontario, but Elections Canada has transmitted this result to us, and that's why it shows up. So that's why I have this little dot of red, Dawna, right here. But more importantly, if you look down there at the chiclet, as we see 24 Liberals leading and elected, well, that's one of them. That's one of the 24 Liberals leading and elected. So it's Atlantic Canada you're looking at right now, plus one little Brampton. Atlantic Canada plus a Brampton boo-boo. Let's call it the Brampton boo-boo, Dawna. That's what happened.
Well, you know, David, I thought we weren't actually supposed to do that because the polls haven't closed.
It's Elections Canada's, you can go to Elections Canada's website. It's right there on the website right now. So this is a bit of a boo-boo. I'm sure Elections Canada will have some explanation and apologies, but it's out there, and that's why we wanted to explain why we had that little dot of red in the GTA, even though we got, what, half an hour before the polls closed there.
Yeah, another 20 minutes or so. Okay, thanks for explaining that, David. Appreciate it. Now, we're going to just go a little bit east. A lot is riding on what happens in Quebec tonight. Eric Sorensen is tracking the trends there and what we're likely to see, possibly see shape up in Quebec. Eric.
Well, Dawna, there's one riding to report on. We'll talk about that in a second. And that's Gaspésie, les Îles de Madeleine, which for the moment is a pretty interesting riding. What we're watching for here, though, is can the Liberals start to make up some of the ground that they've lost in Atlantic Canada? Can they start to make up some of the ground that they want to be able to get to a majority? But first, let's look at this one riding that is in the Atlantic time zone, which is why there are the early results from there. And Guy Bernatchez is ahead of Diane Le Boutillier, the Liberal incumbent and cabinet minister. It's a very narrow lead, but it is a lead nonetheless. There are not a lot of polls reporting, and so it's a good one to keep an eye on. It would be one that the Liberals would not want to lose. As I said, we want to kind of talk about the gains and the losses that are possible here, because we've talked about what the Conservatives would need to do. They need that number we talked about, 36, i.e. Losses by the Liberals and gains by the Conservatives would have to total 36. Right now it totals 10. The number for the Liberals is simple. They were the ones that wanted to get to a majority. They were at 155 before. The majority is 170. So their magic number is plus 15. If they're going to get that plus 15, they have to get that in Quebec, because that seems to be where everybody thought that they could get ridings perhaps from the Bloc Québécois. We'll see about that. We could say this much, that if they don't pick up at least a handful of seats in Quebec, the chance of reaching out and grabbing that majority will disappear pretty quickly. So they're looking for a plus 15. They not only have to get that plus 15 now, most of them from Quebec, they got to make up another 5 that they've lost now from Atlantic Canada. So now they're really kind of looking to have to make up like plus 20. So it's a long road for the Liberals at this point to get to that majority, Dawna.
All right, Eric, thanks. We will come back to you. Let's go to Mike Armstrong at the Bloc Québécois headquarters in Montreal now. Mike.
Good evening, Dawna. If you follow politics, it's always fun to see that elections matter, and I think we saw that in this election. As a matter of fact, we saw that debates matter. I'm with Daniel Belland, who's with the McGill Institute for the Study of Canada. We saw in the English debate a big change for the Bloc Québécois with that controversial debate question that Yves-François Blanchet was able to say was an attack, actually, on the Quebec nation, which was also the line from the Premier of Quebec, François Legault. How did that play into exactly what Yves-François Blanchet wanted nationalists in Quebec to be thinking about?
Well, identity, right? The thing is that for the first few weeks of the campaign, he kind of struggled to find a theme that was really something striking a chord with Quebecers. And he faced some criticisms for his own style, for his position in a controversial project in Quebec City, the Third Link. But finally, this question, in a way, helped his campaign tremendously just before early voting started. So the timing was really good for him because he was able then to fight so-called Quebec bashing, which is an expression here in Quebec. The idea that people outside of Quebec criticize Quebecers and look down on them. And Blanchet was able to use this moment and say, I'm defending Quebecers.
How much did it change the campaign for him? Because we did see a bump at the polls. He went from 24-25 to 28-29. Some of the seat projections had the Bloc getting 28 seats, and within a few days it went right up to 38 seats. It was pretty fascinating. How was he able to sort of change things? Because as you said, his attitude, I don't like using the word, but people were saying he was arrogant in the first half of the election. He smiled in the second half.
Yes, because he had regained the momentum because of that question. And it's interesting, too, that just before this English language debate and the question that was asked to him that many people in Quebec found upsetting, the Premier of Quebec, François Legault, basically told Quebecers they should vote for Conservatives. But after this question was asked, then the agenda shifted away from that endorsement, implicit or indirect endorsement by the Premier, and the Bloc really started to rise in the polls.
Yeah, even though the Premier tried to get his supporters to vote for the Conservatives. How effective, how powerful do you think François Legault is in this? Could he be the kingmaker?
Well, looking at the poll numbers, it would be surprising if the Conservatives will win many more seats in Quebec. They are in third place in the polls, and I think that the question at the debate helped the Bloc more than Legault's endorsement helped the Conservatives.
Yeah, thank you very much. We're going to continue watching. Looking forward to seeing the sort of repercussions of that debate question as things go on. Dawna, you can argue whether it should have been an issue, but you can't argue whether it was or not. It really seems to have had an impact. It's what people are talking about.
Yeah, all right. Mike Armstrong in Montreal tonight, thanks. You know, Mercedes, the Liberals won, I think, 35 seats in Quebec last time around against the Bloc's 32, so very close between those two. If the Liberals don't gain momentum this time, when we don't start to see that, and then we go into Ontario and the rest of the country, what does that tell you?
That would start to spell trouble for them. And that would certainly raise questions in my mind about whether they could even get the same number of seats as they had in the last parliament, whether they could potentially try to form a government, which, by the way, as we'll discuss later, is going to be more complicated tonight than it usually is. There may not just be a clear winner. We may be here late. There's a lot of mail-in votes, and the person who wins the most seats doesn't always end up forming the government. It's rare in Canadian politics, but there's a possibility that that could happen tonight. For Justin Trudeau, he is a Quebec MP. You saw him sort of trying to out-Quebec, as it were, Yves-François Blanchet, the Bloc Québécois leader. This was all around the question in the English debate, which I was a part of. One of the moderators asked about Bill 21, which is a bill that prevents people who wear religious symbols from serving in certain public roles. For example, a woman wearing a hijab or a man wearing a kippah. For Jagmeet Singh, that would apply. He is a Sikh man who wears a turban, and it bars people from these roles. All three federal leaders came out and attacked this and said that it was essentially unfair and anti-Quebec to be asking questions about this. That tells you how important those seats are to them, because in other areas, these same leaders would have called out a bill that prevents people from doing a public service job based on their religious appearance. And you could really tell Justin Trudeau and Yves-François Blanchet going at it that they wanted this. And it became a tremendous benefit to Blanchet. His numbers went up. His whole attitude changed, as we heard earlier in the program. He admitted he'd been cranky at the beginning of the campaign. He's just about jubilant at the end of this because he thinks that he really benefited from that. He went on the attack, said this is an attack on Quebecers. You don't respect them. You're calling us racist. And it resonated in Quebec. So it will be very interesting to see what happens at the polls tonight there.
All right, Mercedes, thanks. Let's go to David Akin in the Results Center. David.
Yeah, I just want to talk about, where we're going through the night a little bit. The Liberals in Atlantic Canada have to hold what they hold. And right now, not really doing that. The Conservatives, I think, should feel okay about what's going on. I'm just looking over there at the numbers right now. We get to Quebec, the Liberals now have to hold and then take some BQ seats. Now, what about the Conservatives? They're starting out not badly. They have to start to get some seats. But when they get to their fortress is Wild Rose Country, is Alberta. Right now, of course, no results in there. Here's how it looked in Alberta in 2019. Solid wall of blue. The guys right across the center of Alberta, Damien Currick, for example, he won with 85% of the vote. That was the biggest win in the entire country. People in Alberta, particularly in rural Alberta, small town Alberta, love the Conservatives. But that was 2019. The challenge for the Conservatives tonight will be to hold all that blue and worry about the PPC. And then once we get to, if I can just go back a little bit, we get to Calgary. Calgary is all blue, right, all red as we started the night. Or pardon me, all blue as we started the night. There you go. But there was a riding right up here, Calgary Skyview. The Liberals have a candidate, George Chahal. And Mayor Nenshi will know about George. They sit on the same council. Justin Trudeau visited this riding. I was with the Liberal leader when he was in there, had a rally for George Chahal. The Liberals are very high on him. And if there's a chance that the Liberals will go on to continue to govern, it's traditional. You want to try to have a cabinet minister from every province if you can. And George could be the only Albertan Liberal. He'd be in cabinet almost certainly. He'd be in cabinet on merit probably too, but just because he might be the only Liberal there. So that's the riding in Calgary we're going to keep an eye on for Calgary Skyview. And when we get to Edmonton, Edmonton had the only non-Conservative seat right there. That's Heather McPherson. She's the New Democrat. Again, this is 2019. Heather's not elected yet. I'm just looking at 2019. So she's running again in Edmonton Strathcona, and there she is right there. But in Edmonton, we're looking at another couple of ridings, Edmonton Centre and Edmonton Griesbach. So Alberta, challenge for the Tories, hold what they have, but they may be under threat once they get to Alberta because of the PPC and some strong New Democrats.
All right. David, thanks. You know, the other thing in Alberta, of course, is, well, the pandemic it's a crisis, a public health emergency in Alberta right now. The numbers are off the charts. The hospital's overwhelmed. We know how hard the doctors and nurses are working there. And we know how deeply unpopular the Premier, Jason Kenney, has become. I think Jason Kenney was the one name that Erin O'Toole, the Conservative leader, didn't mention during this campaign. Let's go to Global's Joel Senek, who is in Calgary. Joel.
Yeah, thanks, Dawna. Alberta, of course, in the grips of the fourth wave of this pandemic. And we want to bring in political scientist Dwayne Bratt from Mount Royal University here in Calgary. Dwayne, thanks for being here with us tonight. How much do you think Alberta's pandemic situation and the handling of the pandemic by our provincial government will play in the results that we see in this race?
Play, and it will play both in Alberta and outside of Alberta. I think you started to see the campaign turn for Erin O'Toole negatively over 10 days ago, but the issue in Alberta, connection between O'Toole and Kenney. After all, Jason Kenney endorsed Erin O'Toole during the leadership race for the Conservative Party. Even a week ago, Erin O'Toole was praising Jason Kenney's COVID response, and now you're in a situation where the healthcare system is being overwhelmed. And it's allowed Justin Trudeau and Jagmeet Singh to make that connection between Erin O'Toole and Jason Kenney, that if Erin O'Toole was Prime Minister, what is happening in Alberta would be happening across the country.
Obviously, this has been a topic on the campaign trail. Does it just come down to messaging, Dwayne, when we talk about Jagmeet Singh and Justin Trudeau and Erin O'Toole, what they've had to say about this in the last couple of days?
No, it's not just the messaging. It's the fact that it's the lead story nationwide. Here we are in the middle of a federal election, and there have been days when that was the #2 story nationwide, and maybe the #3 story provincially. It's led with the COVID crisis here. And so if you're a voter and you're not quite sure who Erin O'Toole is, but you know who Jason Kenney is, and you see what's happening in Alberta, you may be paused. You may be concerned about electing a Conservative. And I know there are Conservative people, federal Conservative people, who are not very happy by what has emerged here.
All right, political scientist Dwayne Bratt from Mount Royal University here in Calgary. Thank you so much for your insight. tonight, obviously something, Dawna, that we will continue to watch as Alberta deals with this fourth wave of the pandemic and the impact it could have on tonight's results.
All right, thanks. Let's go to Farah and the political panel.
And Dawna, I got to turn it right over to Calgary Mayor Naheed Nenshi. You heard what Joel was saying, and I heard a press conference of yours just a few days ago where you had some pretty strong words about Kenny.
Yeah, great to hear that we're keeping an eye on Calgary Skyview, and my city council colleague, George Chahal, also my Mount Royal University colleague, Dwayne there, had a lot to say about really what's happening here. It is true that a week ago, Aaron O'Toole was praising Jason Kenney's handling of the pandemic, which has not been great. And so the mishandling of that pandemic, I am curious how many Conservative voters that's going to keep at home in Alberta. I don't think it's going to flip any seats. Maybe George Chahal and Calgary Skyview might have a better chance. Maybe Desjardins and Edmonton Griesbaum might have a chance. But ultimately, I wonder if it keeps people at home. And I know later we'll have the chance to talk more about the PPC, but I think I kind of disagree with David Akin. I think there's a different trend going on here, and it all has to do with the pandemic.
I want to talk about Kenny with you, Brad Wall. What was happening when we saw that change from Jason Kenney? What was happening within the Conservative Party? Because that really was a change from the beginning of the campaign when this wasn't as big of an issue.
Well, I'm not in Alberta, and so I'm not as well positioned to comment on what's going on there and how this might impact certain seats. The mayor is certainly very close to the Calgary situation there. I think I think his comments are on point as to questioning whether this actually flips seats in Alberta. It certainly could have a dampening effect. Remember, there's a twofold effect potentially for the Conservatives in Alberta of the whole issue of COVID. The one we've just chatted about. The other one is on the again back to the PPC question, because of course they seem to develop more momentum, at least if the polls are right. The PPC did as a small but determined group of people, grew increasingly concerned about vaccine passports, and so it's sort of a double-edged sword there. At the end of the day, though, in terms of Liberal gains in Alberta or Saskatchewan, the top of that ticket is Justin Trudeau. And if you're a Liberal candidate in either of those two provinces, rural or urban, that's not necessarily an advantage.
Okay. Brad Wall, Naheed Nenshi, thank you so much. Selena, we'll get to you next time around, but we're just moments away from the polls closing in Quebec and Ontario. So for now, I'm going to send it back to you, Dawna.
All right, thanks. We have reporters at the federal party headquarters tonight. Abigail Beeman is with the Liberals. Mike LeCouture is with the Conservatives. Robin Gill is with the NDP. Shalima Maharaj is with the Green Party. And Mike Armstrong is with the Bloc Québécois. Let's go to Vancouver now, where Robin Gill is at the NDP headquarters. Robin.
Dawna, you talked about the anger against Jason Kenney, and the NDP campaign tried to capitalize on that as well. In fact, Jagmeet Singh went to Alberta in the middle of this health crisis, and he reprimanded Jason Kenney about his handling of the crisis. But at no point did he ever mention O'Toole. Instead, he directed his anger at Liberal Leader Justin Trudeau for his handling of the pandemic and for calling this election during a pandemic. Jagmeet Singh is actually in the building where I am. We're at the Vancouver Convention Centre. We are at this big centre because of social distancing, and he is watching the results as they come in. As you can see, he's there with his wife. He is soon to be a father. This is their first child, and they are expecting. As you can see, both he and his wife were on the campaign throughout this what was it, like 36 days? And she was a trooper being on this campaign, I have to say. But let's talk about the fact that they targeted all these ridings that you wouldn't normally think that they would win, but there was a strategy to this. It was an offensive. They wanted to go into places that they don't hold seats in, and so they were thinking about that a lot. Let's bring in Simi Sarah, and let's talk about the fact that Vancouver-Granville is one of those ridings that is open, and you had some thoughts on that.
Oh, really? Jody Wilson-Raybould, of course, a very popular MP there, independent MP, didn't run this time. Liberal candidate Tlaib Noor Mohammed certainly got a lot of attention. In the end, it turned out to be for a lot of the wrong reasons because of his issues with housing affordability. That really created an opening for the NDP, and you saw them campaigning there as recently as yesterday. Robin, you were with the campaign, and that really wasn't something that we expected to see, a large large rally there, him personally campaigning in Vancouver, Granville, but I think it gives you an idea that they do feel optimistic about some ridings, as you said, in the Vancouver area that perhaps were not in play even 4 weeks ago.
And as we all know, we always talk about BC being some sort of a decision maker, and when we really know that the results are all in Ontario and Quebec. So Dawna, we'll send that back to you now.
All right. Thanks, you two. Appreciate that. Let's just go through the numbers quickly now. The Liberals leading are elected in 25, the Conservatives in 9, and the NDP 0 at this point. They came through the last election with 1 riding in Atlantic Canada. Right now, they're not on the board. Let's check in with Abigail Beeman at Liberal headquarters in Montreal. Abigail.
Well, Dawna, 9:30, when those polls close in Ontario and Quebec, that will be a big moment. So Liberals watching what's happening in Atlantic Canada and, not making a decision in terms of their fortunes just yet. You're going to see that huge number of results pour in at 9:30. That will change the game. And I think what we'll all be looking for is those seats in the GTA. I know you've heard those letters more often than not in the past 37 days now, but that's where it really counts. And especially ridings like Richmond Hill. I personally was with the Liberal campaign 3 times in Richmond Hill. It's not often that a leader decides to visit a riding that many times, but that really shows you how tight it is. We're talking about ridings that were won by a couple of hundred votes, and the difference that a leader visit can really make in those final days. The last couple of days with the Liberal campaign, they were in Southern Ontario for parts of 3 days in a row. The other thing to note about the GTA and those tight races between Liberals and Conservatives is that Aaron O'Toole comes from Durham. He comes from the GTA. He was supposed to be the Conservative leader that could pick up seats in Ontario. And if the Liberals are able to take some of those seats or add to their seat count, that will be almost a personal victory from O'Toole. But I'd like to bring in Lauren McNabb here to talk about the pandemic effect in Ontario, the province with, so many provincial lockdowns. What impact do you think that has, and what will we see when those results come in?
I think that's the big question if we're talking about when we call this, is the pandemic that ballot box question? I don't know if you look at Atlantic Canada, if you're in Ontario right now, and say yes or no. There's some pickups for the Conservatives, but they weren't as hard hit in so many ways. They're just putting in vaccine mandates in much of Atlantic Canada just this week. Those issues were not huge there. In Ontario, they're massive. Long-term care was hit so hard in Ontario. It is very much a pandemic vote. The question is, who do you want to lead you through that pandemic, and who will they tie that vote to? And the other one is, do they have fatigue that won't get them there to the polls in the first place?
And we'll get more answers to that question in just a few minutes. Back to you.
All right, Abigail and Loren, thanks. It is now 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Polls are now closed from Atlantic Canada all the way to Alberta. It's just BC now that we're waiting for to close. It will close in half an hour. And we will quickly begin to get a sense of the momentum of the rest of the night as those votes in that big swath of the country are counted. Mercedes, this is really the moment where things ramp up.
Yeah, it's now we start to really get a sense of what's happening. You have these early results trickling in from Atlantic Canada, and we were talking about the fact that the Conservatives have picked up more seats there than they had in the last time so far. But now is when we get this bulk of the votes that usually determines who will govern Canada, and it'll be so interesting to see how this breaks down, Dawna. And of course, I'm curious to know what's happening at some of these polls right now, because there's been some very long lineups. Anyone who shows up to vote is supposed to get to vote. But if we're talking about a 90-minute lineup outside a poll at a time when it's closed, how long does that go on? How many people do they take? What about people continuing to show up? Where do you put the cutoff point in the line? I do not envy these poll workers right now.
Yeah, we're looking at live pictures right now of a lineup in Toronto. I'm sorry, I'm not sure what riding this is, but Midtown Toronto, is that right? I'm not exactly clear, but yes, you can see people have shown up and, fully intending, I'm sure, to be on time and then caught in this long line. So when we say the polls are closed, there are still people waiting to vote.
Exactly. And that will also slow down some of the responses coming in because people need to go, they need to vote. Of course, as we talked about before, there's many, many mail-in votes in this election as well. Those won't actually be counted until tomorrow because Elections Canada needs to make sure that people didn't show up as well at the poll to vote. You can vote early, but not often. So they'll need to check all of that. But it's interesting in this election, Dawna, because a lot of big buildings that typically would host voting venues declined, right? Schools, apartment buildings saying with COVID, we don't want people coming in. That meant there's fewer locations, which means longer lines. And for folks who may not have their own car or transport, it's further to go. Did that deter some people from voting? Does that mean some won't have turned up? What party does that affect? It could potentially affect all of them. Get out the vote is just huge in this election because so many of the key ridings are 1 to 2 percentage points potentially apart. And those kinds of lineups can affect people. If you have to get home to your kids or someone's got to take their dog out for the walk, it's been at home all day while they were at work, or they've got to get to an evening shift, they may not be able to stick around and vote. So it'll be very interesting to see what the impact of that is.
All right, let's go to Eric Sorensen at the Results Center. Eric, anything to report yet?
Well, let's look at the map, Dawna, and you can see there's lots to report in Atlantic Canada, but the polls are just closing now from Quebec through Ontario to Manitoba to Saskatchewan and Alberta. It's the way the election goes, that the polls close in all of these provinces all at the same time, which has just happened a couple of minutes ago. So you can just start to see some ridings beginning to pop in there. But for the moment, it's Atlantic Canada that we can tell you most of where there are some results that are beginning to kind of take shape. And it is a better night for the Conservatives. You remember 2015, all of Atlantic Canada was pure red. Well, the Conservatives now, as you can see, there are 10 ridings that they are leading or elected in, and that's not a bad night for them so far. Most of those are in Atlantic Canada. Let's look at one of the examples where they would be a really interesting one for them to take away. Jake Stewart against Lisa Harris. It's not a lot of votes yet. These are two MLAs in New Brunswick. They're sort of on their districts were provincial and they were on either side of the Miramichi. They're having a tussle there right now. It's good news so far for the Conservatives in that particular riding. We want to look at the popular vote for you now and just tell you a little bit about where things stand. The Liberals lead in part on the popular vote because we've had a lot of votes from Atlantic Canada, and the Liberals just do better in Atlantic Canada. But the Conservatives are up 4 points. So that's a pretty good jump for them. At the same time, here's the PPC. They're at 4.6%. Again, in those marginal ridings, that 4.6% could cause some problems for Conservative candidates who are in a tussle, say, against the Liberals. So that's something to keep an eye out for. The numbers for the PPC right now are about 3 times higher than they were last election. Now, you may notice on the bottom of the screen that you have the Liberals over here with their number at 31, and all the way over you've got, and you'll say, hey, where's the PPC? The PPC is not on here. They've never won a seat. They don't get to be on here. If they do pop up, it will pop up later, maybe over in the other. So we're not seeing them with the seats. Right now, they're not threatening to win a seat, but that just gives you an idea of why they're not on our screen normally. They have never won a seat, and so they're not up there with their name right now. But you can see in the popular vote, they are picking up some numbers, and you just know some of those percentages are going to go higher as we move further west. Dawna?
All right. Yeah, Eric, important point. If the PPC are leading and elected in a particular riding, that little purple chiclet will pop up there. Thanks, Eric. We have an update on a key riding again in Atlantic Canada. Mercedes.
Dawna, this is Bernadette Jordan. She was a cabinet minister in the Liberal government. In fact, she was the Minister of Fisheries. She is trailing there to the Conservative Rick Perkins with 41% of the vote tonight. At this point, Bernadette Jordan with 30% and Olivia Dorey, the NDP candidate, with 20%. So that's not good news for the Liberals. We talked before about people who've been cabinet ministers and how significant it is when they lose a riding, when they're overturned, what it says about how people in the riding feel about the government. So in this case, that is definitely news that it looks like Bernadette Jordan, who we reported on a little earlier in the night, is still trailing as the polls continue to come in.
All right, Mercedes, thanks. Let's go to Halifax now, where Sarah Ritchie is standing by with the Conservative candidate in that riding. Sarah.
Dawna, I want to take you now to the riding of South Shore St. Margaret, speaking to the man who looks poised to unseat Cabinet Minister Bernadette Jordan. That is Rick Perkins. Rick, thanks so much for being here with us tonight. This was a rematch of the race between you and Bernadette in 2019. What, to you, seemed to be the difference maker this time?
Well, I think it started with the leader that our voters connected with in Erin O'Toole, and a platform that was robust and covered a lot of areas that really worked well in our community. In addition, we have thousands of fishermen that work in this riding. It's our #1 industry, and they were very upset with the way the Liberal government had treated them over the last couple of years.
Absolutely. So you mentioned that. This is the fisheries minister's riding. So for you, as the person who looks poised to come in as MP for this area, what is going to be different with a Conservative government, if there is one, in regard to the fisheries issue?
Well, I think we've made it clear that we believe that all players in the fishery need to play by the same rules. And that is something that hasn't been happening over the last year during the lobster crisis. And we will be looking forward to working with all groups, both commercial fishermen and Indigenous fishermen, to find a path forward that brings everyone under the same set of rules and the same regulation through DFO.
And so, Rick, you feel that the fisheries issue was enough to sway enough votes toward you. To what extent was dissatisfaction with Justin Trudeau a factor on the doorsteps, do you think?
That's a great question. I think I got that about as much as I got the dissatisfaction with our current member of parliament and the performance of Liberals on the fishery. There was clearly Justin Trudeau fatigue at the doors. It came up equally as dominant as it did during all of the discussions I had with fishermen about fishing. Also, the dissatisfaction with the Trudeau government performance overall. We have a large number of communities and towns in our riding that are more robust in terms of their economy. There's fish, there's forestry, there's Michelin as a large employer. So there are a lot of other issues at play overall in the satisfaction or lack thereof with the current government.
Okay, thanks so much for your time tonight, Rick. I've been speaking with Rick Perkins. He is the Conservative candidate in South Shore St. Margaret's, appears poised to unseat Liberal Cabinet Minister Bernadette Jordan. Dawna, I'll send it back to you.
Thanks, Sarah, who is out in Nova Scotia tonight. Let's go now to Michael Couture, who's at the Conservative Party headquarters in Oshawa, Ontario. Mike, what's the energy like there right now?
Well, it's getting a little higher. I mean, you're seeing the seats really pile up a little bit, especially in Atlantic Canada. A lot of people are feeling good about it. They've been handing out cowbells here, so you might start to hear that in the background. We're at the home of the Oshawa Generals, and I mean, that's what they have when they score a goal. So I'm going to bring in Jason Leader, who's the president of Enterprise Canada. Jason, I know how much you're encouraged by what's happening in Atlantic Canada, but I wanted to know from you, does Aaron O'Toole's leadership depend on the results tonight?
I don't think so. I think he's had a terrific campaign. I think he's had a tremendous campaign. I think expectations were super low going into this campaign. If you'd have told most Conservatives a month ago that we were in a competitive, riding by riding race to take over Mr. Trudeau, I think people would have been surprised. Now, that said, it's important. I think people are going to judge him on the campaign. I think he's run a good campaign, good in the debates. We're going to see the results tonight. Encouraging results so far.
It's been a very different campaign from his leadership. He ran as a true blue Conservative, and now it looks like he's bringing the party a little closer to the middle. So, I mean, what do you say to Canadians or even Conservatives who say, who is the real Aaron O'Toole, true blue or more center?
Pretty typical of most leadership races. I've seen most leadership races where you attack to the center at the end of them, whether that's the Liberals, the NDP, or us. And I will say this, I've known Mr. O'Toole for 15, 20 years. I've been around this guy.
So then who is he?
What I saw in this campaign, and the guy that most Canadians saw, I think, was they were pleasantly surprised, and it's a center-of-the-road Big Ten Conservative who I think ran a terrific campaign, and he's competitive across this country. Those results in Atlantic Canada today, 10, 15 points ahead of where we were last time.
So Big Ten, so does that mean that when he ran for the leadership, he was not really true blue?
Well, I mean, Mr. O'Toole was pretty straightforward on all this stuff. For example, I'm a pro-choice Conservative. I don't know how many times I heard that from him over the last little bit. And so I think Canadians appreciate the fact our party hasn't always been so great at explaining ourselves on that kind of issue. Mr. O'Toole was very clear on those kinds of issues, and he is a Big Ten center-right Conservative.
One of the things that he wasn't that clear about was when the whole issue of Alberta came up. He was not able to even say Jason Kenney's name. I mean, was that just political kryptonite for him to even try and approach that in the campaign?
Well, I think he kept the issue where it is. He's running against Justin Trudeau. He's not running to be Premier of Alberta. Mr. Trudeau called an election 6 weeks ago in the middle of a pandemic with Afghanistan on fire, and Mr. O'Toole, frankly, I think was right to keep the heat right on him. Provinces, they have to answer for how things go.
But he supported him at one point. He supported him at one point during the campaign,
absolutely,
and then didn't. And then, wouldn't even say his name.
Mr. Trudeau supported Mr. Kenney a number of times too. They sat on the same stage.
But I'm not here at Mr. Trudeau's headquarters.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, well, I mean, Mr. Kenney, he runs Alberta. Mr. O'Toole, he's running against Mr. Trudeau to be Prime Minister of Canada. You can't just focus on one province. You got to focus on the entire country. And I think his message on all of that was, Mr. Trudeau put us at risk in terms of calling this campaign. Wrong choice. And, you know, hopefully Canadians hold Mr. Trudeau to account tonight.
And we'll see with those results. Jason Leader from Enterprise Canada, thanks for joining us tonight. Mercedes, back to you.
Thanks so much, Mike. Let's bring in David Aiken, who is in our results center. David, over to you for the latest.
Yeah, I was been waiting for some Toronto results to show up. We don't. That's the boo-boo from Brampton. But the 25 seats in downtown Toronto, 25 seats. And when you think about it, you know, that's almost a province unto itself. And then the GTA add another 30 seats, you got 55. We're still waiting for some results in the Toronto area. If we go back to 2019, folks, this is 2019, you'll see red. And the 55 seats, all but 3, went to the Liberals. So will we see some change tonight? That's the real thing. We've got the NDP trying to come up in the downtown. We've got the Conservatives who want to drop in on the top. But we have our first result in the GTA. Make a little break right there. There we go. Beaches East York. Actually, I think this may stay Liberal. Nate Erskine-Smith has 54% of the vote, but just one poll in, 38 votes for Nate Erskine-Smith, the first Toronto result we've seen. Lisa Robinson is still on the ballot, but here's the thing, folks. Lisa Robinson had some Islamophobic tweets a couple of years ago. The party has disavowed her, but the party disavowed her candidacy after the deadline to get off the ballot. So if Lisa Robinson by some chance wins, she will not sit as a Conservative. And Lisa Robinson was saying, I'm going to keep campaigning as a Conservative, fine. But Nate Erskine-Smith has 38 votes to 21 for the Conservatives. There is a PPC candidate here. There should be a New Democrat here. Do they have anything at this point? Whoops, I'm going to go back a bit. I'm going to go down to see if we have the New Democrats. Yes, the NDP. This used to be an NDP seat before Nate Erskine-Smith. They just have 2 votes. So that's the only thing we got for you. A bit of drama in Beaches East York. As they say, the Conservative candidate, you know, we had a bozo moment. She was discovered to have some Islamophobic tweets, and so she's yanked. And Nate's it right now. He's the mayor of Toronto. There you go, Mercedes.
A bozo moment and a boo-boo in Brampton.
Bozo eruption, is that what they were called?
We got lots of alliteration going on. Thanks, David. You know, I wanted to correct something I said earlier. I made a mistake saying that ministers are not re-elected because, of course, they're still ministers because they're still the government, and Justin Trudeau technically is still Prime Minister until a new government is formed, and he may be Prime Minister again, but we don't know that yet. So, having said all that, let's go to Abigail Beeman at the Liberal headquarters in Montreal.
So, Dawna, David Aiken touched on that. You were talking about Fortress Toronto, talking about the GTA, and again, cannot understate the importance of that 905, those seats around the city of Toronto where the Conservatives are pushing hard. And we saw the Liberals spend just so much of the last week of the campaign there. I mentioned Richmond Hill, where the Liberals are hoping to hold on to their seat that they won by just a few hundred votes, making several stops to that riding. And then nearby, the riding of King Vaughan, that's another Liberal cabinet minister, Deb Schultz, that Conservatives have a chance of picking up there. That we were just there yesterday. It feels like 100 years ago, but yesterday in Deb Schultz riding in the city of Vaughan, trying to hold on to that seat there. So that will tell us a lot. You know, we hear a lot about elections won or lost in the GTA in the 905. So that's where people will be keeping their eye on. I want to bring in Loren McNabb for another question of what people will be keeping their eye on as these 905 results come in, and that is the question of the PPC.
Yeah, and you know, working out of Winnipeg and being a Western Canadian, this is also the part in the night where we start to say, okay, here we go. We're going to talk about the 905 and 416 for the next couple hours, but that's fine. We get it.
We will.
We understand it. I'll try not to be offended. But it's important to watch this elsewhere, not just in Ontario, because we've been talking for weeks. What will the impact be of the PPC? Yes. Will their people get out to vote? Will they park their votes where they said they were going to? And then, of course, how much will that siphon off? And so that's where it gets interesting for all of Canada, because you'll start to see, okay, does this party have an impact? Will it make a difference enough to at least pull votes back from the Conservatives? And then another question, in and around that region, you had to watch the NDP. They were polling, their polls were up compared to the Conservatives and Liberals that were down, right? And so you're looking at the idea, are the NDP going to get that vote they want to tonight? So this is where, as much as it chagrins me to say, for so much of Canada where it gets really interesting, because what happens now sort of paints that picture for potentially the rest of the country.
And one quick note before I throw it back to you, Dawna, in terms of PPC picking up any of the vote, will they actually come out to the polls? Just need to mention that it is Southern Ontario where we saw those most vicious of protests and the most purple in terms of signs showing up at those protests. So are those people motivated to vote? Does that make a difference? Does it help the Liberals? We shall see. Back to you.
Very good points. And Loren McNabb, as a fellow Manitoban, I applaud you. Thank you. Let's bring in Daryl Bricker, the CEO of Ipsos Public Affairs. Daryl, what did you find in your polling were the issues that were top of mind for Canadians in this campaign?
Well, we talked to 10,000 people today, Dawna, who've already voted. And what they told us the most important things were to their vote today were the local candidate at 20%, mostly for the party leader at 25%. But the thing that really shows up as being the most important is what the party's stands on issues were today. That's what really drove people to the polls. Now, when we take a look at the issues that people are most concerned about, they really relate to the pandemic that we find ourselves in. Healthcare at the top of the list, followed by COVID-19 specifically. Climate change comes after that, but climate change was the #1 issue in the last election campaign when we did this exit poll, followed by the economy and affordability. Affordability we don't normally see on this list of issues, but it's something that's been driven by things like housing costs, increasing gas prices, inflation announcements that we've seen over the last little while. People are worried about kitchen table economics.
Yeah, and worried about things that affect their lives directly, which makes perfect sense. Daryl Bricker, thanks so much. Let's bring in David Aiken, who is in the Results Center. David, what are you seeing?
Yeah, I've been looking at Quebec because I've been mentioning earlier in the evening that the goal of the Liberals is to regain their majority that they lost in 2019. And how did they lose it? Well, they lost it because of this party called the Bloc Québécois, which we thought had all been dead. Yves-François Blanchet resurrected the Bloc Québécois, and they won 32 seats. And that is and they were almost all Liberals that they took them from. So in this, when we look at Quebec, are the Liberals showing strength? Can they steal some Bloc seats? And we have one so far where we have the Liberals. The polls are still really early. And that's the riding of Joliette right here. So just to orient you, here's Montreal. There's Trois-Rivières, there's Quebec City, and this is the riding of beautiful Joliette, where the incumbent is Gabriel Sainte-Marie, the Bloc Québécois, just 5 polls in. But right now, Michel Bourgeois, the Liberal, is leading. He's got 218 votes. That's a 91-vote lead over Gabriel Sainte-Marie, the Bloc Québécois incumbent. Okay, so that is important for the Liberals. They have to take Bloc seats. Joliette actually is not one I thought they would take, and we still got a long way to go, but they're ahead in that. The other one that they're up on, and this counts in the chiclet on the bottom, right? 47 Liberals leading or elected. Well, one place they're leading or elected, Dawna, Mercedes, the Beauce, right here. That's right, the Liberals have 3 votes. The Conservative has 1. He's the incumbent, Richard Lehoux. The BQ has 1, and there's that guy, Maxime Bernier. He's got 1 vote in his riding of the Beauce. This is one poll. This is why it's so early, but with 3 votes for the Liberal, when you look at the bottom as we count, leading and elected, it's 48 now for the Liberals. I don't think the Liberals going to win here. I think it's going to be Lehoux, maybe Bernier. Bernier got 25% of the vote last time. Lehoux got something around 48. So it's a Conservative incumbent seat. But that's it. Everything else is I'm looking at the colors. That's Mégantic Arab. That was Conservative, should stay Conservative. We got some Montreal seats that were Liberal, should stay Liberal. And any other change there? Just one quick one. If this goes back, go back, please. Okay, there we go. Just one quick one. We saw NDP has finally got some stuff in the game. NDP has the big northern riding, Abitibi, Bay James. That was Bloc Québécois, now turning NDP. Back to you guys.
Okay, David, thanks. We're just going to quickly run through the numbers one more time. The Liberals now leading or elected in 51, the Conservatives in 24, the NDP in 7, and the BQ leading or elected in 6, the Green Party in 1. Let's go to Mike Armstrong, who is at Bloc Québécois headquarters in Montreal. Mike?
Pragmatic.
Dawna, I was just going to pick on, David was talking about sort of the Bloc and how they came back, returned to relevance recently in the last couple of elections. They were literally almost dead in 2011, only 4 seats total in the province, many people counting them out for good. They came back 10 seats after that, 32 in the last election. I'm joined by Dawna from the McGill Institute for the Study of Canada. We were just discussing sort of the virage, the turn that the Bloc Québécois has taken, where they are no longer pushing independence as much as they used to, and they're focused more on votes. What is it they're pushing now?
Yes, I think that they have really followed a bit what Mr. Legault, the Premier, has done at the provincial level. So focusing on autonomy and on identity issues like secularism, which has become really important in Quebec. And they have aligned themselves with a very popular Premier, Mr. Legault, who remains one of the most popular premiers in the country. And I think this was a smart move in 2019, where Mr. Legault played a major role in the campaign when he harshly criticized Justin Trudeau for his take on Quebec's Bill 21 on secularism.
He cost perhaps the majority with that sort of back and forth with Monsieur Legault. It's interesting, and I don't know that the rest of the country would quite realize, Monsieur Legault has sort of reshaped the debate in Quebec, where for decades it was literally yes, no on independence. We're not really arguing that right now. It's more discussing identity politics and provincial jurisdictions and power for the province.
Yes, some people have even compared François Legault with Maurice Duplessis, the nationalist leader from the 1930s, 40s and 50s, who is focusing on really autonomy. As much autonomy as you can get from Ottawa, but without pushing for sovereignty. And also, of course, a strong emphasis on what he calls Quebec values. Of course, they're contested, these values, but for him, secularism is one of these values. And this is a major issue in Quebec right now.
Any federal leader would jump at the chance to have literally the most popular premier in the country endorse him. He did endorse Erin O'Toole. How effective was that endorsement?
I don't think it's been that effective if we look at the polls. We'll see later tonight. But you know, when Mr. Legault basically endorsed the Conservatives, they were in 3rd place in the polls, and they are still, it seems, in 3rd place in the polls in Quebec. So you know, it's maybe that this time his role in the campaign is not as central or as influential as back in 2019.
Yeah, and that endorsement sort of got stepped on by the big debate question, which actually literally happened on the same day. But Dawna, it's quite interesting to see François Legault insert himself in the campaign here in Quebec, while next door we didn't hear from Doug Ford at all during this campaign.
No, we did not. All right, Mike Armstrong, thanks. Let's go to Farah Nasser and the political panel. Farah.
I'd love our political panel to weigh in on that debate, on Bill 21, on the issue of Quebec bashing, some apologies that happened. So, Selena, I'll start with you and how that English language debate went, what happened with the Bloc, and what that could mean.
So I think what we saw there is what I think many people of color across this country experience on a regular basis, where we have someone who, you know, asks a question, a very valid question about a piece of legislation that is discriminatory, and the backlash returns to the person who asked the question. There is a demand for an apology for the question. You shouldn't have asked. You shouldn't have said. That is reminiscent of 2018 for me, when you cannot, as a person of color, talk about racism, and you know, it was a disappointing moment, I think, for a lot of Canadians to watch it, and the fact that the Bloc or Quebec capitalized on that is even more disappointing. And so, you know, I'm sure others have more to say about Bill C-21 and the reaction from the debate, but it was a disappointing moment, and one that showed very little leadership from people who are trying to be the leader of a G7 country.
Brad, I'm going to turn it over to you, and then Nancy, I'll go to you right after. But Brad, you know, you were the leader of a province. How did you find the leaders handled this?
Consider the specter of the Quebec result, which is going to be very material to the end result, because we basically have this sort of unicameral rep by pop system. But consider the specter of the result in Quebec turning on which of the party leaders best defended a discriminatory bill. Let's be clear, that's what it is. It's discriminatory. Imagine a little bit more with me, if you will, if the province of Saskatchewan or the province of Alberta passed something like Bill 21, some sort of prairie equivalent. The outrage that would be visited on those two provinces by all the federal leaders, I think, is pretty obvious. I think we can all sort of hear the vitriol coming from party leaders if other provinces were to do the same thing. All of this, I guess, is part of asymmetrical federalism. It's an interesting concept where we've come up with an academic word to describe the fact that one province is going to get treated differently, and that's the way it's going to be. But in this particular instance, they're getting treated differently and with some favor, frankly, on the part of all the party leaders in defense of a discriminatory bill.
I want to throw...
This is what I think is bothersome for a lot of Canadians.
You know, you're speaking about it so passionately, and that's how a lot of people feel. Nancy, you've spoken about this extensively. Give us your perspective.
Well, listen, what Brad said, as an Albertan, as a Muslim, as a person of color, that was a big moment for me. And it was a disappointing moment for me. We've got a bill that deliberately says if you are one of three things, a Muslim woman who wears a hijab, a Sikh man who wears a turban, one of whom was on the stage, or a Jewish man who wears a kippah. If you are one of those three things, you get to live a different life than anybody else in the community. You have fewer opportunities than anybody else. And yet we are told to apologize for calling that discriminatory. If you want to have a conversation about why that discrimination is justified, we could. But to not even have that conversation is ridiculous. And I know Selena would agree with me. As a person of color, when you are accused of being racist, when you raise racism, that didn't sit well with me. We didn't see a lot of people of color in those debates as journalists, as people asking questions. And when the moderator, a woman of color, asks a question about discrimination, and then she is called racist for asking the question. Listen, we deal with that every single day, and Canada has to be better than that. There's no good in playing the race card. It's rarely part of a winning hand, and we got to do better, and we got to be better.
I'm going to end with those very powerful words. Thank you all for your perspectives on obviously a very important issue. Dawna.
All right, Farah, thank you. I just want to bring people up to date. Elections Canada is tweeting that if you are in line before the polls close, you will still be able to vote. We know that there are people still in line waiting to vote after the polls closed. This is the riding of Spadina, Fort York. You can see a long lineup of people there. Technically, you know, the poll closed at 9:30, but there's still a lot of people in line. And Elections Canada says if you got there, your vote, you will get inside and you will be able to vote. And I'm seeing on Twitter that there are lineups at other places too. So Mercedes, lots of people obviously want to cast their ballots, and we knew this might happen, that towards the end of the day a lot of people would show up, and that there are so many fewer places to go to cast your ballot because of the pandemic, that it was going to turn out like this.
Yeah, and some folks speculated that perhaps more people would use mail-in ballots, and certainly more people have used mail-in ballots this year than is normal because of the pandemic, but it hasn't been as high as it has been in other years. So we're going to as high as it could have been this year.
We're going to keep watching that. You're watching our coverage of commercial-free coverage, I should say, of Decision Canada, live on History, streaming on our website, globalnews.ca, also on Amazon Prime, Roku, the Global TV app, and on YouTube. Stay with us. Hello and welcome to those of you just joining us for our coverage of the 44th Canadian federal election. I'm Dawna Friesen in our Decision Canada studio, and with me here is our Ottawa Bureau Chief, Mercedes Stephenson. It is now 10 p.m. Eastern. Polls are closed right across the country. So let's take a quick look at the results so far. The Liberals now leading or elected. You can see those numbers in the bottom of your screen, leading or elected in 72 ridings. The Conservatives leading or elected in 35, the NDP in 11, the BQ NQ in 9, the Green Party in 1. And we should remind people, if they're looking for results from the People's Party of Canada, we will populate that and put that number up there if they turn out to be leading or elected in any riding. So far, we haven't seen that. Now, we have a team of reporters and political analysts with us. We usually do this from a big studio. We're surrounded by all of our guests, but pandemic. So we're changing things like so many people have. We have people in the field and in other studios across the country. In Toronto, Farah Nasser is standing by with a panel of current and former politicians. Former Saskatchewan Premier Brad Wall is there, former Liberal MP Selina Cesar-Chavannes, and Calgary Mayor Naheed Nenshi. Our results center is in Toronto, and tracking the numbers and the trends are our Global News senior national affairs correspondent, Eric Sorensen. Eric, let's go to you. Polls now closed everywhere. What are you seeing?
Well, whoa, that was the Northwest Territories just came up, and the Liberals have a little lead there for the moment. Let's look at the map first of all and just see. You can see that the Bloc Québécois has just moved ahead now up in Abitibi-James Bay, so that's a different one. The NDP is winning some of these very big ridings in northern Saskatchewan, northern Manitoba, even northern Ontario. Let's look at that one in northern Ontario because it's an interesting riding. It's Kenora, and all of the parties think that they have a play on this riding in Kenora. It was the it was the Conservative riding. Eric Melillo is the incumbent there. He's trailing. The numbers are still very low, but it was a pretty big push of numbers for Janine Seymour, the New Democrat, so far in Ontario. And we want to look next at Brampton East. That's right. This gives you a sense of what's beginning to happen around the outer section of Toronto, the GTA, the 905 as it's called. That's Mahinder Sidhu, the incumbent for the Liberals. He has a fairly healthy lead at the moment. And as you can see with the numbers at the bottom of the screen, the Liberals have a pretty healthy lead. As we've seen in election shows in the past, the Conservatives usually do their catching up when more ridings come in from Western Canada. But for the moment, that's not looking bad. We want to talk about the gains and losses here. We've talked about that in the past because for a while this evening, the Liberals were losing seats. They were losing ground. Their chance of a majority was, looking like it was flying out the window. If we go around behind here and see where we are right now, again, a lot of these results are like one poll, two polls. You can't make too much of it. But you want to kind of keep your eye on the ball and see where things are going. For the moment, the Liberals are up +4. All evening long until now. They were down because they lost about 4 or 5 seats in Atlantic Canada. They weren't making up any ground that was expected in Quebec. But for the moment, lots of little polls reporting they are at +4. The Conservatives are down 6. Don't want to make too much of that, but this is what we talked about earlier. The Conservatives have a magic number of 36. They need to have gains and losses. Their gains and Liberal losses total 36. Right now, it's just the opposite. They're losing ground to the Liberals. The Liberals, in fact, if you were looking at this, you could say, well, maybe they're headed for their majority. They need to be +15 for their majority to get from that 155 they had to the 170 they need. But, early yet with some of these results. So it's a little too early to say, are we looking majority this way, minority that way? We're just going to have to keep an eye on it, but it's interesting. Dawna.
All right, Eric, thanks. We will certainly come back to you. We also have our chief political correspondent, David Aiken, who is all geared up with his touchscreen, ready to delve into individual ridings. David, walk us through what you are seeing, what you're looking at right now.
Well, a couple of things in Western Canada. Eric mentioned ago that what the net plus for the Liberals is 4, sure, but there's so many small polls. Here's where the Liberals are leading, so it counts for them. Anybody ever heard of Candace Bergen, the Conservative deputy leader in Rocked Rib Blue, southern Manitoba? Well, she's in 3rd place behind the NDP and the Liberals. It's because there's just one poll reporting. So it's 23 votes for the Liberal, 16 votes for the Democrat, 15 votes for the incumbent Candace Bergen, who's the deputy leader, and again, from a part of Manitoba that is very, very blue. But we count that for the Liberals right now. So that's what goes into the chiclet and them being +4. Now, I'll be interested to hear our friend Brad Wall because we're seeing Saskatchewan results in. And I remember in 2019, I touched on the northern Saskatchewan riding where the incumbent is Conservative Gary Vidal, and I know Brad knows Gary, and Gary was behind for a little bit in 2019, and he is right now in Desnethe, Missinippi, Churchill River, New Democrat Harmony King with 72 votes, and Buckley Boulanger with 69 votes. Buckley Boulanger, by the way, used to be a provincial New Democrat. He's gone to Libs, and there's Gary Vidal with 9. But one of the things that conservative parties generally do better than anybody is advance votes. And there's usually a couple of thousand at the end of the night of advance votes. So if Brad's got a chance, and if he's listening, Premier Wall, I know you can tell me how Gary's ready to do there. But that's a bit of, right now we put that in the NDP column. And then I want to quickly go to, if I can get back there as fast as I can, let's get to Alberta. We talked about this, and there it is again. Again, for Mayor Nenshie's friend, George Chahal in Calgary Skyview, there's a Liberal leading in Calgary. George Chahal, with just one poll reporting, has 3 votes, but 3's better than the 1 vote that the no votes that the Conservative has, etc. He's literally winning 3-0 across the board. But it is early, and again, that's a Liberal that goes in, Liberal leading that goes into our chiclet at the bottom among the 90 votes, somebody with just 3 votes, albeit in Calgary, and that goes to the numbers of seats Liberals are winning. But back to our big narrative, you know, in terms of the Conservatives, they can't afford to lose anything in Fortress Alberta, and right now they're behind on a couple. So we'll watch Western Canada where there's some action. Trust me, it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Hey, David, one quick question. The Green Party showed up there with 1 leading or elected. Where is that?
Yes, sorry. I meant to do that when I was talking about Quebec a couple of minutes ago. It's Gatineau, Quebec, right across the river from Ottawa, the national capital region. I don't know if I can pull it up as quick, but it was Gatineau. And again, there we go, Gatineau, Quebec. The incumbent there is a Liberal, is Steve McKinnon. And if I get in there, I'm just going to have to go right down here. There it is. Show it to me. Get it to me. I'm going to have to, well, my board sometimes works slower than I do, Dawna. I can't keep up with me. I'm sorry. Gatineau, Quebec is where the Greens are leading right now. But I think that's probably a safe Liberal seat by the end of the night, but we'll see.
All right. Fascinating. Okay. David Akin, thank you. Let's check in with our reporters at all the federal party headquarters. We'll start with Abigail Beeman, who is at the Liberal headquarters in Montreal tonight. Abigail.
Dawna, I would say that things are just starting to heat up, if you will. A few more people trickling in. We're hearing a bit more buzz in the room. These are like almost the nail-biting moments before we get some big pieces of information in terms of the GTA that I keep talking about, the 905 races across Ontario and Quebec. I expect in half an hour's time we'll have a much clearer picture of where things are at now. But at this moment, we are getting some early polls trickling in. We're seeing Conservatives are leading in 1 race in Brampton, which has been all Liberals in those 5 Brampton seats. 1 race in Mississauga, Conservatives are leading, where the Liberals are the incumbents there. So these are the races to watch, and in half an hour or an hour's time, we should have a clearer picture of just where things are going. So too early to say, of course, that the Conservatives are picking up those seats, but again, especially 905, Toronto, areas around Toronto, Greater Toronto Area, Southern Ontario, those are those races that everybody has their eye on, especially here at Liberal HQ. And I expect that as all the polls close and we start to see more people file into this room, we'll have a better sense of the feeling. But I can tell you that things are heating up right now. You can hear more background noise behind me as people are paying close attention to exactly what happens next.
Okay, Abigail, thanks. Quick update on the numbers. Liberals leading or elected in 101, the Conservatives in 49, the BQ in 19 ridings, the NDP in 15, and the Green Party we were talking about had 1 chalked up there in its box, but that has now vanished. So the riding David Akin was talking about in Gatineau, more numbers have come in, more votes have been counted, and the Green Party no longer leading or elected anywhere at this moment. I should say those are leading and elected, so not elected, just leading, which is why the numbers keep changing as the votes get counted. So we'll see some, we'll see some changes as the night goes on. Let's go to Mike LeCouture at the Conservative Party headquarters in Oshawa, Ontario. Mike.
Yeah, Dawna, that fluctuation is exactly what people in this room are looking at right now. I'll pick up on what Abigail was saying. The Southern Ontario belt and obviously the GTA, very important for the Conservative Party. How important? Well, the last 3 days of the campaign was spent there by Aaron O'Toole. He was targeting Liberal ridings and Liberal ministers, Oakville, Anita Anand. Of course, she was the one who was responsible for procurement and bringing all the vaccines into Canada. Mary Ng, who's the International Trade Minister, he went there as well. And looking at that GTA, 3 letters that will be extremely important for the Conservatives. 3 other letters that they're looking at, PPC, the People's Party of Canada. insiders say that they are concerned. There are going to be a lot of close races, as you see, Dawna, a lot of that fluctuation going back and forth, that they are, one chiclet for the Conservatives and then it gets eaten away. And so they are concerned about the People's Party of Canada, the Conservatives are, because they are worried that of all the parties that vote is going to erode from, that it could erode the most from the Conservative Party. So they are looking very closely at a lot of these ridings and seeing in the Greater Toronto area and in Southern Ontario, where we saw a lot of those protests against Justin Trudeau when he was going through there as Liberal leader. We saw a number of PPC signs and T-shirts. This could be one of the deciding factors for the Conservatives. Dawna?
Okay, Mike Licouture, thank you. Let's check in now with Robin Gill, who is at the NDP headquarters in Vancouver. Robin.
Hi, Dawna. When it comes to the NDP campaign, their success will depend on beating their last number of seats in Parliament, and that was 24. They're trying to make breakthroughs in places like Quebec. They're no longer calling it the orange wave there. They're just trying to see some growth. They want to see breakthroughs in Ontario. They want to see breakthroughs in the prairies. It was interesting when we were traveling with them in Alberta and Saskatchewan, they were talking about that NDP-Tory switch. That's because those two provinces are very strongly held by Conservatives provincially, but there is that tendency for voters to switch to the NDP. So they're counting on that. And when it comes to BC, this is where they see their strongest support. This is where Jagmeet Singh polls the highest in terms of popularity. So they're hoping that they make these breakthroughs. It's one of those things that we'll be watching tonight, Dawna.
Okay, Robin Gill in Vancouver tonight. Thanks. Let's go to Shalima Maharaj at the Green Party headquarters in Toronto. Shalima, we're looking, the Green Party just popped up again with one in the leading or elected category. What's going on there?
Well, a lot of eyes are very closely watching Toronto Centre, but also watching how things are shaping up on the East Coast. Now, Annamie Paul, of course, is embroiled in a pretty intense fight in Toronto Centre, facing a lot of stiff competition from Liberal incumbent Marcy Ian. Here, the atmosphere is starting to pick up. We actually just heard from Annamie Paul a few moments ago. She was addressing supporters and volunteers, expressing some concern, hearing that there are still long lineups outside of a number of polling stations, expressing concern about just how long it's going to take to be able to allow people to exercise that right to be able to vote. Now, of course, we are continuing to wait as they keep their eyes on those numbers that are coming in. Annamie Paul did not make it out to a lot of different ridings. She stayed pretty close to home, but did manage to make it out to Ottawa, Gatineau, and did also make it out to PEI, which has been a place where they've been able to make some inroads. Of course, they did have a lot of hurdles along the way, and they've had a lot of complications, infighting. They've had an MP, of course, defect to the Liberals out east, and they also ended up in a situation where, they had her leadership also contested. There were efforts to oust Paul, so certainly there has been a lot to deal with during this campaign run and a lot to look at closely, certainly affecting the future of the party. And those are all things that we're going to be taking into account as we continue to follow along tonight. But for now, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Shalima Maharaj, thanks. Mercedes, I just want to talk a little bit about the lineups that we're hearing and people are talking about. A lot of stuff on Twitter about people waiting in line, in some cases for hours to vote because the polls have closed now, and Elections Canada is saying if you were in line, you will get to vote, but it sounds like it could be a long night.
It sounds like it could be a very long night. I actually just had somebody tweeting me, and they were saying that they waited 90 minutes at the Cecil Street in downtown Toronto, that location, saying people arrived at 9:20 p.m. with 175 people still ahead of them in line. So this could be hours for people to vote, because keep in mind, because it's the pandemic, there are different protocols in place. You can let fewer people into the polls. You get your one pencil and then you get to take it with you. You don't get to reuse it because of the pandemic. And it's really slowing things down. And the question is, will people wait around to vote? Obviously, there are some people who are very dedicated in wanting to cast their ballot. But for a lot of folks, if they're being told it could be an hour and a half or 2 hours, they might go home what effect does that have on the vote? And for such a tight race, that could really have a significant effect in some ridings if people are seeing this and were just deterred from going in the first place, or get to the polls, wait, and then leave.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing that people at one polling station in Kingston are being told it will be 1 a.m. before they can vote, which is...
That's very dedicated on a Monday night if people are staying until 1 a.m. to vote.
Sure is. Okay, we'll keep watching that. Let's go to Darrell Bricker, CEO of Ipsos Public Affairs. Darrell, let's talk about the party leaders. What are Canadians saying about them?
Well, you know, there's something really perplexing in this election campaign, Dawna. The first thing is, when we look at the performance of the government, when we ask people whether or not they think Justin Trudeau's done a good job so far as Prime Minister, 47% of Canadians say they actually approve of the Prime Minister's performance. And then when we move over to the biggest issue in the election campaign, which is how Canadians feel about the government's performance in terms of managing the COVID pandemic, again, the numbers are really good. 63% approval from the Canadian population. But then we move over to the question of who Canadians would prefer as their Prime Minister following this election campaign, and Justin Trudeau only leads by a fairly small margin over Erin O'Toole on this. And so what we're seeing here is that anything that was related to the government's performance prior to the election being called has been suppressed by Canadians, almost like they shut a door on it. And they've really focused on the Prime Minister and what they think about him, and they find him wanting in comparison to his competition tonight.
All right, Darrell Bricker from Ipsos, thanks so much. Let's go to Eric Sorensen in the Results Center. Eric, I know that we have that little box saying 170 seats needed for a majority government, but not a lot of people expecting a majority tonight. It doesn't seem to be shaping up that way. What's the calculation for a minority, whether it's for the red or the blue team?
Well, this is a very good question. Have to do the math on that. You know, one of the things we want. Let's get to that right now. Can we just show our seats needed to win here, just so we can give folks an idea of what we're looking for at this point? Can we change this out to seats needed to win? There we go. So here they are. The Liberals at 108, the Conservatives at 51. It's too early to make too much of that. Some of these are ridings where the Liberals are ahead by one poll, you know, a handful of votes. So don't make too much of that. But one of the things that happens when these two teams are racing to find a finish line is that the majority line at 170 may not be reached. But as the NDP, the Greens, the BQ start to take ridings out of play, it means that the Liberals and the Conservatives, they don't have to get all the way to 170. A finish line will come earlier than that. And right now, where's that finish line that we were looking at? We had estimated it would be about 153. It may actually be down a couple of more from that. This gives you a sense then that as these ridings come out of play in the two-horse race between the Liberals and Conservatives, the NDP and the Green ridings come out, the Liberals and the Conservatives then, they're climbing, they're moving this direction. That finish line is moving back this way. We said earlier this evening, that finish line could be around 140. If one of them gets past 140, they won't be caught. Right now, they're both quite a distance from that, and that's why we're not going to make too much of it. But it gives you that sense of where we stand in terms of the seats needed to win. It's not going to be 170, that majority line. It's going to be something below 153. Pretty soon it's going to be in the 140s, and we'll keep tabs on that. Dawna?
Sorry, I threw you off there, Eric. I wasn't meaning to jump the gun.
No, Dawna, I love being thrown off by you, so that's not a problem.
Hey, thanks, Eric. All right, let's go to David Aiken in the Results Center. David, are we seeing much yet from the West?
Yes, we are, as a matter of fact. You're not going to throw me off on that one because I thought you might ask me that, Dawna. So let me start with BC. This is BC. We don't have a lot of results yet in BC, but we do have some color. Some of it has remained the same. I'm going to zoom in on Vancouver. You're looking at the lower mainland right now. And again, as what Eric said, we have some results that don't make sense, like this one. Vancouver East. This is the safest New Democrat riding in the entire country. Jenny Kwan is the NDP MP. She was the NDP MLA. Provincially, she held this area. Vancouver East is going to be NDP, or there'll be no NDP seats in the country. And yet, the Liberals are leading with 22 votes in Vancouver East. Geoff Vandervees. The Conservatives have 6 votes, and Jenny Kwan's just got 3 for the NDP in Vancouver East. That's one poll in. That's not going to stay like that. Now, something that we do want to watch, this riding right here, this is Maple Ridge, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. This used to be a Liberal riding, and then Mark Dalton, the Conservative, took that from the Liberals in 2019. Mark Dalton, by the way, he's the only Indigenous MP on the Conservative side. Mark's a Métis individual. Right now, he's behind the Liberal, Ahmed Yousaf. So that's Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. We have 5 polls in, so it's not so silly, but 1 vote lead, 96-95. But I think this is definitely on the watch list. This is a riding that the Liberals would like to pick up if they could. The Conservatives absolutely need to hold this. So that's BC. Do we have anything else that's changing around? Not necessarily. Just very quickly, I do want to get to, and I'm going to do it right now, Saskatchewan. Yes, I do. I want to go to Regina. No, I don't. Because in Regina a minute ago, the NDP were leading. Warren Steinley is the Conservative incumbent. He's got a 49-vote lead over the NDP. And if I show you the trend line, look at that. It is crisscrossing. I don't think Warren Steinley, a former MLA, was expecting a fight, but the NDP once held Regina Louvain. Warren Steinley beat a New Democrat to take this seat. So that's what's happening in Regina. Also some change in Edmonton and Calgary. So, Dawna, we've got change going on in the West, and Conservatives don't want change in Alberta, but Alberta seems to want to change some things.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see. I know not a lot of polls reporting there yet, but we'll keep an eye on that. David, thank you so much. Let's go to Robin Gill at the NDP headquarters in Vancouver. Robin.
Good evening, Dawna. We're joined by Anne McGrath, who's the National Director of the NDP. And we want to talk to her about how this campaign went. First of all, what provinces and what kinds of breakthroughs do you think you're going to make with your party?
Well, I think that this is a growth campaign for us, and it'll be the first campaign in a decade where we will have a larger caucus coming out of the campaign than we had going in. So we've run a very aggressive, positive, forward-looking campaign. We've only been in ridings that we don't hold. We didn't go to any incumbent NDP ridings during this campaign, but we went to 51 other ridings where we think we have a shot at picking up seats. And, we have a leader that people really like. They trust him. They think he's authentic and smart and hardworking. And he has a record of accomplishment. He, in this last parliament, got things for Canadians. And I think people look at him and they see how positive his campaign has been, how much he connects with people. And so I'm very hopeful that we're gonna pick up some seats.
But is his positivity and his personality enough to sustain some sort of balance of power in the House of Commons?
Well, we had a balance of power in the last parliament, but of course so did other parties. So I don't know what the outcome of this campaign will be. I mean, one of the things about the actual election day is nobody knows what's going to happen. It looks like it's going to be a close election. And in that case, I think that the number of seats that the NDP can get will be critical to the outcome and will be critical to the shape of the parliament to come and the priorities and issues that will be put on the table. Well, I think British Columbia is going to be a real battleground. I mean, it's where it's all going to come down to, which is unusual, really, in a way. I mean, in the past, British Columbia is used to kind of having the election declared before they've even finished voting. So it is going to be critical in this one, and I think that in the close seats, there will be also one of the factors is going to be mail-in ballots and advance voting.
When we talk about the balance of power, though, will it matter to Mr. Singh whether it's the party that has the most seats, or is there someone else that he could support regardless?
Well, I mean, nobody knows what's going to happen. I mean, if the way that the Constitution works is that the Prime Minister gets to go, whether he's got the most seats or not, gets to go to the Governor General and gets to test the confidence of the House. So the only way that doesn't happen is if the Prime Minister decides to step down. So, if they have less seats, they can still do that. In terms of the balance of power, we're looking for what we can do to help Canadians. We're still in a pandemic. The fourth wave has just ravaged many, many provinces. And I think that in that context, we are going to be looking for things to help people during this fourth wave and to have a recovery that actually helps people and not just the ultra-rich and the corporations.
Well, this pandemic certainly isn't going away anytime soon. Anne, thank you for your time. Dawna, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Robin, thanks. And we have an update on a key riding in Atlantic Canada now. Mercedes.
This is the riding of Cumberland-Colchester, and it has flipped from the Liberals to the Conservatives. This was Liberal Lenore Zan's riding, and in fact, our Ross Lord was there earlier tonight. Tonight, Stephen Ellis is taking the riding, 46%. We are declaring him elected. So that is a rare and coveted flip for the Conservatives in Atlantic Canada.
Sure is, and Lenore Zan telling Ross Lord earlier that she was going to take it in her stride, and now she is out. Let's go to to Farah Nasser in Toronto. You have some guests that we're going to hear from throughout the evening. Who do you have with you now?
Yeah, that's an interesting flip. Maybe we'll get our guest to weigh in on that. I wanted to introduce you to them because we have a diversity of perspectives, both geographically and from a political point of view on our panel tonight. We have former Premier of Saskatchewan, Brad Wall, joining us. We have former Liberal MP turned incumbent MP, and joining us from the riding of Whitby, Selina Cesar-Chauvin, and we have Naheed Nanshi, the mayor of Calgary for about a month, and then the municipal elections happen there. Okay, I wanted to start. We can get into that flip in a second, but you were just saying, Selina, that in your riding you're hearing of really long lineups. What is this going to mean for turnout tonight? It's hard to tell because people are socially distanced. There's not as many polls open, but who benefits from this?
Yeah, so what I could clearly say is people who have been disenfranchised or further disenfranchised from the political process. Long lines means that people that cannot, stay in a line because they have to work or they don't have childcare or they're seniors or persons with disabilities. There's a number of reasons why people cannot stay in those long lines at 10:26 at night, thinking of, staying until 1 a.m. in the morning or however long it's going to take, hours or an hour and a half. We've heard 90 minutes. This really does not benefit those who should be allowed to exercise their democratic rights for issues in a fourth wave of a pandemic that are critically important. We've seen this pandemic further cause a disparity for individuals. The price of everything is higher. People want to tell politicians at the polls, where they are going to put their trust. And unfortunately, because of the timing of this particular election, some people are not going to be allowed to do that. And they're disenfranchised. And I think Canadians lose in this process by having these extra long lines.
Just one thing to point out, if you are in line and you're watching us, stay in line, or if you know somebody in line, because you will get a chance to vote if you are in those lines. And I hope you brought a book. Brad Wall, I'm going to turn it over to you just because of the conservative flip, that rare conservative flip that we just heard about. Love you to weigh in on that. I don't know if Brad can hear me. Nope, I think we're having a bit of a technical issue in 2021. I'm sure you've all at home been through this at some point. So let's turn it over. Thanks, Naheed. That would be great.
Well, I just remember jokingly saying to you yesterday that I'm such a nerd that I'll have all these screens open and I'll be looking at all these ridings. And at some point, we're going to talk about Cumberland Colchester. And sure enough, here we are. So we saw an increase for the Conservatives, about 4 seats, if I'm checking correctly, in Atlantic Canada. Doesn't sound consequential, but it does mean that for the Liberals, the path gets harder. So, the Liberals, if they were kind of below 26 seats in Atlantic Canada, then they'd really have to be careful to preserve their majority. And I think last I checked, they were at 24 leading and elected. So it's not a huge flip for the region, but it does make a difference to what we see overall. And remember, the Liberals in the last election, I think, had 150 odd at dissolution, and the Conservatives 121, if memory serves. So we are definitely seeing a little bit of a flip. So this won't quite be the same parliament as we saw before. However, the challenge is, what if Liberal plus NDP plus Green doesn't equal 170? Then we end up with a very different balance of power.
Do you mind if we get into that? You're a professor, you don't teach this necessarily, but what happens if the Conservatives do win the most seats on tonight? Does it guarantee them a path to power? What happens then?
Okay, Constitution 101, here we go. All right, so what happens is that Mr. Trudeau is still the Prime Minister, and so he gets the first crack at it. Usually, if he's got way fewer seats and there's no path to have the confidence of the House to have a majority of the seats, 170 plus, then he'll just step aside. In a situation like we're seeing now, he clearly stays. Now, if he thinks that he can keep the NDP or the Greens or the Bloc with him and can get a majority, that could mean that even if Mr. O'Toole has more seats, he doesn't get to be the Prime Minister. Now, if the Trudeau can't do it or he loses the confidence of the House, then O'Toole gets to test the confidence of the House. And what would likely happen in a situation like that is nobody wants another election. They would let him be the Prime Minister for a while. until, for example, he put a budget in place that they didn't like. That's exactly what happened to Joe Clark in 1979.
Right.
And the elder Trudeau came back with a big majority after that.
All right. Well, here we go. Full circle. Let's find out what happens tonight. We are going to get more from our panel coming up later on. But first, I'll send it back to you, Dawna, with, I'm sure, more results that are coming in.
Yeah, right now, look at the bottom of your screen. Thanks for Liberals leading or elected in 140, the Conservatives in 98. So quite a big gap developing there. The BQ leading or elected in 28, the NDP in 21, and the Green Party leading or elected in 1. Now, we've heard about lots of long lineups tonight, particularly in Ontario. Let's go to Tracy Tong in Toronto. Tracy.
Well, Dawna, in Ontario, the polls closed about an hour ago, but we are hearing of long lineups around the GTA area, the Greater Toronto area, and that includes ridings like Spadina-Fort York, King Vaughan. We know that Toronto Centre has seen long lineups as well. Hundreds of people reported still to be outside at this time. We do have a live shot, and we're going to bring that up, of a long lineup outside a polling station in King Vaughan, where we have seen people lining up along even a highway ramp, and I'm seeing posts on social media saying that people are just leaving the line out of sheer exhaustion. Now, Elections Canada has said and confirmed that anybody in line by 9:30 p.m., that's when the polls closed, that they will be able to vote no matter how long it takes. So those people, if they are willing to wait, will be able to submit their vote even if it's long past the deadline. Now, I can tell you as well, Dawna, that I was at a polling station earlier today in Spadina-Fort York, that's my riding, and there was a line that wrapped around the building. A poll worker there told me that the delays were due to, one, the room capacity. Now that they are not able to let as many people into the room, that's an issue for them, as well as the way that voters are sorted at those individual polls. So what happens there is that there are individual polls that are empty and other ones where there are lineups, but they can't let more people into the room, hence the long lineups around the building. So it's certainly causing lots of delays and problems. But again, Elections Canada confirming that people in line before the poll closing time will be able to vote. Back to you.
All right, Tracy, thank you. And you can see the numbers now ticking up for the Liberals, and we have some breaking news. Global News is now projecting a Liberal government. That's a Liberal government. We're careful not to say a minority or a majority at this point, just a Liberal government. The vote's still coming in. Mercedes, a victory for Justin Trudeau.
A victory for Justin Trudeau, and the question will be how much of one. Certainly, they have to be feeling some relief. They were confident going in, they were going to win, but then the polls were so tight, there was real concern about whether Liberal voters would be complacent and think, well, you know, we're going to win anyhow, not show up. When that happens, you lose. So they really put a tremendous effort into the get out the vote this year and getting their voters to the polls. Whether or not they will get it, they're very close to it, the same number of seats they had before. If there's less than that, despite winning, there'll still be criticism. If there's less than 155 Liberal seats. If there's more than that, he can defend it a little bit more. Not as much as if you got the majority, which is the whole reason they went into this, but things got so tight that at this point for the Liberals having the win, and if it's over 155, they're going to at least be able to breathe a sigh of relief tonight.
And the Conservatives at this point, leading or elected in 103. In the last election, they had 121 seats. So they have dropped some, although I know, of course, many votes are still to be counted. Mercedes, let's go to our results center and Eric Sorensen, who's keeping track of all this stuff. Eric, where are the Liberals making their gains?
They're making them in Ontario for sure. They've picked up some on the Bloc Québécois in Quebec as well. We want to tell you sort of how they got there because, you know, there's still some seats out there to be won and lost. I mean, in British Columbia, for example, we're not getting too many results yet, but we've calculated when you take the NDP, the Greens, the Bloc numbers out of there, the seats needed to win at this point, according to our meter, is 145. The Liberals are at 146. There may be a riding or two that switch around still, I mean, or even a few. But you can see that when it's going to take 145 to win, roughly, the Conservatives just they have too many seats that they would have to win them all. That's just like, that's not going to happen. Let's look at the map and see sort of what was expected. This is the area where the Conservatives were needing to win if they were going to win the night, to win the most seats. It's not so much the downtown Toronto, where you see a couple of NDP ridings perhaps going their way. It's this belt around Toronto. And for the most part, it just looks like the same map we saw in 2019, the same map we saw in 2015. They just have not had a chance. They just have not been able to break through enough. Let's look at a couple of the ridings just on the north side of Toronto here. And if we look at the boards, you'll see they're looking Liberal for the moment. This is Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. Leona Alislev, she was a Liberal originally when she won in 2015. She crossed the floor, so she is a Conservative incumbent, but she is trailing Leah Taylor-Roy at the moment, and that would be an important takeaway and just a costly loss for the Conservatives if it turns out that way. And in Richmond Hill, this would be the type of riding that the Conservatives would have looked at to say, we got to take this from the Liberals. But for the moment, Majid Jahari, the incumbent, is leading, and if it keeps going this way, you can see from that map, most of the images around the map are Liberal red. So let's have a look then at the popular vote. National popular vote we're looking at here. This would be the Liberals ahead at 37, or is this Ontario? Anybody can tell me for sure?
National.
These are the Canadian numbers. 37.5, 32.8. It won't stay necessarily this way, but remember 2019, the Liberals were actually 1.2 points behind the Conservatives. It was 34 roughly to 33. Right now, the Conservatives are at roughly 33. The Liberals are at 37.5. Some of this will change, but you can see for the moment, the popular vote is favoring the Liberals. The winning of seats around Toronto is favoring the Liberals. Everything for the moment is favoring the Liberals finishing ahead in the number of seats. Let's not say what the government's going to be, but it gives you an idea there. Dawna.
All right. So a Liberal government, we're just not sure how big a victory this is for the Liberals at this point. Abigail Beeman is at Liberal headquarters in Montreal. Abigail, there must be excitement there. This is obviously a win.
Right, excitement, tension. I think they're watching things closely as these results continue to trickle in, and you saw some of those tight races, just early polls being reported. It's not the scene that it was in 2015 with a packed room behind me. They're setting up a couple dozen chairs, perhaps, but the volume's increasing, the number of people in the room increasing as well. But they're watching closely, cautiously optimistic, I guess would be the right way to put it, as we see these numbers come in. A couple of things to note. We've seen those pictures of incredibly long lines at polling stations, and also pointing out this slow process of mail-in ballots in these races that are going to be so tight, the ones that we keep going back to, and talking about races that could be won or lost on a couple of hundred votes when you have, thousands of mail-in results that could take hours to count tomorrow. So still a wait-and-see game in many places, but obviously the Liberals feeling pretty good at this point, as there are more and more calls of a Liberal win.
So still being counted, as you point out, and so the numbers are not firm at this point, and all those mail-in ballots and all of that. But if this ends up being another Liberal minority, how will that go down among, I guess, the sort of brain trust of the Liberals?
Yeah, that's a really key question here. We heard from day one, Justin Trudeau asked over and over and over again, why are you calling this election? Why did you call this election? He refused to say the entire campaign, hey, I want a majority. Hey, that's what we need. We need the stability of having a majority government so we can get our ideas through, get legislation through, and make the changes that we need to make. He posited it as Canadians need a choice for who to lead them out of this pandemic, and that the Liberal Party is the best party to do that. But if it is a minority situation, and if they're right back where they started from, with $600 million spent on an election that many Canadians felt was not necessary, there's certainly going to be some frustration there and lots of questions asked. Of course, throughout the campaign, Justin Trudeau asked over and over again, if this is a minority government, is that a loss for you? Do you resign? Do you step down? What happens next? And of course, he refused to answer any of those speculative questions, but those will be the questions that bubble up as we figure out what exactly is taking place here tonight, and if it's a Liberal win, if it's a Liberal right back where we were 5 weeks ago, and why did we come this far for this result? Those are all the things that will be examined, but too early to say at this point.
All right, Abigail, thanks. Right now, just an update, not dissimilar to where we were at the end of the last election. The Liberals leading or elected in 144, the Conservatives in 117, the BQ in 28, the NDP in 25, and the Green Party leading or elected in 2 ridings. Let's go to Mike LeCouture, who is at Conservative headquarters in Oshawa, Ontario. What's it like there, Mike?
Well, Dawna, I'll give you one indication of how the mood is. The big board behind me normally has, you can see, a couple of the broadcasts, including ours, and they usually feature one in the middle as the results start coming in. When it was declared that it would be a Liberal government, they stopped that and they started playing music. So clearly not the greatest of moods in this room either. And picking up on what Abigail had said, I mean, that was the attack that Erin O'Toole was using on the hustings, saying this is all going to be for nothing. It is a power grab by Justin Trudeau. He wants a majority government and he is costing Canadians $600 million. We heard it a number of times at every single rally. Clearly, though, it wasn't enough to get his vote out and to get enough voters to actually go with the Conservatives. He tried to bring this party closer to the center of the political spectrum. He was more progressive, talking about being very pro-choice, talking about being an ally of the LGBTQ2 community. Those were things that some in the base were saying is too far to the center, others saying that's where it had to go. But clearly this is a bit of a rejection of what Erin O'Toole was doing, and potentially, does this mean that he will now have to face a leadership review, or will he now have to, walk the plank, so to speak, like we saw with Andrew Scheer in 2019. Those rumors and those whispers came very quickly after that election. I think that's what a lot of people in this room will be asking themselves at the end of this evening.
Okay, Mike Lecouture at Conservative Party headquarters. Thanks. We want to go to the NDP headquarters and Robin Gill. Robin, I just want to point out the NDP now leading or elected in 26 ridings. Last time, as you know, of course, they won 24 ridings across the country. What's the mood like there?
Well, it's actually hard to figure out what the mood is because not a lot of people are here right now. But you can imagine that it is a slight disappointment because they were trying to steal votes from the Liberals. They were trying to divide that progressive vote, and that was the strategy throughout, constantly attacking Liberal leader Justin Trudeau. But on the other hand, they did want to see growth. So those 2 seats that they may have potentially attained in this election is probably some progress for them, but they probably wanted to get more seats. But as I've said, they really, really were trying to steal from Justin Trudeau. It was constantly pointed out that he was public enemy number 1, and yet they had propped him up in the last Parliament, Dawna.
All right, Robin Gill, thanks. We have an update on some key races involving the federal party leaders. Mercedes.
So let's take a look at how those federal party leaders are doing in their own ridings, not just the party standings nationally. Justin Trudeau leading in his riding of Papineau, no surprise there. I was there early on in the campaign with Mr. Trudeau, and he was just about getting mobbed with supporters in the streets who were delighted to see him, taking that very easily with 54% lead right now. Erin O'Toole also leading in his riding. He's got 50% of the votes so far. Of course, we'd still have lots of polls reporting. Yves-François Blanchet, the Bloc Québécois leader, also very comfortable lead in his riding. And finally, Jagmeet Singh, NDP leader there, very close with actually the Liberal. But take a look at the number of polls reporting, 1. So don't get too alarmed yet on Jagmeet Singh's electoral fortunes.
Yeah, super early for that. And the one leader we haven't mentioned is Annamie Paul in Toronto Centre. I don't know if we can quickly call that up, or we can get David Aiken to look that up in a minute. Mercedes, right now the Liberals leading or elected in 149, the Conservatives in 117, the BQ in 28. Oh, there we go. Yeah.
That's not a good night.
No, at this point, so not a lot of the polls reporting, but still, Annamie Paul way, way, way down, which is, terribly for her, no matter what you think of her party or her politics, that's a big loss. Expected that she would lose in that riding, though, because it is a Liberal stronghold. So I just wanted to mention the numbers. The Liberal numbers keep ticking up there. They're now at 150. The Conservatives leading or elected in 117. The NDP in 27. It's kind of shaping up to be almost a mirror image at this point of the last election.
And I think that, the Liberals will be able to celebrate a victory tonight. But if it looks the same as before they went into the election, they're going to have an electorate that's not very happy. And frankly, you're going to have a lot of the Liberal base that'll be glad they won, but won't be too happy that they were not able to pull off higher numbers. And that could ultimately reflect on Mr. Trudeau. We'll see how he handles it and what the actual numbers are. As you said, it's still early in a lot of these ridings and we don't know. But I kept hearing over and over that they were concerned that Trudeau has become, instead of, he was very much the golden boy and a huge draw for Liberal support, that he now is is potentially one of the biggest liabilities. He's still obviously winning the election tonight. That's not that big of a liability. But within the party, there'll be discussion about this, and they will not be happy if we've gone through this entire exercise to end up with essentially the same thing. But that may not be the case. We don't know yet.
Yeah, still votes to be counted, we must say. But it could be that the NDP, again, are the ones who have an informal arrangement with the Liberals and get some things done that they want done in this government. So we'll wait and see. David Akin is in the Results Centre. David, what are you watching?
Well, let's take a look. Let's go back to the GTA. Toronto and the 905. It's combined 55 seats, more than any province except Quebec. And really, as we're talking the story of the same old, I mean, really, Toronto is the symbol for that. Look at this. All that red. I'll give you 2019. Do you see much difference there, Dawna? There's not a whole lot of difference. 2021. Now, there's a little bit, let me go into some change. You might have noticed a little red. I mentioned daggers and spikes. Doesn't that look like a dagger? That's actually the riding of Davenport. Davenport, the incumbent, is Julie Zarowitz. Little trivia. Julie Zarowitz was the president of the Liberals at McGill University and sold a Liberal membership to a guy named Jerry Butts, who brought his friend Justin Trudeau along to the Liberal Club. So blame Julie Zarowitz for Justin Trudeau being a member of the Liberal Party. That's my thing there. Anyway, she's behind right now, behind Alejandro Bravo in the riding of Davenport. It's still early, 10 polls. But Julie Zarowitz knows she was in a tough fight here. She beat a New Democrat to take this riding. And right now, in Fortress Toronto, the 25 seats in the core, that's really the only change. Now, if we look outside, it's not a good night for the Conservatives. You mentioned the Conservatives had to win some stuff in York Region. They're actually losing some stuff in York Region. Want to take a look right now here. Former deputy leader of the party, Leona Alislev, is in second place in Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. 10 polls reporting, so still very early. The leader in Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill is Leah Taylor-Roy. Remember Leona Alislev? Got elected in 2015 as a Liberal for Justin Trudeau. Didn't like Justin Trudeau. Quit, crossed the floor. Got elected in 2019 as a Conservative. So she's won in this riding as both Liberal and Conservative, but right now she's behind, and that's a Liberal pickup. One more Liberal pickup, I believe, is one that they're defending, we've been watching, is in Richmond Hill. This is a rematch, and when I talk about rematch, I mean all across the board. Maji Jawari is the Liberal incumbent, and he beat Kostas Menegakis last time. Kostas is back. Now, it's a 675 vote lead right now. Adam Davida for the NDP is in third place. This is his second kick at the can. And Igor Vorogov for the People's Party, it's his second kick at the can. All four of these guys were on the ballot in this riding last time around, and the result is the same right now for the Liberals. But you can see the red team, it's pretty solid all through the region. There you go, Davenport, as we were talking, just flipped back to Julie Zarowitz. But look how close that is, 42.1% to 41.9%. And don't forget, folks, we got 3,000 mail-in ballots. 3,000 mail-in ballots. Mail-in ballots do not get counted till tomorrow morning. So there you go, Dawna. Fortress Toronto has turned out to be exactly that, Fortress Toronto. Some viewers might be going, Akin, what's that green bit over there? Why don't we talk about that just quickly? That's Kitchener Centre. Kitchener Centre is what's one of the Greens leading or elected, because this is where we had the Liberal incumbent Raj Saini, one of those accused of sexual misconduct. He stepped down. The Liberals disavowed him. That happened about a week and a half ago. He still is on the ballot. But Mike Morris he's running for the second time, and he finished second here last time. And so he right now is leading in Kitchener Centre. Maybe we have a Green MP from Ontario. Don't forget, the only Green MPP in Ontario is in Guelph. So this could be a little Green Centre of Excellence, Kitchener Centre in Guelph. Who knows?
Akin, I have a question for you. If you could just move east a little bit for a second. We've been talking through the night about the People's Party of Canada. What's the news on Maxime Bernier in Beauce?
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, let's go. I'll just pretend I'm driving up the 401 and now I'm coming in, and come with me. Maybe it's better if I just go back. Whoopsie, sorry, pardon me. As I say, Maxime Bernier was doing better, but I haven't checked in on him in a few minutes. So let's do that right now. Quebec, Central Quebec. Like I say, my machine doesn't keep up with me. The Beauce is right here. No, it's not. Yes, it is. So he's in second place. So there's Maxime Bernier. He finished in second place last time with 25% of the vote, give or take, and right now he's at 18%. Richard Lehoux, the incumbent, is winning. And is Maxime Bernier in his riding tonight, Dawna? No, I think you may have mentioned this. He's not in his riding tonight. He is in Saskatoon. And do you know why? Because in Saskatoon, apparently there is no mandate to wear a mask indoors. So Bernier and the People's Party, they don't like masks and vaccines. He can have a big party with a lot of people inside in Saskatoon. But if he was in Quebec and is riding, everybody in a mask, and it's a limit on the number of people inside. So Max says, thanks very much, the Beauce, but I don't even want to hang out with you on my election night. And apparently the Beaucerons are saying, well, too bad for you, Max, thanks. Richard Lehoux is the incumbent. So politics is like that. That's that Quebec is looking, you know, again, I'm looking there. The big change, did you knock on this? Ruth Ellen Brosseau in Berthier-Masconange. She was the one elected in 2011 in the big orange wave. She was in Vegas at the time. Turned out to be one of the best NDP MPs. She got beat last time, and she's come back against Yves Perron. Right now, she's leading, 105 polls in. So this would be a good news story for New Democrats. She was very popular in Parliament. Ruth Ellen Brosseau leading right now in Berthier-Masconange. So that is a nice story for the NDP, who right now don't have a lot of nice stories. I had them winning about close to 40 seats tonight, Dawna. And they're going to have to up their game if they want to get to what I had in my pool. They're at 26 right now.
David, you were a font of information. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We'll come back to you. We have some breaking news now. Global News is now projecting a Liberal minority government, So there you have it. We are right back where we started. Were the 36 days, were they worth it?
That's a question I think Mr. Trudeau is going to be asked a lot, Dawna, in the coming days. Looking at the numbers right now, and as we keep saying it early, 150, the Liberals are not up to the number of seats they had before they dissolved Parliament. They could still easily get there. They're within 5 of them. But the fact that this was not a majority, the Liberals will spin this and say, but we won. Yes, absolutely. And it is a win, and that is significant. But that is not why they called an election to end up in the same situation as they were before the election, because then why not just keep working in Parliament? Why go through this whole exercise? So I think that's going to be some tough questions for Mr. Trudeau. They could still get significantly more seats than they have now, but not enough to make a majority, which of course would be 170. Not a surprise for anyone who's been watching throughout this election. We knew it was very tight. No one was expecting a majority. But to have gone through this whole exercise and essentially end up with the exact same thing as they left off.
Yeah, at this point, almost mirror image of where we were. And, a lot of people I ran into as I was going across the country doing Global National said, actually, minority is not a bad thing. Mm-hmm. And so I wonder, I mean, I know a lot of people didn't want the election and now we end up where we were. But a minority government for a lot of Canadians is not a bad thing.
You don't get in a situation where anyone is able to just shove their agenda through. And you see that with majority governments. There's an arrogance that can go with that. There's no check on power. You can have debates and you can have all of those committees, but at the end of the day, with a majority, it doesn't matter what the opposition say. You can just smash your legislation through. That's not the case with a minority. You actually have to negotiate. You have to get people on side. That is what the Liberals didn't like having to do. They wanted the mandate to be able to move forward with their ideas without having to consult. Canadians are saying, you know what, Liberals, we like you as a government, but we don't like you unchecked. So we're going to put you in a situation where you have to talk to other parties and work with them, and you can't just do whatever you want. We're not going to hand you the keys to the car. We like the idea of maybe there having to be some civil discourse and thought and debate on the policies in this country.
All right, Eric Sorensen is standing by at the Results Centre. Eric, not all the votes are counted yet, but we have declared a Liberal minority. What are you watching for?
Well, the thing we talked about earlier tonight was that the Liberals would have to lose a bunch of seats and the Conservatives would have to make up a bunch if they were going to catch them. And that number was going to be 36. And we thought, well, there's a chance that that could happen. And right now, the Liberals' losses amount to one seat lost, at least in terms of how it plays right now. There are a few more seats still to come in. The way it looks right now, the Conservatives being up 5, they would end up then with maybe in the mid-120s. It is remarkably the same, as you and Mercedes were saying, how remarkably similar this was. And so, in one sense, over the last couple of weeks, this is a good news story for the Liberals because they were getting worried about how things were going. But in the long haul, as you said, they called this election. They were already at numbers like this. It has cost a few $100 million to do it, and they're going to return with numbers like this. This has to diminish and hurt Trudeau and the Liberals to some degree, that we've gone through this exercise and ended up with numbers that at the end of the day are going to be within a few of exactly the same of what they were when the election was called.
Yeah, kind of, well, I don't know if it's remarkable. I don't know what it is, Eric, but thank you. Thanks for that. Hey, I want to correct something that David Akin said before, an Akin boo-boo, just a little one, but, you know, significant for the people in Saskatchewan. That is that there is, in fact, a mask mandate now in place in Saskatchewan, in indoor mask mandate. And so the People's Party of Canada decided, Maxime Bernier decided to go to Saskatoon because when he made that decision, there was no indoor mask mandate. Saskatchewan then implemented one, and now he finds himself there and actually finds himself he hasn't won his seat in Beauce either. So, and People's Party of Canada not represented on the bottom of your screen there, so not leading or elected in any ridings in the country. Let's go to Abigail Beeman, who is at the Liberal headquarters in Montreal. Abigail.
Well, Dawna, not much has changed since the last time that we spoke in terms of the mood in this room. I think it's just still Liberals are watching these results come in closely. And I think there's two different stories going on. There's this macro, big picture here of a Liberal minority government, as Global News has called it. What that means, big picture, if we're right back where we were 5-6 weeks ago, what was the point of having this election in the first place? The question of voter frustration, what voter turnout, all of those things. When you look on the micro scale and you examine these races as they unfold, there's, a million interesting stories that political geeks will be watching. I'm just seeing numbers flash by of that, the riding of Richmond Hill, Aurora, Oak Ridges, where it looks like the Liberals are leading. That's, a personal vendetta against Leona Alislev, the floor crosser Conservative. We look in Kitchener Centre, where the Liberal candidate had to resign over allegations. Raj Saini, the Greens are pulling ahead. So lots of interesting stories on the micro level, but we're still left with some big questions about where we go from here in big picture. And I want to bring in Loren McNabb. Loren, what are you hearing from voters in terms about, whether this election was necessary to be right back to where we were at the start?
Honestly, this morning we heard on air everyone writing in to say they wanted to see some change, or they were unsure where to park their vote, or they were maybe moving back to the Liberals. But at the end of the day, so many people were like, I think we're just going to end up right where we started, right? That's the narrative you've heard throughout. You look at the numbers, that's exactly what's happening here. And so, yeah, we still got a few more polls to come in, and we're going to add things up. But if we end the night the way we started, the big question for Canadians will be not just what was this for, but what do we do with this? Because we're stuck in this position where we're going to have the exact same level of government in terms of, the order of things as they go, and we still are in this pandemic. So if it was about giving them a mandate to best lead us through the pandemic, well, didn't we have that then? Right. Weren't we already there? And that's the feeling, I think, that got, what?
Exactly, and I think we won't be able to answer exactly where we go from here until we see this seat breakdown and what kind of a minority government we'll be looking at. But those are exactly the questions that voters and really, all Canadians have at the end of this.
They certainly are. Abigail Loren, thank you. Right now, the seat breakdown, looking like shockingly, remarkably like it was, or maybe not shockingly, but remarkably like it was in the last election. 151 for the Liberals, leading or elected, the Conservatives 120, the BQ at 30, the NDP at 28, and the Green Party at 3. Let's go to Mike LeCouture, who is at Conservative Party headquarters in Oshawa, Ontario. Mike, this is a loss for Erin O'Toole.
It is, and it's going to be interesting to see how any of the Conservatives try and spin it any other way. One Conservative I just spoke to in the room actually said they are now looking at their seat total more than the Liberal seat total to determine whether or not this is a win or a loss. Another one who I just reached out to by text said it is hard to watch and they needed more from the NDP. Let's bring in Alex Pearson here from Global News Radio. And Alex, can O'Toole stay around if it is 121 seats that he brings back to Parliament?
It would be very difficult. I mean, look, you can't say you win if you've lost. And no matter how much he improved the seat count or the popular vote, it doesn't matter. He didn't win. And Conservatives don't sit around and let a leader take time after time. I mean, the NDP will allow Jagmeet Singh probably to, try a few more times as you can do, but the Conservatives and ICE will come out pretty quickly, and I think you'll see, a leadership review, a leadership race, whatever. The problem is, for $610 million, we just got pretty much the same thing as what we walked away from. So now, at a time when we need all hands on deck, we're going to have probably two parties in the midst of leadership contests and not serving the Canadian taxpayers. I mean, the best thing out of this, Mike, is I got for $610 million, I got a cowbell, but no party to celebrate at.
Well, that's interesting. I guess you'll take that one home.
Yes, I will.
But the other thing I was going to ask you, though, is can he really stick around, or can he have the excuse that, look, it was a pandemic, a lot of people didn't know me, I just had a year?
I don't think so. Look, I don't know, because I just think at this point we're in a minority situation. So what, we're going to go for another 2 years of governing maybe? The electorate is going to be more jaded, more cynical than ever when they wake up tomorrow. I mean, the one thing about a minority government, as you well know, is that they can't, the Liberals will not be able to bury all the scandals that are piling up. And so that work will get started again. All the committees, all the things that, the opposition were looking into, that doesn't go away. The problem for Aaron O'Toole is he was brought out here to win. He tried to transform the party into something different, move it more to the center, move it more progressive. He alienated parts of the base. They're very angry. Someone's got to bring that back, or in another 2 years, we're going to be sitting here and I probably won't get a bell. And Conservatives will probably not get a win. So it's very divided either way. But as far as I'm concerned, Canadians have absolutely been failed all the way around in this election.
That's a really sad way to look at it, unfortunately, Alex. But hey, Dawna, Alex has a bell, and I think that's one thing that a lot of people are going to take away from this, right?
A bell. Okay. Mike Lucatura, thanks. Let's check in with Robin Gill at NDP headquarters in Vancouver. Robin, the NDP now leading or elected in 31, which is a gain over where they were before, when they had 24 seats. I'm curious to hear from Jagmeet Singh tonight. Are we expecting, have you heard anything about when he might appear?
We have heard that he's going to be speaking at about 10:30 Pacific time, so we'll wait and see, because that could change at any time. But, Dawna, I heard this big sigh in your voice earlier when we declared the Liberal minority, and you know what? We're going to be doing this in another 2 years, and Jagmeet Singh realized it as well, and he called it the other day, it's going to be Groundhog Day all over again. So let's bring in Simi Sarah to talk about what the NDP is probably thinking right now. They're leading in 31 ridings. That's probably positive news for them.
It is. I'm jealous, though, because we didn't get a cowbell. We didn't get anything like what Alex got there. But, for the NDP, I really feel like they were so hopeful in the first couple of weeks of the campaign, and you could almost feel that they had some momentum and there was a difference, but something changed about halfway through. And I know we're going to spend a lot of time analyzing that, I think, in the days ahead. But this is a pickup for them. And really the way it's looking right now is they are the only party that had some improvement over the performance from 2 years ago. So maybe that's enough for them to hold on to. I know Ruth Ellen Brousseau is doing well in Quebec tonight. That's a good sign for them. But there's a lot of questions about why couldn't they capitalize on that momentum that it seemed like Jagmeet Singh had heading into this tonight.
But do you think that people were parking their votes strategically?
I think that's certainly a discussion they're going to have, because it did seem like that argument that the Liberals were making, particularly in the last week or two, when you saw things change with what had happened in Alberta and the pandemic became a bigger issue, that did that work? Did that idea of vote splitting or voting strategically, did that have an effect on people who were thinking about voting NDP? That's a question that the NDP, they're going to have to investigate in the days ahead.
But they insisted that they weren't worried about vote splitting at all. And in fact, today even, but Jagmeet Singh did take a turn in what he was thinking today, and he did say he was a bit nervous. We'll talk a bit later now with you, Dawna.
Yeah, we will come back to you. Thanks, Robin. You are watching our commercial-free coverage of Decision Canada live on Global, and we're back in a moment. All right, welcome back. Well, it is now certain that it will be a Liberal minority government. You can see the numbers on the bottom of your screen there. The Liberals leading or elected in 154, the Conservatives in 122 ridings, the NDP leading or elected in 29, the BQ also in 29, and the Green Party leading or elected in 2. And we have an update on a key riding, the first party leader to be elected. Mercedes.
Dawna, first party leader to be elected is Yves-François Blanchet. He is, of course, the leader of the Bloc Québécois. He is comfortably elected there, 53%. So the first major federal party leader to win his seat. He is very popular in Quebec in this election. You're seeing that as well in the reflection on seats, although not up as high as they were at the time Parliament was dissolved. BQ had 32 seats then. They've got 29 so far tonight. But Monsieur Blanchet certainly keeping his seat. Not a surprise, but of course always news whenever we see the results on a party leader.
For sure. And Mercedes, I guess if you blinked and missed the election campaign, it turns out it didn't matter because we're back right
it's
where we started.
Groundhog Day. I mean, if I had to pick an election result for 2020, 2021, Groundhog Day probably would have been the one just with the way these last 2 years have been going. But here we are.
Here we are. Let's go to Eric Sorensen in the Results Center. Eric, you want to talk, I think, about the balance of power, and I want to ask you, too, about the popular vote. So go for it.
All right. So, first of all, if the Liberals had lost a few more seats, things might have got complicated for them in terms of passing legislation. They would have had to say, oh, now we have to find two other parties because we're so far from 170. But being back to where they were, you can just kind of do the arithmetic. The Liberals at 155, if they've got the NDP on side, that plus 29 gets you well past 170. The BQ will get you past 170. One of the things to note about the NDP, I think, is this. They've gained 5 seats. They have reversed the trend of sort of downward trending after that big year in 2011. They lost seats in 2015. They lost seats in 2019. Now we're seeing gains. This is really under the watch of Jagmeet Singh. Jagmeet Singh has helped the NDP now to gain seats back. You mentioned one of them in Quebec. Let's look at Saskatchewan for just a second. It is, as always, a kind of a sea of blue, but there. Oh, there we see down here. That's Saskatoon. Let's look at the riding that we want to look at in Saskatoon. That's Saskatoon West, just on the other side, on the west side of the North Saskatchewan River. And Robert Doucette of the NDP is leading Brad Redekop, the incumbent, by 470 votes, by about 8 percentage points. You know, it had turned so blue in Saskatchewan. A lot of people have wondered for a long time, whatever happened to the NDP in a riding like this one? This is equivalent to where Roy Romano, the old premier, used to live and where he used to run. You can see the NDP picking up perhaps a seat in Saskatoon West, which would be a big footprint to have because it has been so blue in Saskatchewan for the last little while. Popular vote. Look at those numbers. The Liberals in red here, the Conservatives in blue, 33.5, 33.8. Ipsos and some of the others, but Ipsos said, like, this is like within a point of each other, and they're bang on. Like, at the moment, they're just that close with the popular vote. You remember 2019, the Liberals lost the popular vote, but still won by a lot of seats. You know, they got up to 150. It was 157 at that point. This time it's 155. I can't get over how similar these numbers are. There's been a few move around. I mean, the NDP is up 5, as we talked about. The BQ is down 4. Remember, Blanchet had said he wanted to get to 40. Disappointing night for him. Not an unhappy night, I'd say, for the NDP. They've got the minority government they wanted. They have as many seats now as the BQ. They've made some gains. They're in a better position than they were. And truth be told, the Liberals are weakened just in terms of the moral authority that they'll have going forward after calling this election and ending up with results that are like this, just exactly as they were before. Now, you want to talk about the popular vote?
Well, yeah,
Dawna?
no, I mean, it is so remarkably similar to last time, Eric. And of course, the Conservatives won the popular vote by just a tiny margin last time. And of course, the Liberals won a minority government. But I get it looks like that might happen again.
Yeah, now there are some votes still to come in. They're probably more conservative votes. That would be my guess because it's Western Canada that's reporting a little later. And the Conservatives usually have more votes for sure than the Liberals in British Columbia. So they may still finish a little ahead. They might actually be, they might be a couple of points ahead by the end of the night. That'd be interesting because you'd be in that same situation. Like, how can we keep winning the popular vote and losing by 30 seats?
Well, I want to ask you, too, about the People's Party of Canada. It's down there registering at 5% of the popular vote. How much of the vote went from the Conservatives to the PPC?
I don't know. I mean, but it's fair to guess. And
it's fair to guess.
It's not enough. It's not enough that it made any kind of difference in terms of the PPC getting elected. We can find some of those ridings where the Conservatives may have lost. close ones to the Liberals and find that the difference could have been made up by the PPC? Doubtless, there are going to be a few like that. The problem for the Conservatives in the end, though, was that they didn't finish within 2 or 3 close ridings. Right now, they're down by 33. And remember last time it was 36. It's just so close to what it was the last time. The only difference being that the Liberals called this election when it wasn't that necessary because the other parties all said, we have numbers like this. Why are we having an election then?
Deja vu all over again. Eric, thank you. We have an update on a key riding. Mercedes.
Dawna, Maxime Bernier, leader of the People's Party of Canada, has been defeated in his riding, and substantially so. Take a look at that numbers. Richard Leroux is in fact winning. He has won. We are declaring him elected at 49%. Bernier 30 points behind him. So the leader of the People's Party of Canada, people in his riding saying no thank you to him leading them. Of course, the Conservative there was the incumbent, taking that back. Before that, Bernier was, of course, elected as a Conservative and a Conservative cabinet minister. He spoke tonight after having lost his own riding. This is what he had to say.
They have to start paying attention because thousands of Canadians were coming to our rallies all across the country. Everywhere we looked, you could see purple, a purple wave, a sea of purple. My friends, this is not just a political party. It is a movement. It is an ideological revolution that we are starting now.
Dawna, I think probably some questions about whether or not there is a revolution, seeing as so far tonight the People's Party of Canada don't have any seats showing up. Certainly they showed up higher in the popular vote than expected, but that's not translating into seats for them tonight. People who have won their seats of significance, we have some more to share with you there. Two members of cabinet. One cabinet minister re-elected, Mark Miller. He is the Minister for Indigenous Services. He has won his riding, and Pablo Rodriguez, who is the government House Leader. He's the guy who's going to be very busy if he's back in that job, Dawna, because what he basically does is go around and negotiate with the other parties about legislation that's going to move through. So he is re-elected tonight, and if he is back in that job, well, I guess he already knows how to do it. Pablo Rodriguez.
Well, that's one way to put it. He's got his work cut out for him.
Oh, and now I'm hearing we also have Mary Ng. We are declaring her re-elected. Mary Ng is the minister in charge of international business. Omar Alghabra re-elected as well, Minister of Transport. Seen a lot of him during the pandemic as we had to deal with all of those issues around COVID-19, trains, planes, and automobiles. That's all his responsibility. We'll see if he remains there in the Liberal cabinet in this new Liberal minority government that we're seeing tonight, Dawna.
All right, Mercedes, thanks. I'm curious to know what the political panel has to say about everything that's going on. Farah.
Hats off. They've been so patient, Dawna, so I'm going to get right to it. Nahid Nanshi, first, we have to talk about the facial expression you had when we just heard from Maxime Bernier. Will you explain that to us?
Yeah, no, he doesn't get the purple wave. That's me. And it's purple because it's red and blue. So let me just say that speech doesn't match the facts. It was delusional. But that's pretty much everything we've heard from Maxime Bernier. And my greatest dream is we never have to hear from Maxime Bernier ever again after tonight.
Let's leave Maxime Bernier aside. Let's talk about what happened with Trudeau today. We're back where we started. Is he going to have to pay a price for that?
Well, let me read you some numbers here. And look at those chiclets at the bottom of your screen as I read you these numbers. 155, 119, 24, 32, 2. So what am I reading? That was Parliament at dissolution. Why did we do this? And ultimately, no, I don't think either Trudeau nor O'Toole are going to pay a price. We're just going to be back where we were 6 months ago, except it's the fourth wave instead of the third.
Celine, I see you want to jump in. Go ahead.
Yeah, you know what, Canadians don't get it wrong. And I talked a lot about leadership throughout this election, and they didn't get it wrong. They didn't give Trudeau the keys to the car or the house or the country. They said, look, we told you that you were handling this the way we wanted it. Why are we going to change it now? We want you to work with others. We want you to not just run roughshod on this pandemic and what you do. We want you to talk to the other members around Parliament. We want you to talk to other people in the House. And that's what they told us again. They said specifically that we want you to do this, but we don't want you to do it alone. You're going to have to talk to others. You're going to have to play nice in the sandbox. The question of the fact that we're back here with several millions of dollars spent when people are struggling is going to have to be a question that Mr. Trudeau answers and answers to Canadians.
Brad Wall, what happened with the Conservatives?
Well, I think Aaron O'Toole would be surprised to find out that his fate might come down to chiclets, as we've been calling these tabs, colored tabs with the numbers in them. Because if it holds that the Conservatives maintain a lead in popular support, that's not different from last time when Mr. Scheer led the party, but an improvement in the number of seats, which is where we're at right now, even though it's a marginal improvement, would be a little bit different, and maybe a case that Mr. O'Toole could make to those in the party who may be wanting to have a leadership review or something more serious, I guess. You know, I remember being on this broadcast not very many months ago at the time of the last election. Mr. Trudeau had the chance in his speech that night to offer some contrition and some humility. His majority had been reduced to a minority, and he went the opposite direction. You know, they say in politics, at least some say, that your most important speech is your next one. I think for both O'Toole and Mr. Trudeau, these next speeches tonight are going to be very important.
And we look forward to your analysis, Brad, yours, Selena, and yours, Nancy, as well. Thank you all. And Dawna, I'm going to send it back to you.
Thanks, Farah. Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to hear all of the speeches tonight, starting with Justin Trudeau and also the NDP, who really are, you know, if you're going to look at winners and losers, I guess you could say the NDP is coming out of this ahead, certainly in more seats, and also because they will be the ones who will have an informal arrangement with the Liberals in order for the Liberals to continue in government. Let's go to Abigail Beeman, who is at Liberal headquarters in Montreal. Abigail.
Well, Dawna, I think we heard a couple of times from Brad Wall and from yourself that this question of is a minority government a win or a loss for the Liberals. We'll be listening very closely to Justin Trudeau's speech whenever that happens, scheduled to be at 12:30 Eastern, but we'll see, depending on how the evening unfolds, what happens there. And, you know, he was asked so many times along the trail, if this is a minority win, is that really a win or is it a loss? And, of course, would not answer, would not even come out and say clearly that he wants a majority government, though obviously that is what his party was pushing for. So we'll be listening very closely to that speech and to see exactly how he plays this, whether what it tells him about the electorate and what it tells him about, you know, the ideas that he was posing to Canadians and how people feel about this. But when you break it down and look at some of the things that are happening on the ground, I mean, it looks like so far two Liberal cabinet ministers, Bernadette Jordan and Mariam Monsef in Peterborough, at this point looks like they're going to lose their seat. Not a good sign, especially in that riding of Peterborough when the Liberals were pushing so hard on the idea of a partially vaccinated candidate campaigning in a long-term care home. That was the Conservative candidate in that riding. Looks like she might pick it up. So some interesting stories unfolding, but we'll see, about that big picture. I'm going to bring in Loren. We know that's the question people will be asking. Is this a win for the Liberals? But what are you hearing from voters about things, if they return to status quo?
Well, I'll tell you who it's a win for. I just passed through the back room on the way to Liberal headquarters and I listened to some of the technical guys for the Liberal team and I overheard them say, well, at least we're not going to be here past 12:30. That's about the only win tonight right here, in the sense that, we thought we would be late, we thought it would be close, and I think at the very least Canadians thought, okay, well, we're going to a polls. If you think that we're going for a reason, we'll give you a reason. And here we are talking again the same way we did 2 years ago. 2 years ago after this minority result, I remember listening to our colleagues talking about, is this a nation divided given how the vote broke down? And the same question I think has to be asked tonight. I mean, Canadians went to the polls and they said today, yeah, the mandate we gave you last time is the mandate we're giving you this time around. Nothing's changed in our minds. And so maybe there was a little bit of luck along the way in the last final days for the Liberals. Could have gotten a little bit worse maybe if they hadn't done that coast to coast to coast to coast to coast. I mean, they were all over the place. But I don't think voters are going to wake up tomorrow morning and feel anything other than that. Yeah, remember when we said we were good with where we're at? We're good with where we're at. So how does he get up on the stage tonight and then say, okay, I hear you. Here's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to watch, and we've said this before, but how these seats break down in terms of if this is a win for the NDP, if the NDP are the ones that come out as winners here, how does that play going forward in a minority government? Do they have more power to push the Liberals in the direction of things that they want to go in? So a lot of stories still to watch as these results come in, but that's the big question here.
All right, Abigail and Loren, thanks so much. We have an update now on another key riding. Mercedes.
Dawna, Fisheries Minister Bernadette Jordan has been defeated in her riding. She is the minister in charge of federal fisheries. Well, no more, because she has not been re-elected. She has had her seat flipped to a Conservative, Rick Perkins, taking that seat. Again, we've talked throughout the night about the significance of when cabinet ministers lose their seat because of how much they bring to the table for their riding. So obviously, I'm sure while the Conservatives are not going to be very happy about the Liberal win tonight, they'll be happy that they flipped that seat. A little bit of progress into Atlantic Canada, but certainly nowhere near what they would have needed.
That is one gain for the Conservatives. And just to bring people back up to date on the numbers right now, the Liberals leading are elected in 156, the Conservatives in 123, the BQ 29, the NDP 28, and the Green Party leading are elected in 2. Let's go to David Aiken, who's digging into some of these results. David, what do you have for us?
I'm going to talk about the prairies in a second, Donna, but Mercedes will get this. Bernadette Jordan was the only female MP for the Liberals in Nova Scotia. Justin Trudeau likes to have a gender-neutral cabinet. He's got to have someone from Nova Scotia, which means it's going to be a guy in Nova Scotia. It's going to be a guy from PEI because it's all guys. That means you have to find women elsewhere. So, you lose a cabinet minister, somebody else in Nova Scotia is going to get to be a cabinet minister. I think Sean Fraser in West Nova, or Central Nova, pardon me. But let's go to the prairies, where it's another story of no change, pretty much no change. I mean, look at all this beautiful prairie here. It's all blue, as it was when we started. We have Nikki Ashton in her gigantic northern Manitoba riding. She's held on to her seat. Might be a little bit, though. I did want to show you one little thing. Remember Derek Sloan? One time we were talking a lot about Derek Sloan. He ran for the Conservative leadership, and then he got kicked out of the Conservative Party, and then he ran his own little movement. And then he said, to heck with Ontario. He was an Ontario MP. He says, I'm going to go to Alberta and get elected as an independent. And so he went to the riding of Banff Airdrie, just around Calgary. Let's see how Derek Sloan is doing in the riding of Banff Airdrie. There it is, right down here. Well, Banff Airdrie, the incumbent, Blake Richards, seems to be happily on his way to being elected. So where's Derek Sloan? He's in not first, not second, not third, not fourth. There he is. He's in 5th place in Banff Airdrie. He's got 310 votes, 2.5% for our friend Derek Sloan. The People's Party, believe me, there was some worry that the People's Party is going to do something here. They only get 7%, but Blake Richards is back. Again, no change. Just quickly then, let's go to Edmonton-Griesbach, where we do have some change. New Democrats are leading in Edmonton-Griesbach. This is a downtown riding, working-class neighborhoods. Kerry Diot, the incumbent, right now is behind. We have 80 polls in, so we got a few polls in. Blake Desjardins is leading in Edmonton-Griesbach by 539 votes. He's got 41% over Kerry Diot, who's at 36%. So that will be a nice pickup for the NDP. I know they zeroed in on that. I've been talking to Albertans in the last week, particularly those in Edmonton, who say, chalk that up to Rachel Notley's popularity and Jason Kenney's deep unpopularity. Kerry Diot may pay the price there. That is about it, really, for the prairies. I'm just going to check in one more time, if my machine will catch up with me a bit here. Hold on, come down. I was going to check in with Winnipeg, where we do look like we have a change, a Conservative losing Marty Moranson, the Headingley riding out in Winnipeg's West End, Liberals leading there. But in Winnipeg, Regina, Saskatoon, I think Saskatoon West headed into Democrat pickup, all these ridings from this great swath of the country, not much change at all. One in Edmonton, maybe one in Winnipeg, maybe one in Saskatoon. And that's why we have 156 for the Libs and 123 for the Conservatives and a little bit better for the New Democrats. And let's go. I like traveling the country, so let's have an election again in 6 months, I guess.
No, David.
What? I don't mind.
You're going to make my head explode. Oh, my goodness.
It's great. Oh, actually, let's wait till after the winter, okay? It was fun in the summertime. Let's get to the spring. Okay, fair enough.
Well, I don't know how many Canadians you're going to have on side with that, David. I'm just saying.
All right, I get it.
Hey, can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
The Green Party, what, 2 leading or elected in 2? Can you call that up, or...?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's going to be it's BC for sure is one. Elizabeth May, she's still running, and she's holding her own in Saanich Gulf Islands. That's Saanich Gulf Islands. So that's one for the Greens, and I'm pretty sure she'll hold that. The other Green riding that started the night is Nanaimo, and right now the Orange team has picked up Nanaimo. So that is excellent for so that's tremendous for the Green Party. The other place, remember, we had Liberals who were, bozo moments, and one of those Liberals, sure enough, was in Kitchener Centre. There's the Green right there. Raj Saini was the incumbent Liberal, and we have to show him as a Liberal because that's what it says on the ballot, even though the party disavowed him. So Saini had to drop out. The Liberals said, to heck with him, and Mike Morris, who ran before in 2019, he's back, and right guy in the right place at the right time. You'd rather be lucky than good. Mike Morris right now, there's only 37 polls in, which is a little odd for this time of night in Kitchener Centre, but he's got 32% of the vote. The Conservatives are in second at 22.9. The NDP, Basan Zubi, has 20% of the vote. This riding, I should point out, provincially, has a pretty strong New Democrat MPP, Catherine Fife. I actually thought a lot of this Liberal vote might break to Basan Zubi, the New Democrat. We'll see. Still a lot of votes to come in, but right now, Green in Kitchener Centre, Green in Saanich Gulf Islands, but 2 Green losses compared to 2019. Fredericton, right, that's the floor switcher, Jenica Atwin, looks like she's winning as a Liberal. And then Nanaimo, Ladysmith, Paul Manley was the incumbent Green, and he's losing right now to the New Democrats. I kind of thought New Democrats, that's John Horgan, BC NDP territory, all of Vancouver Island. The BC NDP machine was out in force, and they wanted Nanaimo Ladysmith, and it looks like they're going to get it tonight.
All right, David, thanks. Let's go to Calgary now, where Joel Senek is standing by. Joel.
Thanks, Dawna. Obviously, the oil and gas sector, very important here in Alberta and Canada's economy in general. Jason Ribeiro is a Calgary-based community advocate and a policy expert as well. Jason, now that we know that there will be a Liberal government, either minority or majority, what are the challenges that face that government in the months, years ahead when it comes to this issue?
It's a great question, and I think it's on the minds of a lot of Albertans. In terms of the climate plans that all of the federal parties have put forward, and its tie into Canadian jobs and Albertan jobs in the oil and gas sector, the Liberals had the most comprehensive and credible plan, but it didn't do enough to, I think, appease people on the ground who have been displaced by automation, been displaced by changing market access, being not, sort of able to reap the benefits of TMX or LNG yet. So I think there'll still be a lot of unanswered questions. The only benefit I see here is that the Liberal plan has been road tested, it has been budgeted for, and will leave them, I think, well positioned to get up and going for Canada's energy sector.
What does it mean for workers, Jason? Obviously, a lot of workers in the oil and gas sector can feel simply nervous about that transition to cleaner energy.
Yeah, I think workers were really disserved in this election. We saw very vague and uncosted plans from the sort of progressive side of the NDP and the Greens around what a just transition might be, what a green rush might be, in the words of Annamie Paul, but literally no details and no costing. And these are folks that had to look workers in the eyes and say, we'll have your back, and mean it. Whereas I think that the Conservatives and the Liberal Party, played to the more traditional approach of saying, look, we're going to invest in reskilling. We're going to see how much fair value we can get for our products in Alberta and out east, while there's still a demand for it. And you've seen that with rallying oil prices as of late. So I think that what voters have responded to tonight is the more credible plans that were costed here, and that they could put credibility in at the ballot box.
All right, Jason Ribeiro, a Calgary-based community advocate and policy expert, thank you so much for your insight. Obviously, Dawna, an issue that the Liberal government will be dealing with in the years ahead. Back to you.
Okay, terrific. Thanks, Joel. Just a quick correction. Of course, it is a Liberal minority that we have declared and is happening, not a Liberal majority. We now know the numbers. Well, numbers, in fact, right now, Liberals leading are elected in 157, which is, and the Conservatives in 121. That's exactly what it was in the last election. We have an update on a key riding now. Mercedes.
Thank you, Dawna. Well, let's take a look at Annamie Paul's riding. Green Party leader Annamie Paul there at 8%. Marcy Ian far ahead there, as you can see. She's got over 50% of the vote. This riding was, in fact, Bill Morneau's riding. Before he left politics, Dawna, it has been a Liberal stronghold for years and years and years and years. A lot of people wondered why Ms. Paul was choosing to run in this riding. She defended it by saying, and this is true, this is where she lives. It's where she's lived for years. But the chance of winning it was very low to begin with. And then on top of that, she had to deal with the Green Party basically pulling out the knives internally and trying to destroy her before we went into an election campaign. So it does not look like Ms. Paul has any chance of winning there. I believe we are declaring her defeated.
Safe to say the Green Party will be looking for a new leader as well. Mercedes, thanks. Let's go to Eric Sorensen in the Results Center. Eric.
Boy, Dawna, you know what doesn't jive? It's looking at those numbers where the Liberals are at 157 and the Conservatives 121, and it is incredibly the very same numbers from 2 years ago. And the fact that the popular vote is 32.4 for the Liberals, 34 for the Conservatives. We talked about this earlier, that the Conservatives could well finish not just 1 point ahead, but maybe a couple of points ahead and yet still lose by 36 seats. The other thing to look at in the popular vote, you've been talking about Annamie Paul, look at the Green Party here. The Green Party, 2.1%. They're like half the number of the PPC, but I think almost more important than that is that's about 1/3 of the total that they had in 2019. The Greens had 6.5% of the vote. Now they're at 2.1. That's a real problem, you have to think, for the party, because, I mean, this is a very low ebb. At least they've got a couple of seats, but that's a very disappointing outcome, and yeah, you can imagine what that must mean for the leadership. Dawna?
All right, Eric, thanks. Let's go to Shalima Maharaj, who is at the Green Party headquarters in Toronto. Shalima.
Yeah, we actually are waiting to hear from Annamie Paul. I mean, it's been some time. We know she is here right now. She was speaking, to volunteers as well as to others who were on site here. And she was talking about her concern about what was happening at the polls, obviously those long lineups. But we are waiting to get her reaction. This entire campaign period has really been plagued by a lot of infighting. We know that at one point there were even talks of having her ousted from her position as leader of the Green Party of Canada. Of course, an independent arbitrator came in there, so that was cancelled. But also, we had one candidate in New Brunswick who defected to the Liberals. So there's been a lot going on in these last few months, and there's been just so much talk about exactly what that's going to mean for the party, how they are going to continue to gain trust from Canadian voters when they have seen so divided throughout these last several months. So we are going to wait to hear from her, and once we do have word that she's going to be at the podium talking, we'll definitely bring that to you straight away.
All right, Shalima, thanks. So we have an update on some key ridings now. 4 cabinet ministers re-elected. Mercedes.
So take a look at this. These, of course, are ridings that we expected to go the way that they are going, but still, nonetheless, always significant when it is cabinet ministers. Mark Garneau, the first. He is Minister of Foreign Affairs. He was dealing with the Afghanistan crisis while running in his riding during this election. Carolyn Bennett, Minister of Indigenous Crown Relations, 52%, taking her riding. Bill Blair, the Minister of Public Safety, who was weighing in a lot on guns on this campaign, attacking the Tories, comfortably winning his riding. And Mona Fortier, who is in Ottawa riding, she is the Minister for Middle Class Prosperity. Yes, that really is the title. And she's quite popular in her riding, and back in again.
All right, Mercedes, thanks. Let's go to Mike Couture, who is at Conservative Party headquarters in Oshawa, Ontario. Mike, the Conservatives, they were at 121, which is, exactly the same as 2 years ago. They've now dropped to 120. I hear a bit of music in the background. Is there... I don't know.
Yep.
Excitement?
Yeah, there's music going. I mean, Yeah, I mean, there's cowbells, as you saw last time, not on set anymore. But there's also the flashback to 2019 with the popular vote, of course, Dawna. And one thing that's interesting, if you want flashbacks, is that in the Conservative Party constitution, if a leader loses an election, it automatically triggers a leadership review at the next possible convention. So to talk more about that with me right now is Ginny Roth from Crestview Strategies. So Ginny, does Aaron O'Toole survive that leadership review?
I mean, I think it depends what the rest of the results are tonight. I think if he can show he made gains, if he can show some new caucus members, some new faces, some new gains. I mean, there's some good signs in Atlantic Canada. The Conservatives knocked out a Liberal cabinet minister. If he can show a few more gains like that, which he may as the results come in, I think he has a good shot of staying and then making the case to his caucus members, his candidates, and party members that, look, I have a plan. I have a plan B for the next election.
But how is it different from Andrew Scheer? If Andrew Scheer had to walk the plank, why would he get to stay on the ship?
I think Andrew Scheer, didn't have a strong case to make for what he would do differently. I think he had some gaffes during the election. I think people weren't thrilled with how the election went. This time around, I think Aaron O'Toole is pretty competent. I think party members watched him and went, okay, this is a guy who in his first election ever, he had a really strong message, he had a strong platform, he kind of delivered on some of the basics. And so I think they'll be inclined to give him a chance to see what he can do. And by the way, this is a government. This is Justin Trudeau was, polling to get a majority government. He had all the cards stacked in his favor. He chose when to call the election, and he was pretty clear that he wanted to make that power grab for majority, and Aaron O'Toole denied him that.
So is that a win then? Are you really saying that this is a win despite not winning government?
I mean, look at the starting point of the election and look at where we've ended up. Justin Trudeau called this election because he was quite confident he was going to win a majority government, and he didn't. So I think that is important for Aaron O'Toole to have shown, and I think it's the basis, if he can also show a few more gains, for his ability to stay and try to fight in the next election.
Okay, thank you. Ginny Roth from Crestview Strategies. So Dawna, as you're seeing, Conservatives already looking at this, the glass half full, as we continue here, as you said, with the music going. And I just want to echo David Aiken's point. I enjoy seeing Canada, and as much as I would like to spend another 36 days on the road, I think we can wait a little, David. I think we can wait.
Yeah, I think the rest of Canada's with you on that, Mike. Thanks. Let's go to Calgary now, where Joel Senek is standing by, I think, with a Tory candidate.
Thanks, Dawna. And joining us now is the re-elected MP from Calgary Nose Hill, Michelle Rempel-Garner. First off, congratulations tonight.
Thank you so much.
So the Liberals fail to win a majority. They get their minority. I'm curious, how do you digest tonight's results for your party, the Conservatives? Is this a win or is this a loss for you guys?
I'm looking at this from the perspective of my community and my constituents. I think people across Canada want stability, and they want people to come together who are in positions of leadership to find a way out of the pandemic, as well as to chart a path through recovery. Millions of Canadians voted in favor of the strong plan that our party leader Aaron O'Toole put forward. I think at this point in time, after we had a 6 weeks worth of election that I would argue no Canadian wanted, it is time for Parliament to get back to work on these very important issues.
You talk about leaders working together out of this. How can you and your colleagues make that happen in Ottawa in a productive way?
Well, this is something I call on Justin Trudeau to do. It's not a hallmark of this Prime Minister. In fact, I would argue that calling an election at this juncture of Canada's history was a poor decision on his part. Now, Canadians want stability. They want to see unity, and rather than divisive language or further sort of acrimony, what we need to see is actual leadership so that Canadians can see a clear path forward. I know that there are many people who are very tired, very frustrated, and they need some hope. And that's what Parliament needs to settle down to business immediately on.
All right, Michelle Rempel-Garner, congratulations again, and thank you for joining us tonight.
Thanks so much.
All right, Dawna, we'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks. And we have an update on a couple of key ridings now. Mercedes.
Justin Trudeau, who was the Prime Minister and will continue to be the Prime Minister, has been elected in his riding. No surprise there. Trudeau extremely popular in his riding of Papineau. And there we have Green Party leader, as we were just mentioning, Annamie Paul. She has been defeated. We are formally declaring Marcy Ian elected there, former national broadcaster, of course, very well known. And this is a Liberal stronghold, so not a surprise there. Marcy Ian, by the way, was the incumbent. She won in a recent by-election, and voters sending her her back to Ottawa again tonight.
And just in case you're just joining us and you think, wow, what happened? Well, not much, because the Liberals are leading or elected in 156, the Conservatives in 122. The NDP made some gains, now leading or elected in 29, the BQ 29, and the Green Party 2. So pretty much like it was 2 years ago. Let's go to Ryan Kessler, who is at the PPC headquarters in Saskatoon. Ryan.
Well, Dawna, it was an interesting night to be at the PPC headquarters, because if you listen to Max Bernier, it sounded like he had actually won his seat, but in fact he lost it for the second consecutive election. I say this because of the comments that he made to the party faithful just in the last 40 minutes or so, making comments like, today we made history, Canadian politics will never be the same. These were comments of a person who sounds like a victor, but in this case he did in fact lose his seat. He also conceded that the People's Party of Canada will not be sending any MPs to the House of Commons, but the party is taking pride in the popular vote. In the last election, it was around 1.5%. Coming into tonight, I talked to a party spokesperson who essentially said that anything above the 4% mark would be encouraging, because that would show that they are not just a fringe party. That would show that they are what they consider a political movement. The 4% was also one of those factors that excluded the PPC from the leaders' debate that upset many of the party supporters. So the other thing I should bring up is the fact that there are hundreds of people in this room here tonight. Maxime Bernier, of course, choosing Saskatoon over his home riding in Quebec because at the time he thought there would be no public health orders. However, there are public health orders in effect tonight, and one of those public health orders is around mandatory masking. We saw quite a few people here in this building not wearing masks, and at one point a spokesperson actually took the stage and said, don't shoot the messenger, but he'd like to see masks back on. Saskatoon Police now saying that they will work with the Public Health Unit to investigate concerns arising from tonight's gathering. Dawna?
Oh, for goodness sakes. Okay, Ryan Kessler in Saskatoon, thanks. Let's go to David Aiken in the Results Centre. David.
Yeah, and good for Ryan. I mean, that's, again, we got to be safe on the road. I know all our reporters at various times. I was out in some of those PPC riots, people throwing things at. You got to be concerned about your safety. So God bless Ryan for the work he's doing in Saskatoon with those PPC folks violating public health orders. Let's take a look at Vancouver Island and a bit of the Lower Mainland in BC. There is some change here. One of the changes I want to point out is Nanaimo Ladysmith. I mentioned this earlier, it was Green. Paul Manley was the Green incumbent. Manley's in third place. He's not even showing up in second. Right now, it's New Democrats with 28% of the vote. We've got 55 polls in. That's not bad. Lisa Marie Barron, 28% of the vote. She's leading. The Conservatives right behind. 27% of the vote. And there's Paul Manley at 26. So this is a fascinating three-way race. If you know the riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith, Nanaimo's up in the north end, and at the north end of Nanaimo tends to be conservative polls, conservative neighborhoods. So if Conservatives want to win, they take Nanaimo and they try to push south. Now, the Green strength in Nanaimo Ladysmith tends to be down towards Ladysmith, down towards where Elizabeth May's riding is. So that is Paul Manley's base, and New Democrats sort of filter all the way through. It's a working class riding up in the north end, up in Nanaimo, in the south end of Nanaimo. So that'll be a fascinating race to watch. Now, I want to go over to a little bit of the Lower Mainland. The closest race in the country in 2019 was Port Moody Coquitlam. Now, I visited there with Jagmeet Singh. Justin Trudeau was there twice. I think Singh came back another time. Aaron O'Toole was there. Everybody was going to Port Moody Coquitlam. It's right here. It was the closest race in the country last year. And we started calling it POMOCO, Port Moody Coquitlam. But Todd, I understand nobody in BC calls it POMOCO. But there we are. POMOCO, I'm going to call it one last time, Port Moody Coquitlam. The NDP are leading. They lost by 153 votes to Nellie Shin. She's the incumbent. It's not as close as it was the last time. The NDP, Bonita Zerillo, 36% of the vote. She's got a 600-vote lead with 70 polls in. Nellie Shin, the incumbent, at 31%. Will Davis, the Liberal, at 29%. This was a three-way race in 2019. It is again, but the NDP showing some strength here in BC, in the Lower Mainland. It looks like they may pick up Port Moody Coquitlam. Last riding we want to tell you about that's of note in this area. And again, there's a little bit of change. Richmond Centre has gone red. It used to be blue. That was Alice Wong's riding in Richmond Centre. Vancouver Kingsway, that's Don Davies. We knew that. I wanted to go right below that. Harjit Sajjan, the defense minister, we have him elected in Vancouver South. And the other riding of note is right beside it. I'm going to blow this up a little bit. Right there, Vancouver Granville. And that was Jody Wilson-Raybould's riding. She's not running. She's not running as the independent. Talib Nur Mohammed, Talib, is leading. The Liberal with 34%. The NDP right there at 33.8%. I don't know, maybe Angelia Badourai can pick this up. It's pretty close. 85 polls in right now, and lots of mail-in ballots, 6,800 mail-in ballots. If it stays this close, I don't know if we're going to call this tonight, but right now the Liberals are leading, but not by much, 46 votes. Talib is leading in Van Gran, the NDP right behind. And you know what, the Conservatives not far back either at 27%. So some interesting stuff happening there in the Lower Mainland, in Vancouver. Port Moody Coquitlam has switched. Richmond Centre looks like a Conservative loss and a Liberal pickup. And everything else there is kind of going the same. So Pomoco, I know, I just like saying that, Port Moody Coquitlam. Not to be confused with Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, which would be Co-Po-Co. Does that make any sense?
Don't tell me again that you want to have another election so you can say these all over again. Please.
I want to come back to Port Moody. It's a beautiful community. I really love Port Moody. I thought it was great. So.
David, thanks. You know, Mercedes. Yeah.
Can I want to make one quick correction. Sorry.
Sure.
Remember last time I was saying that the next cabinet minister from Nova Scotia will be a guy? I want to apologize to the new MP from Halifax West. And that's Lena Diab. She's a woman. Lena is replacing Jeff Reagan, the former speaker who retired. So Lena Diab is in Halifax West. So there is a female MP, should Justin Trudeau want to pick a woman from Nova Scotia. And Lena Diab, she's got experience. She was a cabinet minister in the provincial government in Nova Scotia for Stephen McNeil. She's now moved from provincial politics to federal politics. Lena Diab, congratulations in Halifax West. And you're going to get a look for cabinet material. I'm convinced of it.
Well, that is important information. Thanks for correcting that, David. Appreciate it. Mercedes, we want to have a quick chat about cabinet ministers that the Liberals have lost tonight. We know about Bernadette Jordan. Mm-hmm. And there's another one.
There's another one in jeopardy. We haven't declared that she's lost yet, but she's very, very close. And that is Maryam Monsaf. She is the minister for women in this government. And this has typically been a bellwether riding. So this is interesting. I'm looking at some facts here. With the exception of the 1980 election, this particular riding has returned a member of the government as an MP every election since 1962. But tonight, the Conservative is ahead at this point with 41%. Monsef is trailing by quite a bit there, 33. So still not enough that we're feeling comfortable to make the call, but that doesn't look like good news for Maryam Monsef. A few interesting notes on this, Dawna. Number one, Maryam Monsef, of course, was very involved in Afghanistan, and that blowing up around the campaign. She took a lot of criticism for referring to the Taliban as their brothers, her brothers. That is a cultural reference. And Ms. Monsef does have heritage from Afghanistan. She's an immigrant to Canada. So she says she was hoping to talk to them because they needed to negotiate, trying to get Canadians out, make it friendly. But she took a lot of criticism in the Canadian media and from the Canadian public over that. She's also very close to the ridings for Raj Saini, the Liberal who was not allowed to run anymore as a Liberal after allegations about inappropriate behavior came forward. And Marwan Tabara is right near her too, another former Liberal MP who got kicked out of caucus after he was arrested and charged with attempted, I think he actually did break and enter into his ex-girlfriend's new boyfriend's home. He scaled up the window allegedly and threw it. So I don't know if some of that is bleeding over into her too, sort of discontent with the Liberals in that particular area, but very interesting results and not looking good for Maryam Monsef tonight.
All right, let's go to Farah and the political panel. Farah.
All right, and controversy also with the Conservative candidate there, Mercedes, you'll remember, which she went to meet with seniors, not double vaccinated, and she did have a mask, but that turned into a controversy as well. This might not be as long of a night as we all expected. Not the night the Conservatives obviously wanted, and I'm going to start there with Brad Wall. Brad, what would be a path to government for the Conservatives? Sticking with the base in 2019 didn't work. Courting progressives, 2021 didn't work. What would work?
Well, I saw your tweet on that, and it's a great question. It is a question I'm sure the Conservative Party and the new caucus, when it meets, are going to have at the top of their list in terms of issues to deal with. I think it's going to be very important for the Conservative Party to reach out to their base in Alberta and Saskatchewan. Not only there, but the rural Canadian base that they have. There's a significant base in the Western provinces and in the interior of British Columbia, because people in the base would have been saying, all right, well, we tried it this way. We significantly moderated the platform, adopted a carbon tax as part of our policy. And we're still here. The map's still blue in these provinces, but it didn't work. And so I think there will be some pressure and some challenge for Mr. O'Toole and for the Conservative caucus to make sure that base states, that it isn't starting to look at other options to the extent that they exist. I think that's going to be a real challenge, because they will, as your tweet noted, they will have said, well, we've tried it this way and we got the same result. It didn't work. And so there might be pressure to try something else again, maybe to go back a little, to retrench it a little bit. And I think that'll be a challenge for Mr. O'Toole.
Maybe it's like Goldilocks, just getting it just right. All right, Nancy, I'm going to turn it over to you now, because you had said, I remember earlier in this pandemic, you said that Alberta, what's happening with the pandemic, what's happening with the COVID cases, may not change seats in Alberta, but people are paying attention elsewhere. Do you think that was part of the equation tonight?
It may well have been, because I think this is the critical question, which is what happened to the Conservatives. And I'm going to disagree with Brad a little bit. They still won almost all of the seats in Saskatchewan and Alberta. The base is still there. And Conservatives in this part of the world are always worried that base is going to disappear, and it never does. They're worried about the Reform Party from before. So I would suggest that there's two mistakes that the Conservatives would make coming out of this. The first one is to do that retrenchment. And the second one is to think that you actually moderated the party and you failed, because in fact, that platform was a surprise to everybody. Even people in the party didn't know that was happening. So there's only been 36 days of the Conservatives having a conversation about how they can retool as a party that is about workers' rights, about helping people get ahead, about an anti-elite party. So don't think this was a failure. You just didn't give it enough time to see if it actually works or not. That would be my take.
Selena, I want to go to you, but Brad, you're shaking your head. What did you want to say?
I don't know, because the mayor highlights the exception to his position in his disagreement. I mean, the Reform Party. I'm saying that I'm not sure there's going to be a lot of interest in trying in having more patience with that kind of a platform, because a lot of the base, I'm getting it on my cell phone tonight. A lot of the base wasn't real happy with it, especially the carbon tax and how it was announced. The caucus was surprised about it. And I'm not sure what happened in terms of the Reform Party development not too long ago, certainly in contemporary Canadian political history, couldn't repeat itself. At least I think it should be on the radar for the leader and for the caucus to be concerned about that. I'm not saying they have to go, it should be, whipsaw back in the other direction in terms of policy. But I think they ought to be mindful of this, mindful of the feelings of the party base in Western Canada.
All right, Selena, I'm so sorry. I have to wrap up. There's somebody else. There's another guest we're trying to get to. But I want to come back to you, because I know we're talking about Saskatchewan and Alberta, but obviously the Conservatives need the 905 to win. That's just part of the equation. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. Back to you, Dawna.
All right. Thanks. Mercedes?
Dawna, I just wanted to correct something that I said in our late night stupor. I mixed up the location of the Peterborough-Kawartha riding that Miriam Monsef is in, and I was thinking that it was closer to Kitchener than it is. It's not next door. That's Bargdesh Chager's riding, which is next door. So anything that was happening with Tabara and Saini may generally taint the Liberal Party, but was not right next door to Miriam Monsef's riding. She still is not looking like she's going to win there, but I wanted to be clear with our viewers about exactly which locations, because accuracy is very important for us. So
Great. right.
My apologies for that.
Thank you for correcting that. All right, let's go to Sophie Louis in Burnaby. Sophie.
All right, thanks for that, Dawna. One of those safe bet ridings here in BC, at least in the last several elections, has been Saanich Gulf Islands. That is where former Green Party leader Elizabeth May has been looking to be returned to Ottawa. She joins us now from Vancouver Island. Ms. May, thanks for being with us tonight. Talk a little bit about your impressions of the numbers we're seeing. Very much the status quo, very similar to 2019.
Yes, and I think it shows that Justin Trudeau's gamble has not paid off. It was reckless to call an election in the fourth wave of a pandemic, and of course British Columbia was on fire at the point of most of this summer. I ran into so many voters who were so angry that we were going to the polls at all. But of course the unfair voting system we use, and many people may not think it's unfair, but it really is anti-democratic, that you can imagine that 38% of the popular vote will give you 100% of the power. But that's the brass ring that Justin Trudeau was grabbing. The idea that with roughly 38% of popular support, he could have 100% of the power. So I'm relieved as a Canadian and as a parliamentarian that that didn't work, and we're going to have to keep working together as lots of parties in the House of Commons for the good of Canadians.
But Ms. May, when you look at 35% of the popular vote for the Liberals, look at the Green Party's popular vote as it stands right now, it's hovering around 2%. A big drop for your party since 2019. Your leader, Annamie Paul, soundly defeated in Toronto tonight. You're going back to Ottawa, but your colleague on Vancouver Island, Paul Manley, is in a fight right now. What does this say about the relevancy of the Green Party?
We're needed more than ever. We're in a climate emergency, and there certainly are issues that the party will be discussing internally. We always do a post-mortem after every election. This one, I've never seen the party so unprepared for an election. Not to have candidates in every riding is something we need to explore and investigate how that happened. But that's a discussion we have with our members. We have it internally. It's not relevant really to the future of the Greens, which really, because we are so needed, and we will elect members of Parliament, and it will include Paul Manley, and I'm hoping Mike Morris in Kitchener Centre, we can make a real difference in a House that has a minority of Liberals, a minority of Conservatives, all of us working together in the House of Commons. With even under the first past the post system, no one pulled off a false majority, and that means we are needed more than ever because we work across party lines to get things done, and a minority parliament is a place where we can make a difference while there's still time in terms of the climate emergency. We have to make the changes,
and we'll see how much
changes
time
in direction before the next 4 years is up. So a majority parliament would have been very bad news for climate.
And who knows, as we've been discussing tonight, who knows when we'll be back at this again. Elizabeth May, thanks for joining us tonight. Dawna, back to you.
All right, Sophie, thanks. All right, let's go to Abigail Beeman at the Liberal headquarters in Montreal now. Abigail.
Well, Dawna, I'm going to bring in a special guest. We're joined by Liberal strategist Greg McEachern. And Greg, I'm going to throw to you the question that everybody's really been asking all night. Liberal minority, we're back to where we were 6 weeks ago. Is that a win for the Liberals?
It's definitely a win.
Okay.
And I can tell you that although this is a very quiet room due to current circumstances, there are a lot of staff throughout the building and they're very happy. Looking at what some of the numbers might have been. And I think, it's smart to have a so-called conservative approach to polling. They were looking at the more conservative numbers. So they might have been expecting 144, 145. So from the Liberal campaign point of view, they're very pleased.
And we talk a lot about, voters who were frustrated by an election call or, didn't feel like they wanted to have another election at this time. How do you feel that that's played into what we're seeing so far tonight?
Admittedly, I was one of the people that was struck by how long that lasted. In 2008, Prime Minister Harper went early. Didn't seem to be as big of an issue. We've had other pandemic elections in Canada, but it stuck for a while. I think the problem might have been for the opposition leaders. They stuck with it a little too long. A pollster I talked to last week suggested that Canadians kind of moved on. It's kind of like those people on December 24th complaining about buying Christmas presents. It's inevitable. The election's coming, so what else do you have besides saying this is an unnecessary election? So I think the opposition leaders may have held on to that a bit too long.
And just briefly, I want to wrap by asking you about the leader. Lots of questions about whether Justin Trudeau should stay on or would stay on or will he stay on. Of course, he's not entertaining that speculation. Will you at this point? What do you think the next steps are for him?
I would point to people the pivot point of the election in that first debate, the French debate, where Mr. O'Toole said something about assault weapons and Justin Trudeau heard it and caught it and mentioned page 90. The 5 days following that, as you would know, Mr. O'Toole had to answer questions about assault weapons. They were knocked off message. And I think that kind of gave traction to the Liberal campaign where they were able to get out from under the talk of the unnecessary election. I think that was a real pivot point. And there's no one else you can credit for that. There's not an ad. There's not a pithy tweet. It was the Prime Minister during that debate. And I think the campaign owes him a lot for that.
All right. Thank you so much for your insights, Greg McEachern. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Abigail, thank you. You are watching our commercial-free coverage of Decision Canada live on Global, and we're back in a moment. Hello and welcome to our viewers and listeners joining our live coverage of this 44th Canadian federal election. It is now just after 12 a.m. Eastern Time. The Liberals have been elected to another minority government. It's deja vu all over again, practically. The Liberals leading are elected in 156, the Conservatives in 123, the BQ in 29, the NDP 28, and the Green Party 2. Let's go to Robin Gill at the NDP headquarters in Vancouver. Robin, if you're going to look for victory in these numbers, really the NDP have gained over last time. I'm sure not the gains that they were hoping for. And yet, Jagmeet Singh will be an influence on this minority government.
Dawna, he certainly has some power with respect to this so-called victory that you talk about. But what he's going to do now is he's going to push his agenda, and that agenda is to tax the rich. We're joined now by Jenny Kwan. She was just re-elected at Vancouver East for the NDP. Is this a win on that front, taxing the rich?
Well, for us, what is important, of course, is to bring some balance to address some of the inequalities that exist in our society. We saw through the pandemic, there's so many inequitable situations going on. And so what we've campaigned on, what our leaders campaign on, is to bring some measures in place, including making the ultra-rich pay a little bit more, making sure that they pay their fair share. We want to make sure that we have adequate housing for everyone, so that housing is a basic human right. Farmer care should be a thing that is a reality now, but still, after so many decades, the Liberals promise it and we still don't have it. Childcare, instead of having this election, we could actually be implementing $10 a day childcare instead. So there's much that we have to do, but certainly bringing the changes in taxation for the ultra-rich to pay their fair share is an important goal.
But the reality is that we could be back on the campaign trail in about 2 years. Is that enough time to implement something like that?
Well, the thing is that we don't even have to be in an election in 2 years, right? Right now, in fact, this election didn't need to take place. We're really basically at where we were. Instead of spending all this time in $600 million on an election that nobody wanted except for Mr. Trudeau, we could have been doing all of this work, fighting for Canadians, making changes that are so important, especially through the pandemic.
Okay, Jenny, thank you for your time. And of course, we will be hearing from Mr. Singh as soon as we hear from Mr. O'Toole. Dawna?
All right. Thanks so much, Robin. Let's go to Eric Sorensen in the Results Center. Eric, what are you looking at?
Well, I mean, it's hard not to look at those numbers, the 157 to 122, and say, well, that's a pretty big victory. They're counting the votes right now. Total votes have been about 8 million have been counted so far. There's a lot of votes still to be counted tomorrow with mail-in ballots, etc. But it is interesting that what they've tallied so far, the Conservatives have about 190,000 more votes in their column than the Liberals do, but they are 25 seats behind. It's just the nature of how efficient the Liberal vote is, or inefficient the Conservative vote is, in terms of spreading it out enough to see. It's, they used to talk about it's the economy, stupid. It's the seats, stupid. Like, it's really what it comes down to. The Liberals have got to figure out where to win the seats, even if they're not winning the popular vote. The other thing I want to point out about the numbers, 157, 122, it looks like a carbon copy of 2 years ago. It's not really. I mean, David talked about a couple of seats that had switched. There are lots of those. There are about 35 seats across the country that have switched. So, for example, down in Windsor-Tecumseh, next to Windsor West, sorry, I went a little too far. It's about right about here. That was a Liberal riding that has now turning, not done yet, turning NDP. Cheryl Hardcastle making a comeback after fighting and losing in this race 2 years ago. And for example, on the other end, like the other end of down on Lake Ontario, Hamilton Mountain, if we have that riding. In Hamilton Mountain, in that case, it was the NDP that lost their riding and the Liberals that won. So that 157 to 121, Dawna, it's a number that looks like it's identical, but there are actually dozens of ridings that have actually gone to brand new MPs. There will be new blood in the House of Commons. And when you're looking at seats and losses, that's why you can't kind of look at this and say, well, there you have it. It's a wash. Not quite. There are lots. The Liberals actually have gained, about 14. They've lost about 14 or 16. So you get, there are more. There's more to those numbers than just looking like it's identical to 2019.
That's interesting.
Some of the thoughts there.
Yeah, there'll be new faces, other old faces gone, of course, new faces in. And I guess one of the questions is how the Liberals form a cabinet now with the people they do have. All right, I think we're going to go to the Green Party headquarters. We're expecting Annamie Paul to speak. I think we're just a little bit away from that. So as we watch for Annamie, oh, there she is. Let's go with it.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for being here this evening, and thank you, Adrian, for that very special land acknowledgement. Merci tout le monde d'être ici avec nous ce soir.
Thanks to all of you for being here tonight. We are on the traditional territory of the Mississauga, Anishinaabe, and Haudenosaunee.
We are on the traditional lands of the Mississauga, the Credit, the Anishinaabe, and the Haudenosaunee. First, let me start by congratulating. We're still waiting for the results, but it looks like we are going to be sending certainly 2 and looks like probably 3 Greens back to Ottawa in the next session of Parliament. Je veux féliciter sincèrement.
I want to congratulate sincerely.
Je vais le faire maintenant. Je sais que
those who have been
on
elected,
attend
I'll do it now.
Quelques résultats, mais
I
je
know
veux
that we're still waiting for some results, but I want to congratulate Mike Morris in Kitchener Centre.
Incredibly well-deserved, an incredible leader that's headed to Ottawa. And also, Paul is in a very close race, but I feel very confident that he's going to take that one over the finish line. So I'm going to send him the good luck of, I hope it's good luck, to wish him good luck now in that seat as well. Alors, je veux sincèrement remercier tous nos candidats et candidates autour du pays.
All of our candidates across the
Ils ont fait
country.
un incroyable travail
They've
dans très peu
done an
de temps.
incredible
Je
job
sais que
in
ça
very
prend
short
beaucoup de
time.
passion,
I know that it
beaucoup,
takes a lot of
de
passion,
sacrifice,
a lot of
beaucoup
sacrifice,
de nos dédications pour décider
a lot of
de se
dedication
présenter,
to
beaucoup
decide
de
to
courage
run,
aussi et beaucoup de
a lot of
force.
courage as well,
Alors, je le
and strength.
remercie sincèrement
So
pour les
I
efforts,
thank
pour
them
avoir
sincerely for their
décidé de
efforts,
faire le saut dans
for
cette
deciding
élection.
to take the leap in this election
De ma part et de la part
sincerely
de tout notre
from,
parti
on
et
my
tout
behalf
le
and on
monde.
behalf of all of our party
I
and all
want
our
to
members.
sincerely thank every single candidate who ran for the Green Party in this election. It takes passion, it takes dedication, it takes sacrifice, it takes courage, and so many of them were running for the first time. We told them that it was time to run. We told them that we needed a new culture in Ottawa. We needed more diversity in Ottawa, and so many of them took up that challenge. I am so proud of them. I want to thank them sincerely on my behalf and on behalf of all of our members and all of our volunteers. Let's give them a round of applause. And I say that particularly so because this was a pandemic election. This was the fourth wave. This was a very difficult time to be running in the first place, very difficult circumstances. And so it means even more that they stepped forward. It means even more that they chose to live their values by standing up for us and running for us in this election. I'm so grateful to them. I also want to thank all of our members and all of our volunteers. We have so many here tonight. So many people, again, who put their lives on hold, who told their kids to go watch another video while they made phone calls, while they went canvassing. People who, again, were very passionate about the idea of sending more Greens to the next Parliament. It takes so much, and absolutely, we are driven by our volunteers and their work. And so thank you so much to all of our volunteers all across the country. Please know that whatever size our contingent of Greens in Ottawa, it's because of you and the work that you did, and I thank you sincerely. Nous sommes un petit parti dans un
We are a
système
small party in a system that's set up for big parties, that's set up for traditional parties. So we're always very grateful to our volunteers for their efforts, for their sacrifices, for their dedication, because it's thanks to them that a small party like ours can succeed. It's thanks to them that I think we'll be sending, again, 3 MPs to represent us at the next session of Parliament. Thanks to them.
And I want to, I just spoke with Marcy Ian before coming down here. I wanted to sincerely congratulate her. I hope that, and I'm sure that the people of Toronto Centre will make sure that she provides them with good representation. Congratulated her on her race here in Toronto Centre. Clearly, I am, well, not clearly, but I will tell you that certainly I am disappointed. It is hard to lose. No one likes to lose. But I'm so proud of the effort, the creativity, the innovation that our team brought to this race. We promised to offer real representation. We promised to offer a real choice to the people of Toronto Centre who have so much need, so much work that needs to get done. And you did that, and I thank you for that. I have some of my family here and some of my family in the audience, and I want to thank them as well. This is something where we're all in this together. You know, they lived every second and breathed every second with me. And I've said this many times. I mean, I've been campaigning in one way or another for the Green Party for the last almost 2.5 years now. And so this has been a very long journey for our entire family. And of course, you know, I love you, Mark, Malachi, my son Jonas, who's not here, my mother-in-law, my nephew, my sister-in-law, all of my family that is here. Et en plus, la famille qu'on a créée pendant cette élection et pendant les dernières années.
All right, that is Green Party leader Annamie Paul giving her concession speech. She did not win her seat in Toronto Centre tonight, and I guess her political future uncertain now, it's fair to say, Mercedes. We know that Elizabeth May, the previous leader of the Green Party, has been elected in her riding on Vancouver Island, and you have some updates on other key ridings.
We do. In fact, we have a whole slew of cabinet ministers who we can update you on, so prepare yourself. Here we go, starting with Chrystia Freeland. She has been re-elected. She's, of course, the Deputy Prime Minister, and she is also the Minister of Finance. Bardish Chagger, re-elected Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Youth. Ahmed Hussein, Minister of Families, re-elected. Philomena Tassi, Minister of Labour, re-elected. Melanie Joly, Minister of Economic Development and Languages, as well as, I believe she was the Deputy Campaign Co-Chair, very senior role in this campaign. David Lametti, Minister of Justice and Attorney General, re-elected. Jim Carr, Minister Minister without a portfolio, and also Special Representative for the Prairies, re-elected. And finally, we have Bill Blair, Minister of Public Safety, also re-elected tonight.
All right, Mercedes, thanks. Let's go to Winnipeg now, where Lisa Dutton is standing by with a Manitoba Liberal candidate who's trying to regain the seat that they lost in 2019. Lisa?
All right, thanks, Dawna. Well, it is a tight race between two familiar faces in the West Winnipeg riding of Charleswood St. James Assiniboia Headingley. Conservative incumbent Marty Morantz is trying to keep the seat that he took away from Liberal candidate Doug Ailefson in 2019. Dr. Ailefson joins me now. This was predicted to be a tight race, and you are neck and neck. Do you think enough has changed in the last 2 years to get you back to Ottawa?
I believe so. We had a very strong team. We had a very strong campaign. I had very positive responses at the doors, and certainly more positive responses than previous campaigns. And so we're feeling quite confident that we can win this.
Now, you're a doctor. You've been working in the hospital through COVID-19. What perspective do you have that other MPs may not, that you want to bring to the conversation in Parliament?
Well, in my career, prior to politics, 20 years as an emergency physician, and in the intervening 2 years that I spent in the intensive care unit, I've seen the populations that are most affected by disease, and particularly in COVID. I spent the entire third wave working in the intensive care unit, and the patient populations that were overrepresented among my patients were people who were poorer, Indigenous, new Canadians, people with essential jobs, frontline jobs. And these are the populations that we need public policy to better protect. And I can say that I've seen with my own eyes how we need better public policy to help the most vulnerable Canadians.
Dr. Doug Ailefson, thanks for your time tonight. We'll continue to keep our eye on this tight race happening in Charleswood St. James Assiniboia Headingley. Back to you, Dawna.
Okay, Lisa, thanks. And we have another key riding update. Mercedes.
Dawna, this is Aaron O'Toole, leader of the Conservative Party. He is re-elected in his riding quite comfortably, 48% of the vote. He, of course, has been an MP in that riding for several years. And today they are sending him back to Ottawa. The Conservative leader clearly keeping, Conservative Party clearly keeping their leader. No surprise there. But, of course, still news.
Yeah, keeping their leader, but the leader who lost this election. So you were expecting to hear from Aaron O'Toole very shortly. Let's go to David Akin, though, first in the Results Centre. David, what do you have for us?
Well, I've got the GTA up, but just a quick comment on Annamie Paul. There's a leader, I think, conducting herself with a great deal of dignity and class in the face of all sorts of adverse circumstances. But it was her decision and a huge strategic mistake to run in Toronto Centre. She's 0 for 3 in Toronto Centre. She lost in 2019, lost a by-election, she lost tonight. Elizabeth May, remember when she first became leader, she ran in London North Centre, lost. Then she ran against Peter MacKay in Central Nova. I don't know why she thought she'd win that. She lost. And then someone said, maybe you should find a riding where the Green voters might actually elect you in, and she's in Saanich Gulf Islands ever since. There were a lot of other ridings. Kitchener Centre was one. Maybe Annamie Paul wanted to run. Guelph, that's another place with a lot of Greens. They finished second there. Anyways, Annamie Paul, I think, has to think about, where to win, and she lives in Toronto Centre. She wanted to run there. Now, Aaron O'Toole's about to give his speech. This is his riding right here in Durham. Right next door is Oshawa. Colin Carey is the Conservative incumbent. Great. And that's almost about it. You've got Melissa Lantsman, Conservative, winning in Thornhill. Thornhill, I should point out, it's the only riding in the country where Jewish voters have a plurality, which means there's more Jewish voters than anybody else. Not a majority, but a plurality. Melissa Lantsman, a former staffer to the likes of Jim Flaherty and others during the Harper years. She's a very talented policy person, operator. She's 47.5% vote right now in Thornhill. And that's it. So this is a big failure for Aaron O'Toole and the Conservatives, that they couldn't say, we need to take more of the GTA. I was with Aaron O'Toole when he campaigned in Whitby right here, and he was standing there saying, I want to be the first Prime Minister from the Greater Toronto Area, or to represent a riding from the Greater Toronto Area. Stephen Harper, of course, was born in Toronto, but represented Calgary. But in all our history, we've never had a Prime Minister from here, ever, to represent a riding from here. William Lyon Mackenzie King representing something up by Lake Simcoe, but that's as close as it got. So, for a guy who said, GTA, I'm your man. I was a commuter like you. I got on the GO train from way out here in Whitby and went to work downtown Toronto. I understand your concerns, GTA voters. GTA voters went, and they've elected Liberals all again. They've taken out a Liberal pickup right here, Aurora Oak Ridge's Richmond Hill, Liberal Leah Taylor-Roy right now looking like she's going to defeat Leona Alislev, a former deputy leader under Andrew Scheer, 102 polls in. That's not looking so good. Also, the only bright spot as well in the GTA in Markham Unionville, the incumbent Conservative, Bob Soroya, in second place, but he's behind by 2,700 votes to the Liberal, Paul Chang. Paul Chang on his way, perhaps, to the House of Commons, 160 polls in. So, as the Conservatives do their debrief, and we've been listening to Michael Couture talk to some really smart Conservative advisors, and Ginny Roth and Jason Leader, they're going to have to say, how did we miss connecting with these voters in the GTA? That, I think, is something Aaron O'Toole will want to talk about.
Yeah, expanding their base, always a challenge. Thanks, David. We're going to come back to you in a bit. Let's go to Eric Sorensen, though, first in the Results Center. Eric, what are you looking at?
Well, there was some interest in sort of understanding where the NDP are in all of this. They have had a night that is a positive night. They have picked up, at this point, 3 seats. As producer Kieran O'Dea said, they have a land bridge from Quebec all the way to the West Coast because they have won seats in Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and BC, and they have one up in Nunavut. That was an interesting one. Mumalak Akak had stepped down last time. You remember that. But Lori Idlaut, at the moment, looks like she may be able to keep that in the NDP column for the New Democrats up in Nunavut. So that's an interesting riding for them. The other thing, let's look at another one down in Edmonton. They've always had a bit of a base in Edmonton with Edmonton Strathcona. Looks like they're getting a second tonight with Blake Desjardins, 5-point lead over the Conservative incumbent. And so the NDP finds themselves in a position like they were before, but slightly strengthened, which is that they have 27 votes that they have to cast. The Liberals are short of a majority. At this point, they're 13 short, but they could be any number in the 150s. The NDP will have some things to say in the upcoming Parliament.
They will.
Dawna.
They will. Eric, I want to ask you something about minority governments. I think this is a second consecutive minority government because, of course, we went from where we were before with a Liberal minority to another Liberal minority. But I think 5 of the last 7 governments have been minorities. What do you think that tells us about? I mean, it's partly about the system, but is it also partly about, Canadians being okay with minorities?
Well, I think a lot of Canadians are okay with minorities. There are many others who say they like a majority, in part, not only for the sense of stability that brings, and that can sometimes help with the economic outlook in the stock markets, but they also don't want to see another election for 4 years. So there's that. But there has been, I think, a diversity of passions and interests and parties in this country. We've seen it going back to the 1980s. Once the progressive Conservatives blew up, all of a sudden we had a 5-party system where there was the NDP and the Conservatives and the Liberals, but also the Reform Party and the Bloc Québécois. So there has been this kind of continuing evolution where smaller parties are finding they can carve out a space for themselves, and that's kind of what Canada looks like right now. I mean, this map looks like that. You can't see the Green Party number. You can't see the green down on Vancouver Island here, but you can see the other colors. I mean, Quebec has still got a big portion of Quebec is still Bloc Québécois, but the NDP is a force to be reckoned with. The Conservatives, obviously, and the Liberals, they've got their strong minority government.
Remember when Justin Trudeau promised, when he was first elected, to end the first-past-the-post system?
Well, yeah. I mean, there's a lot that goes into this, right? We talked about the PPC earlier. For those who want proportional representation, PPC would be coming away with some seats tonight under proportional representation. So you'd have that on the one side. The more you go that route, the more you entrench minority governments, because if you're going to split the vote that many more ways and everybody gets seats, how is anybody ever going to get to 50% of the seats? Since they can't come, as it is, we can't even get past about 35% of the vote. So,
it's curious. Okay, Eric, thanks. We're going to come back. We're waiting to hear from Aaron O'Toole, expecting him to speak shortly. Mike LeCouture is at Conservative. Eric and I both need drinks of water. Michael Couture is at Conservative Party headquarters in Oshawa. Hey, Mike, so is your sense, I wonder if the Liberals are going to spin this as a victory tonight. I mean, they did win. They are forming government again. But will the Conservatives?
They're going to try to. A number of them already have. I mean, you saw a couple of them that we had on our little stage here. But I'm already getting texts from Conservatives who are looking at a succession plan. In other words, a leadership race and O'Toole being on his way out. One actually said to me that now with things happening in Alberta the way they are and how Premier Jason Kennedy is no longer as popular as he once was, there is no clear heir apparent to the federal party. So where does that leave the party? As I said, they lose an election, and in their the constitution of the Conservative Party, they have to go through a leadership review at the next possible time. Again, a text from somebody out west basically said to me that, look, they feel that Trudeau is ripe for the pickings. This is going to be all of that COVID-19 spending that'll be coming due. All those bills will be coming to be paid. They say all the number of scandals. So who could it be? Well, one of the first names is Pierre Poilievre, an Ottawa area MP who is extremely popular within the party, would bring them a little harder right. Somebody else is Leslyn Lewis. She had a really good showing in the last leadership race that Aaron O'Toole won. One person has told me already that her very hard sort of social conservative values may not make her the person to truly reunite this party. A lot of people are looking at this for another Stephen Harper. They thought that Jason Kenney would have been Stephen Harper 2.0, but right now there is no clear heir apparent. So that might actually buy Aaron O'Toole some time in trying to make sure that he reaches out to people. And that is his music. So he is coming out and he's going to come right by us, Dawna. We're going to try and talk to him as he passes by. I'm going to get Trevor to pan around. That's the music. And he's just going to come by. We'll try and get a question at him if we can. Mr. O'Toole, are you going to stay on? Clearly not really in the mood for questions right now, but he will be giving his speech, Dawna, in any moment now as he walks through the stage, surrounded by his family there. And it'll be interesting to hear the tone that he takes with this speech, whether or not he will be basically fighting for his life or whether or not he will try and spin this as a victory, as Andrew Scheer did in 2019.
Well, I mean, the setup here and the music and the, clapping for those people who are there. I know it's a limited crowd because of the pandemic, but it doesn't look like a concession.
What did you want them to do, though, right? I mean, the same thing happened with Andrew Scheer. They clapped for him, and then a couple of months later, he was walking the plank.
There is Aaron O'Toole with his family, with his wife Rebecca and his 2 children. All right, let's listen to see what he has to say. Thanks, Mike.
Friends, thank you. Merci beaucoup, thank you. Well, it was after 1 in the morning when I first addressed the nation as leader of Canada's Conservatives, so it's fitting I address you late again. At the start of this pandemic, I called for a Team Canada approach to combat COVID-19. 18 months later, our nation needs that more than ever. Les Canadiens ont passé trop de nuits blanches à s'inquiéter pour la santé de leurs proches.
Too many sleepless nights worrying about the health of their loved ones, the future of their jobs and their children. The pandemic has heightened the small differences between us. It has also deepened the division amongst Canadians. Unfortunately, this election has only worsened things. But I'm here tonight more determined than ever to promote this wonderful country.
5 weeks ago, Mr. Trudeau asked for a majority. He said the minority parliament was, quote, unworkable. But tonight, Canadians did not give Mr. Trudeau the majority mandate he wanted. In fact, Canadians sent him back with another minority at the cost of $600 million and deeper divisions in our great country. Just days ago, he said he would hold yet another election within 18 months if he didn't get his way. Quelques jours seulement, M. Trudeau disait qu'il
allait. A few days ago,
déclencher
Mr. Trudeau was saying that he would trigger another election in 18 months if he didn't get his way.
Mr. Trudeau was hoping for a quick power grab. Instead, he has thrust us into what he has promised will be 18 months of perpetual campaigning. Our country is facing the most serious economic challenge since the Great Depression. Even before the pandemic led to record debt and deficits, investment and jobs were leaving Canada. Les prix continuent d'augmenter de l'essence, de l'épicerie,
keep increasing. The prices of gas, food, housing. Inflation is at the highest level in 20 years and keeps climbing every day. Families have trouble making ends meet. But to meet those challenges, we have to work together. We have to keep fighting.
We have been divided. For too long, we have seen politicians pit region against region, neighbor against neighbor. But when we are divided, Canadians get left behind. Mr. Trudeau thinks Canadians should endure 18 more months of divisive campaigning so he can try once again to get the election result he wants. We need to heal the divides in Canada, not risk worsening them for selfish gains. A few months ago, I told Conservatives that our party needed the courage to change because Canada has changed. Over the past 36 days, we have demonstrated to Canadians that we've set out on a path to engage more Canadians in our Conservative movement, one that addresses the challenges of today while advancing the dreams of tomorrow. Ours is a conservatism that dwells not in the past, but learns from it to secure the future. Qu'on offre un nouveau mouvement conservateur, un mouvement conservateur pour relever les défis
conservative movement, a conservative movement to meet today's challenges, a conservative movement to achieve the dreams of tomorrow, a conservative movement that doesn't only look to the past, but that acts for the future.
It is a conservatism that reveres strong communities and compassion for one another, for our environment, and for those in need at home and abroad. It is a conservatism that respects hard work and character, and the fact that millions have come to this great country for liberty and opportunity. It's a conservatism that believes reconciliation is more than a box to check. It is the very keystone of Canada reaching its potential, and it starts with clean drinking water as a basic human right still denied to Indigenous children born today. And above all else, it is a conservatism that believes Canada is the greatest country on earth and that our best days are on the horizon. A conservatism that builds Canada up. Let's build it up. In the months ahead, thank you, friends. In the months ahead, as Mr. Trudeau gears up for yet another election, we must continue this journey to welcoming more Canadians to take another look at our party. More people voted for Canada's Conservatives than any other party, and that's a strength to build on. Our support has grown. It's grown across the country, but clearly there is more work for us to do to earn the trust of Canadians. We are
the founding party of this country and the party of its future. The Conservative Party will beat the Liberals, but only if we keep growing.
Ourselves to have the courage to be bold and to have the courage to change. We must hold fast to that courage. We must show Canadians that we will not waver in our commitment to grow. We
have to keep earning Canadians' trust. We've worked hard, we've made progress, but the work isn't over.
As we prepare for the election Justin Trudeau wants in another 18 months, we will take stock of what worked and what didn't. And we will continue to put in the time showing more Canadians that they are welcome in the Conservative Party of Canada. Above all, we must continue to show Canadians that whether you're black, white, brown, or from any race or creed, whether you're LGBTQ or straight, whether you are an Indigenous Canadian or came to Canada 5 weeks ago or 5 generations ago, que le français soit votre première ou deuxième langue, whether you're doing well or barely getting by, whether you worship on Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, every day or not at all, you are an important part of Canada and you have a place in the Conservative Party of Canada. Friends, I'm standing here tonight because of the steadfast support of my true partner, the love of my life, Rebecca. Thank you for being my rock and my safe harbor. And I'm so glad more Canadians got to know the wonderful person you are these last 5 weeks. I also want to thank my children, Molly and Jack, for being my inspiration. It's because of you that I believe so strongly in securing Canada's future. My mother passed away when I was 9, but I know she is here tonight because I see her in my daughter Molly, who shares her name. I've been so grateful to have my second mother to guide me to this very day. I'm thankful that she and my dad, who inspired me into public service, are here tonight. Thank you. Merci à mon excellent équipe de campagne. Merci pour votre confiance et votre engagement à servir ce grand et magnifique pays. Merci à nos incroyables candidats.
Thank you to our incredible candidates and to our fantastic volunteers.
I joined the military at 18 to serve Canada and its people. And some of the people I served with are in this room tonight. I will never stop serving this great country. And my pride in Canada has deepened these past 5 weeks as I've gotten to meet more incredible Canadians from all walks of life. My family and I are resolutely committed to continuing this journey for Canada. Ce soir, j'ai parlé avec Monsieur Trudeau.
Tonight, I talked to Mr. Trudeau. I congratulated him for a hard-fought campaign.
To put the unity of this country and the well-being of its people first. And I told him, if he thinks he can threaten Canadians with another election in 18 months, the Conservative Party will be ready. And whenever that day comes, I will be ready to lead Canada's Conservatives to victory. Thank you, Canada. Let's get to work.
All right. Erin O'Toole, leader of the Conservative Party. Mercedes clearly a leader who is not giving up, framing this loss tonight as a strength and something that he says he can build on. Also sending a message, I think, to any one in the party who might think they have a chance now at taking over the leadership. I'm sticking here. This was a good performance for us. I'm not going anywhere. And also, he said we must hold fast to the courage to change, because he did take the Conservative Party more towards the center and potentially alienate members of the base doing that.
Yeah, this was like the I regret nothing speech. He does not regret what he did. He plans to stay on as the Conservative leader, and he'll certainly have his work cut out for him, because there will be an automatic leadership review after this. And there are some in the party, as you were mentioning, Dawna, who are not happy that he said climate change exists and they were going to recognize the Paris targets and bring in carbon pricing, that he said he was pro-choice. And it will be really interesting to me to see what happened in terms of how many votes bled PPC in some of these seats and may have cost the Conservatives. That will be the argument from some inside the party, that they need to move back to the right. On the other hand, when you look at polling of Canadians on the issues, if the party moves back to the right, their chance of winning another election, well, not clear that that goes up in terms of the message Canadians are repeatedly sending election after election, but very clear that Erin O'Toole plans to fight for his political life after watching that speech.
All right, Eric Sorensen was listening into this too. Eric, Erin O'Toole saying the Conservative Party won more support than any other party in this election, and he's not wrong about that in terms of popular vote. Where did he win and where did he lose?
Yeah, I mean, Andrew Scheer said the same thing, right? And what happened to him? Let's look at the popular vote numbers in Alberta, just for example. There it is, right? 55%, except that's down 14 points. Half of that seems to have gone to the People's Party, and the other half would have been split between, say, the NDP and the Liberals. Now, we talked earlier about the efficiency or inefficiency. The Conservatives, 55% of the vote. Liberals, 15. That's all, and yet they are +2 in Alberta tonight. And let's look at those ridings, because you wouldn't have expected that. When you're only at 15%, you don't necessarily expect to win anything. Calgary Skyview, George Chahal, city councillor, and apparently pretty popular, is leading. Jag Sahota, the Conservative incumbent. And if you jump up to Edmonton, it looks like they've won or are winning a riding there. Randy Boissonnault against James Cumming. They know each other well. Boissonnault is the one that won this riding in 2015. Then Cummings beat him in 2019, and now Boissonnault in the rubber match is leading very close, 395. Don't maybe want to make a final call on that one yet. But it gives you a sense then of the efficiency of the Liberal vote sometimes in this country, and this would be one of the places where Conservatives are otherwise winning very big. But you could see that they've lost some votes to the People's Party. The People's Party 7% in Alberta. The Conservatives down about 14 points. It's a sign that yes, they did better than every other party, but they've got a lot of things to think about where they're going to go. Are they going to try and embrace the people that are on that side and try and up their numbers? Are they going to try and move to the center? It's not an easy calculation for the Conservatives tonight as to, where are they going to find the votes that will start turning that into seats, because you saw how the Liberals were able to use some of those tactics about the Conservatives and the Jason Kenney effect and all of that, how that might have played out not just in Alberta but across the country.
It's curious, Eric, because listening to Erin O'Toole, I mean, he's pretty confident that he took the party in the right direction, even though they ended up with the same number of seats as in the last election. But he said, we want to show more Canadians, that they're welcome in the Conservative Party of Canada. So his messaging certainly is not to try to move any further right, but in fact to stay closer to the center.
I think you're right. I think that's what he attempted to do in this campaign. I'm not sure that there are people in his party that aren't going to look at these numbers and say, well, it's just because we didn't, hold true to our rock-ribbed conservative principles. So he's got a balancing act that's not going to be easy. The People's Party has not made it any easier for him. And he did sound a little bit like Andrew Scheer a couple of years ago. They get the vote, but it's all clustered in this area. So It's got to be frustrating for the Conservatives tonight, you know, to have more votes total across the country, but it translates into 25 fewer or 35 fewer seats.
They'd hoped they'd make in the GTA in Southern Ontario.
And that didn't happen there.
Yeah. All right, Eric Sorensen, thanks. We have an update on some key ridings now. Mercedes.
Dawna, let's take a look. 3 more cabinet ministers who we are going to go to here. Jonathan Wilkinson. He is the Minister of Environment. Obviously, that's a huge portfolio for the Liberals, easily winning his riding tonight. Marco Mendicino, Minister of Citizenship, Immigration and Refugees. He was very heavily involved in the Afghanistan situation. And François-Philippe Champagne as well. He is the Industry Minister, and he is winning comfortably tonight as well. And of course, he's the former Minister of Foreign Affairs, probably one of the most affable people in Parliament. People across party lines always enjoy François-Philippe Champagne. There's not a lot of that anymore. There's a lot of toxicity behind the scenes in Parliament, but he's one of the ones who really gets along with everyone.
Well, it sure would be nice if everyone got along more. I mean, I think that's part of the message tonight, right, is work together. I mean, there is so much work to do in this country. We are still in the midst of a pandemic. I mean, just look at Alberta and Saskatchewan and rising numbers in so many places. So I'm told we're going to go to Bloc Québécois headquarters now, Mercedes, where the party leader Yves-François Blanchet is speaking. Let's listen in.
Who give us advice and who make us better in our work. It's very valuable in politics. The outcome is hard to comment on. The percentage is about the same. The number of seats is about the same. It's more or less true for more or less everybody. All that having been said, we still are faced with a positive approach based on trust and confidence. We still are faced with the duty to do more, the duty to do better. Quebecers expect no less from the Bloc Québécois, from each and every one of you, our MPs, our activists, our staff. We have to do it with heart, we have to do it with sincerity, we have to do it with courage, and we have to do it with passion. Our mandate that we had to define in large part during the pandemic, and we were the only ones in many respects to do so, is to continue to underline the need for someone somewhere to take care of our elders. I am very sad, and of course I'm committed to continue this fight. I'm very sorry to tell elders from age 70 to 75 that they may get a check, but not the increased pension that is due to them. We will also have to keep up the fight to increase the resources that are available to all provinces, including Quebec, of course, an increase of 35% in resources for the health system. This hostage-taking of provinces' fiscal capacity threatens provinces, and Quebec in particular, with being placed in relatively short order in an untenable financial position. It means waiting lists for surgery. It means shabby treatment for our nurses and medical staff. It means less than optimal care for our elders. It means reduced funding for the health system. It means the obligation for the Quebec state to divert funds from other fundamental missions towards the essential mission that is healthcare. It is a fight that the Bloc will not give up on. Quebec's regions, their recognition, their diversity, their development, the idea that we will continue to bring forward that Quebec's regions must be the places where Quebec's natural resources must be processed, with Quebec's own energy, own ingenuity, own research, the ability to do better and to do more with what we have, again, and to do more with what we are, and to stop supporting an economy in the past and to turn ourselves resolutely towards the economy of the future. This duty that we have taken up and that we will continue fulfilling to carry the voice of Quebec's National Assembly that regularly adopts motions unanimously that say the contrary to what the federal parliament is doing. No one should fear the Bloc Québécois. What is good for the Bloc Québec, what is good for Quebec will be supported by the Bloc Québécois. What is not good for Quebec will be fought by the Bloc Québécois. Once again, and every time, we will continue to improve what is put forward so that ultimately it all serves Quebec, and all the better if it serves Canada's provinces. The only time when anyone should fear the Bloc Québécois is when something is put forward that is wrong for Quebec. Again, I reiterate the proposal I've put out over the last few days. I will be speaking over the next few days to each of the other leaders of political parties in the House of Commons. I think we have a duty, in good faith, a duty to have a discussion in order that Parliament can be functional. We are still in a pandemic. This new Parliament will have to have an acceptable lifespan, and we will, in order to achieve that, we will have to put aside some resentments from the past, because clearly that is what Quebecers and Canadians have just reiterated. As to what this new Parliament will be, who will speak, on behalf of what interests, collaboration, cooperation is the byword, and we will make this our byword in good faith. Why? Because we are still in a pandemic, and because we must assuredly undertake right now a transition both economically and environmentally that will bring Quebec, and I hope Canada, for its own sake, outside of the current model that leads us nowhere and is contributing to a catastrophe on a much larger scale. It is in adversity that we show our true colors. This is the case for Quebec and for Canada in the context of a pandemic. And I will say this. This context did us no favors in terms of campaigning. For us, the Liberals, the Tories, the NDP. It was not easy, but it was constructive. It was a daily challenge, always to work, to do more and do better. Our activists, our candidates have proven themselves. They have shown what they have to offer, and it is not the last time they will have a chance to do this. Quebec is strong. Quebec is very strong. And who knows what one day a strong Quebec will decide. I have an idea of what we at the Bloc Québécois would like Quebec to decide one day. We just don't know when. Meanwhile, we have the duty to put forward, to highlight every day Quebec's interests. We must expect that later tonight, tomorrow, and maybe in some cases on Wednesday, we will once again have to look at the results of this election. For now, we are in a sort of status quo that will oblige us to resume conversations that were suspended when the exercise of collaboration became a partisan exercise. The outcome will therefore only be known later, and it will be in another forum that I will have an opportunity to comment on them. So once again, thank you to all Quebecers and all of our activists. We still have many great things to achieve, and we still have our whole team to do this. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
All right, that is Yves-François Blanchet, Quebec BQ leader, you know, saying, sort of stating the obvious, or what you look at when you see those numbers in the bottom of your screen, that we're in a status quo, otherwise known as Groundhog Day. But Liberals leading or elected in 156. Conservatives, they had 157 in the last election. I think dropped a couple to 155. So Conservatives 122, BQ 32. They did pick up a couple. NDP at 27 and the Green Party at 2. So let's go to Robin Gill at NDP headquarters in Vancouver. Robin, we're waiting to hear from the NDP leader, Jagmeet Singh.
Well, Dawna, I can tell you that the music has been cued. This is the music that he's been playing on his campaign. It's called Are You Ready? And it's been the moniker of his entire campaign, Are You Ready for the Road? And here he is coming out with his wife. They are expecting, as we talked about earlier, and this is a real political opportunity for Jagmeet Singh to hold the balance of power, to prop up the minority government. It is a bit of a repeat of the same government, but he is he has a huge agenda that he wants to push, and a big part of it is a wealth tax, pharmacare, equality. Let's listen in.
Thank you. Appreciate all of you. Un grand merci. Thank you so much to our team, to all the volunteers, to all our candidates. Un grand merci. Thank you so much. I want to recognize the hard work of all the leaders and their teams. Thank you for playing your role and being a part of our democracy. I want to congratulate the Prime Minister on his re-election as Prime Minister of Canada. And I want to thank Canadians for voting. And I want to let Canadians know that you can count on New Democrats to continue fighting for you. As we've fought for you in the pandemic, when times were difficult, when people were struggling, when people were worried about their future, we were there for you. We fought to make sure people got more help. We fought to increase the CERB, we fought to increase the wage subsidy, we saved millions of jobs, and we helped millions of Canadians stay at home. We are going to continue fighting for you. Just the same way we fought for you in the pandemic, you can count on us to continue those fights. We're going to make sure that we fight hard to defend our environment, to make sure we're fighting the climate crisis like we really want to win. You can count on New Democrats to keep on fighting to make sure you can find a home that's in your budget. For all those people struggling to find a home, we see you, we hear you, and we're going to fight to make sure that there is a home in your budget. To people out there that are struggling with health care, you can count on New Democrats to keep on fighting for you to make sure we get profit out of our long-term care system, to make sure our loved ones, our seniors, never again bear the brunt of any sort of pandemic or any sort of outbreak, that we care for our loved ones and our seniors and put them before profits by eliminating profits in long-term care. And we are going to continue to fight to make sure our healthcare system is there for you when you need it, there for you and your loved ones when you need it, by making sure we include medication coverage, pharmacare, that our teeth are covered through dental care, and making sure that our mental health is also covered and included into our healthcare system. Friends, I also want you to know that we are going to keep on fighting to make sure that the super wealthy pay their fair share, that billionaires pay their fair share, so the burden doesn't fall on you and your families. And I want you to know that we're going to continue to fight for justice for the first people of this land. Indigenous communities that continue to be denied basic human rights, clean drinking water, adequate housing. We are going to continue to fight for you. We've heard your stories. We see you. We are going to fight for you with everything we have. You can count on all of us, all New Democrats, to continue that fight. Pour les Québécois et Québécoises,
to Quebecers,
peu importe le nombre de
I
députés
say,
dans notre caucus,
regardless the number of MPs in our caucus, on our team, I want to assure you that we will continue to fight for you as we did during the pandemic. We were there for you.
On a eu des temps difficiles.
Yes, we've gone through difficult times, such difficult times for people. That's why we fought to increase benefits, something that helped millions of people in Quebec. We will continue to help you just as we obtained an increase in the wage subsidy to save millions of jobs. You can be sure that our team will continue to fight for you.
Tous nos députés vont aller chercher des
All
victoires,
of our
des gains pour
MPs
aider les gens
will
au
be
Québec
seeking
et
gains to help people
travers le
in
pays.
Quebec and across the
Vous pouvez
country.
compter sur nous pour
You
s'assurer
can
qu'on
count
défend
on us
l'environnement,
to
qu'on
make
fait
sure
face
that
à
we're
la crise
defending the
climatique,
environment,
qu'on règle la
that
crise
we're
du
facing the
logement,
climate
qu'on
crisis,
investit
that
dans
we're
nos soins de
resolving the
santé.
housing
Vous pouvez être
crisis, that
sûr
we reinvest
qu'on
in our
serait là
healthcare
pour vous.
in order to make sure that we are there for you.
Vous pouvez être
And
sûr
you
qu'ici,
can
on
be
ose
sure
ensemble. On peut bâtir
that
une meilleure société.
together
C'est
we
exactement
can
ce que
build
les
a
néo-démocrates
better
vont faire.
society. That is what New
My friends, I
Democrats
want
are
you to
about.
know that our fight will continue. We are never going to give up fighting for you and your families. As we have done in the pandemic, as we showed you in this campaign, we will continue to make sure you are first, your families are taken care of, that your needs are met. That's what New Democrats are all about. I want to leave you with something that my mom always taught me as I was a kid. She always said that we are all one. And it is so true. We are connected. When people around us are hurting, we're also hurting. But when we take care of one another, when we support one another, when we lift each other up, we all rise. That's what you can be sure of. New Democrats will fight to take care of all Canadians so that together we all rise. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. Je suis tellement fier d'être ici. Merci. Merci.
All right, that is NDP leader Jagmeet Singh saying he congratulated Prime Minister Justin Trudeau for being returned to office, starting with a gracious note. Also taking credit, Mercedes, for the influence that he and the NDP had on the last Liberal minority government, and making clear he has a whole bunch of stuff that he wants to get done in this Liberal minority government.
Yeah, and Dawna, fair for him to point that out, because a lot of the things that happened in the pandemic were the NDP pushing. And there was a question in my mind always, like, would voters recognize that? Would they give credit to the Liberals because they're the ones who put it through? People seem to know it was the NDP. They were paying very close attention. And while tonight's performance seat-wise is not what the NDP would have wanted with the support they were seeing, it looks like some people there either didn't show up or decided to throw their support behind the Liberals if they were nervous potentially about a Conservative government, which the Liberals were really pushing. However, he is the person who has tremendous power in Parliament right now, and you can see he knows that, and he's planning to exercise it. So not as many seats as they would have liked, but still in an extraordinarily influential position.
And do you think it's safe to say that he is sticking around? I mean,
I think absolutely.
I know they were talking about wanting to win at least 40 seats. They didn't get that, but you know, nobody got what they wanted.
Nobody got what they wanted, and while this is not an endorsement of his ability to get his personal support to show up at the polls, because people really like him. He is by far the highest score in terms of how people feel about leaders. He's the person who people want to have over for drinks or for a barbecue. They're not really sure they want him running the country, but they like this idea where he gets to direct things and have influence, and you're seeing that manifest here. I don't think the party is going to try to push him out after this result, even though it wasn't what they wanted. But the caveat I'd put on that is it will depend on how he performs in getting NDP priorities like dental care and pharmacare through with this Liberal minority parliament and whether he's able to achieve that.
All right. Let's go to Abigail Beeman. We're still waiting for the Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, to speak. Abigail is at the Liberal headquarters in Montreal. Hey, Abigail, any ETA on Justin Trudeau?
Well, we don't have an official ETA, but we have been joking that he's obviously on Trudeau time, which is usually at least 20 minutes late. Not a very helpful joke at this moment when everybody's waiting, but I can tell you that we have more humans in the room than we've had since this night began, so that's something. And they have re-elected cabinet ministers standing on stage. Mark Miller is up there, Pablo Rodriguez is up there, I believe Melanie Joly up there as well, trying to pump up a crowd that, you know, I was in the room in 2019. I would say that it was a bit deflated then, and I would not say that we've reached the 2019 level, but of course a much smaller number in here, and I understand that Liberals are happy with this result. How happy is another question. I do want to talk about a race that I understand Global News has just called, which would be Maryam Monsef's riding. We understand that Maryam Monsef has been defeated. I think you have a board with those numbers on. I just want to talk about that race specifically. There we go. So Maryam Monsef loses to Conservative candidate Michelle Ferreri, who's well known in that community as a former broadcaster. broadcast journalist. But interesting race there that I want to talk about for a moment. Mariam Montsev, we just saw her on, my producer is confirming with me that today is now Tuesday, and we saw her Saturday night, one of those last pushes that the Liberals made in the riding of Peterborough to try and hold on to that seat. We spoke with Montsev, who said that she acknowledged this is a very tight race, and here we go. But the reason that this race is extremely interesting to my mind is that Michelle Ferrari is the Conservative candidate who campaigned in a long-term care home, only being partially vaccinated, which the Liberals really picked up on and drove until the end of the campaign, that message that Erin O'Toole supports candidates campaigning who are not fully vaccinated in seniors' homes. They really felt that that was a message that was going to help win them votes. Did not help them in the exact riding where that happened. Obviously not enough of an issue for voters to turn their backs on that Conservative candidate who looks like she's won that seat. So an interesting race there in particular. Overall, talking about the mood in the room right now, I have to tell you that Justin Trudeau's mother is here. I understand that she just spoke to reporters a few minutes ago saying that she's very proud of her son and that he never lets her down. So she has one of about 6 physical seats in this room. Not a big crowd. You can see behind me that they have people organized in some form of groupings on the stage behind me. A lot of what we saw at Liberal rallies over this campaign is they would put these taped squares or circles on the floor, encouraging people to stand in those circles, and that would inevitably go out the window, and you had a lot of close proximity, not a lot of spacing at those events. I'm not sure exactly what the configuration is on stage behind me, but waiting for Justin Trudeau to enter and to give his speech, and very interested to know what will be in that speech. I'm going to bring in Lauren McNabb for her insights. Lauren, what do you think it's important to listen to hear Justin Trudeau say tonight?
It's a great question. I think it just depends on maybe how you're feeling right now. We talked about those emotions that voters would have had at the beginning of the night, what drove them to the polls, frustration, anger, sadness, whatever it might be. And I think you're not going to hear him say, you know what, you're right. You told me so, and here we are. He's not going to say that, right? He's not going to come up and talk about his future or talk about the future of the party per se or where this will go. What I hope we don't hear from him, and what I think Canadians are hoping the same, many of them, is some of the same lines we heard from 2 years ago when he came out and talked about, you gave me a mandate, when he came out and talked and said, Quebec, I hear you. And then he said, Alberta, Saskatchewan, right. I hear you, right? And he kept acknowledging who he heard. I don't think anyone wants to hear those same lines again. So the question is, what does he come out to say that will make it feel like this is different, even though the results are pretty much the same,
different at
right?
all, right? Yeah.
And so, and then how does he reset that tone? Because we've talked about the division, right? I mean, you were on the campaign trail. You saw it firsthand. Better than anyone, better than almost as good as him, at least, right? How does he heal that? That would be my question.
Interesting you made the point about Alberta, and I think that's certainly a storyline to watch coming out of here tonight, looking like the Liberals are picking up a couple of seats in Alberta. That's a big deal. Completely shut out of Alberta and Saskatchewan in 2019. And I also think it was a turning point in the campaign that helped the Liberals was Alberta Premier Jason Kenney's about-face on vaccine passports happened very late in the game, in the campaign, but allowed the Liberals to link O'Toole, who had been very publicly clear previously of his support for Jason Kenney's handling of the pandemic. The Liberals pinned O'Toole, tried to connect him to Kenney and that handling, and they drove that message home in terms of how the Liberals could end the pandemic, or which is a line that Trudeau repeatedly used in his rally speeches. If you want to end the pandemic, vote Liberal. Didn't quite clear up the contradictory message there between how the Liberals were going to wave a magic wand to end the pandemic, which they weren't able to wave in the past year and a half, while also being very clear, Trudeau has been, that he will not interfere in provincial health care jurisdiction. But on the question of Alberta and Jason Kenney and how O'Toole and Kenney are one and the same, Trudeau used that messaging to help, and it produced an uptick in the campaign's final stretch in terms of the mood, in terms of how the Liberals were doing, and that's definitely an interesting storyline to come out of here tonight.
Yeah, you look at the West, and I think you're right. You talk about being one riding, but it talks about what we were talking about for the past week with those words from O'Toole, with Trudeau's push to say, hey, if you want the pandemic to be dealt with better, don't vote for that guy. It's still just one riding on the prairies where there's so much flux back and forth every single year, and we're still watching a riding in Manitoba. We're unsure about where that will head.
Yes.
But I think when you bring up the pandemic too, what do we hear going forward about that? So the promises made all sounded quite similar. We've got a huge economic mess to clean up. He talked 2 years ago about people who couldn't afford their homes, they were worried about affordability. Well, guess how they feel now 2 years later, right? Those issues are so much more exacerbated, so much more worse. And so the talking points, I just think need to be different. I just don't know how much different he can make them, given how this whole campaign has gone.
Well, that's exactly right. And, he's been pushed throughout the campaign to determine what that means to end the pandemic, what that means to move forward, how long do supports need to be in place, what kind of supports. And they did, of course, lay some of that out in their platform and contrasted it. The Trudeau messaging, the Liberal messaging, was about the Liberal plan versus the Conservative trickle-down economics. That became a favorite phrase in those stump speeches towards the end of the campaign, and how they moved to turn that message around with, I think, important to point out when you're talking about that, is this increased success from the NDP, who were the ones who were pushing for the 10 paid sick days and who, take credit for some of those broader social supports that the Liberals put in place. So we'll see, again, when the specifics come out here. But if the NDP are in a strengthened position, it will be interesting to see how that plays out in terms of a minority government going forward. But I do want to repeat again that the Liberals are, being very cautious here. I'm speaking to some MPs, speaking to some Liberal sources who say, hey, I still have, X number of mail-in ballots in my riding. It's really too close to call. MPs that you might think would be safe. And, generally mail-in ballots or advanced polling or advanced voting is beneficial to the incumbent government. But there are a lot of MPs, I think, who are not breathing easy and may have to go to sleep tonight with a day or, in worst case scenario, a couple of days before they know that result, because we have these tight races that, we've seen won or lost by a few hundred votes, and there could be well over 1,000 votes still to come in. So I think a lot of people not breathing easy tonight, no matter how this victory speech goes.
Yeah, and it's a good point. We always look at that big number, right? And yet there's those handfuls, those sprinkles across the country where people are saying, hang on, like I'm in a race that's too close to call. And we talked about how we wouldn't be here too late in the night after we saw the way things were breaking down on the big picture. Well, I don't know what time it is.
I was never sure. I thought we'd be here late tonight. I did not believe anybody that said, okay, we're going to wrap this up.
I should never have listened to those tech guys. I should have just said they were way wrong on that one.
We're gonna be here for. But I think it's David Aiken. And apologies, David, if I'm misquoting here. But I think it's David who always says, that an election's really 338 individual stories, and there's 338 communities across the country who will wake up and see either a different MP or the same MP or too close to call, and we'll still have to watch and see how that plays out. But that's why I'm particularly interested in hearing Justin Trudeau's speech tonight. Listening to Aaron O'Toole, his speech really struck me as, in some parts, a carbon copy of his leadership speech when he became Conservative leader a year ago. And I'm now also thinking back to the speech we heard from Justin Trudeau when he was reduced from a majority to a minority government 2 years ago as well. And I'm curious to see whether the tone there will be similar to that speech in 2019. But we are just waiting at this point for Mr. Trudeau to hit the stage, and I'll send it back to you, Dawna.
All right. Thank you, Abigail and Loren. We're waiting and waiting and waiting some more for the Liberal leader to appear. It's now 1:12 a.m. Eastern Time, so we hope he appears shortly. Let's go to David Aiken in the meantime. David, I want to ask you a little bit about where some of the pickups are for the Liberals. I know they didn't win as many as they'd hoped, obviously, but they did win, or they're at least have potential to win, in Calgary Skyview. Is that right?
Yeah, Calgary Skyview, Georgia Hall is up there. They picked up in Hamilton Mountain. I'm looking at the NDP number 27, and Jagmeet Singh, his speech, he sounded a little down, and he should be, because I think they should have picked up maybe 4 or 5, maybe even 10 more seats, and those all would have been at the expense of the Liberals. Instead, Liberals actually found some seats to hold in the Windsor area. Eric Kushmershik in Windsor-Tecumseh looks like he's in a tough fight against the New Democrat Cheryl Hardcastle. So, not bad. Watching these speeches and listening to the discussion we've been having about Aaron O'Toole, one thing I want to say, Dawna, let me throw this out. Aaron O'Toole won despite the People's Party, despite the absence of the Green vote completely imploded, and that Green vote went to Aaron O'Toole's rivals. The People's Party, we'll do it tomorrow, look around, there's all sorts of ridings where the Conservative did not win by 4 or 5%, where the PPC guy got 8 or 9%. So Aaron O'Toole, get this, let me throw this out there, won 121 seats despite the PPC and the Green Party hurting him. Now, the flip side is, if you're Justin Trudeau and the Liberals, your main opponent, the Conservatives, had those two sandbags around their legs. The PPC nipping at them and the absence of the Greens. And all you could do, Justin Trudeau and the Liberals, is come back with the same thing. That's a problem for Justin Trudeau and the Liberals, that they could not capitalize on the fact that Aaron O'Toole had a big handicap in the PPC and the absence of the Green Party vote. So it kind of works both ways. As partisans will sit and look in the back rooms and go, what the heck happened? That's something to consider. And I've been looking at Atlantic Canada again on my map, where Aaron O'Toole had a great night. The Conservatives picked up a lot of seats with that moderate message. And maybe that is where the Conservatives may want to look and say, why did we win in Atlantic Canada, coming back to some of the things that the new Nova Scotia Premier, Tim Houston, a progressive Conservative, you know, he was 20 points behind when the race started in Nova Scotia, and he won. He beat the Liberal with a majority. How did he do that? Emphasizing the progressive aspect of progressive Conservative. Now, I'm really cognizant of what Brad Wall said early in our program, that base in Western Canada, the Conservatives, you can't ignore them. They have to be accounted for. I get that. But where were the gains tonight? In the progressive Conservative part of the country. And I think as, Conservatives want to win, that's where the winning's going to happen, on the progressive side. If they want to keep winning Alberta and Saskatchewan and be in the opposition for the rest of their lives, sure, knock yourself out. That's fine too. That's the choice that party's going to have to make. And Stephen Harper somehow found the magic balance, and he won. It clearly wasn't easy for him to have found that, as we're now seeing multiple leaders not able to sort of break through. So my 2 cents on that. Both
David,
a problem for Tories and Liberals.
David, just take us back to that riding of what the Liberals are doing in Alberta. If they are winning in Calgary Skyview, does that give at least Alberta potentially a cabinet position this time around?
Yes, sirree-dee-doo-dah. If Georgia Hall, and it's close in Calgary Skyview, the incumbent is Jag Sahota, the Conservative. It's close. And so if Georgia Hall prevails, he's in cabinet for sure. And he'll be a guy in cabinet, so that has to be balanced with a woman in cabinet. But nonetheless, for sure, he'll be in cabinet. And that goes from you're on city council in Calgary to the biggest table in the country, the cabinet table with the Prime Minister.
All right, David, thanks. Mercedes, do you have some news?
Yeah, we're hearing that Mike Morris, who is a member of the Green Party, has been elected in Raj Saini's riding. Raj Saini, of course, was a Liberal candidate. The Liberals tried to hold on to him despite allegations of inappropriate behavior and inappropriate sexual behavior that was made by a former staffer. She shared with Global News a number of emails that she had sent to senior members of the party complaining about this. They said there was an investigation. That investigation never actually interviewed her. The pressure mounted and mounted and mounted on Justin Trudeau, and eventually they said, okay, we're not going to keep him, but he stayed on the ballot because it was too late to take him off. And so the question was, what happens if he gets elected? Will he get elected? Well, turns out none of that seems to be an issue tonight. It looks like Mike Morris, the Green candidate running in that riding, maybe the one heading to Ottawa. So that's pretty remarkable for there to be a Green seat in Ontario. That would obviously be a big first. So.
Yeah, that and I guess Elizabeth May, because Green Party just at 2 seats now, which is not obviously what they were hoping for, but I guess better than it could have been given the state of play in the Green Party right now. Let's go to Eric Sorensen. Eric, I read, can we look at popular vote for a second? I think we're getting the 2-minute warning for Justin Trudeau. So, Eric, if you can hear me, just talk about popular vote and how much the Liberals actually got of the popular vote. Is it less than last time at this stage? I know there's still some votes to be counted, but
it is less than last time at this stage. It will probably remain less, but do remember also that there are mail-in ballots coming. Those ballots should favor a little rise for the Liberals, probably a little rise for the NDP. Here are the numbers anyway. You can see the Liberals at 31.7. Historically, Kieran O'Dea tells me, no party in the history of the country has won government and has won the election with a lower percentage than 31.7. Now again, that 31.7 might go up about maybe up to a point more, but they may well finish below where they were 2 years ago, which was about 33.1 or somewhere in there. So it's very fractured, right? Very fractured.
That's what I'm seeing, that is the, if it stays at that number, that would be the smallest popular vote for a winning party in the history of the country.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about this earlier, like nobody comes away from this particularly happy. The Liberals, they can't be happy that they went into this thinking they were going to get a majority. David talked rightly about the fact that there were things going against the Conservatives, but once this campaign was underway, the opposition parties had Trudeau on the ropes. I mean, they had roundhouse punches, called this too early, didn't need to, and all the parties were hammering him, and yet somehow in the last couple of weeks, with the pandemic news and all of that, Trudeau seemed to be able to kind of turn that around just enough to staunch the bleeding that was happening early in the campaign and come back with this rather low percentage in the low 30s.
Yeah, and Eric, it'll be interesting. We just see Justin Trudeau there now, taking to the podium to see how he frames this win that is both a loss and a win.
Thank you all. You are sending us back to work with a clear mandate to get Canada through this pandemic and to the brighter days ahead. And my friends, that's exactly what we are ready to do. There are still votes to be counted, but what we've seen tonight is that millions of Canadians have chosen a progressive plan. Some have talked about division, but that's not what I see. That's not what I've seen these past weeks across the country. I see Canadians standing together in your determination to end this pandemic, together for real climate action, for $10 a day childcare, for homes that are in reach for middle-class families, for our shared journey on the path of reconciliation. As Canadians, you've elected parliamentarians to deliver on all this, and our team, our government, is ready.
When I became Prime Minister 6 years ago, I couldn't have known what the future held. We didn't know that our country would be facing the pandemic of the century nor world economic crisis. What I did know, however, was that together, Canadians are able to overcome all obstacles, and that's exactly what we're going to keep doing. I've heard you. You don't want to be talking politics or elections anymore. You want us to focus on the work we have to do for you.
When you say that you just want to get back to the things you love, not worry about this pandemic or about an election, that you just want to know that your members of Parliament of all stripes will have your back through this crisis and beyond. The moment we face demands real, important change. And you have given this Parliament and this government clear direction. Vous avez fait un choix.
You have made a choice. You have given your MPs a clear mandate to end this pandemic once and for all and to kickstart a better future. You have elected a government in Ottawa that will be fighting for you and that will be delivering for you every day. We heard you. We have heard you when you said that you want more daycare spaces and a healthcare system that is even stronger, affordable housing and good green jobs to continue going forward on the path to reconciliation, investments for the middle class and for all those who work hard to be part of it.
Mes amis, je suis prêt.
My friends, I am ready to keep working. Our team is ready, but First of all, tonight, I want to take the time to thank a few people.
The leaders of the other parties and their families, thank you for being part of this important moment. Political life isn't easy. This is a path you choose because you believe in serving those around you. Thank you for your service. To the Elections Canada staff and volunteers who signed up to be part of this democratic process and who will be working around the clock to count votes and tally results, thank you. This election has confirmed that our democracy and our institutions remain strong. And to my fellow Canadians, there is no greater honor than serving you and serving this country. If you voted for our party, thank you. Thank you for putting your trust in our team to keep moving forward for everyone. And if you did not vote for us, I want you to know that we will stand up for you and work for you every single day. Because no matter how you voted, just like no matter where you come from, what language you speak, the color of your skin, the way you pray, I hear you. I hear you when you say that we can only move forward if no one is left behind. Our shared future is built vote by vote, door by door, and above all, person by person. That's something I learned when I first ran in Papineau 12 years ago. Durant les 12 dernières années, en tant
Over
que
the past
député de
12
Papineau,
years as
j'ai eu la chance de
MP for
rencontrer
Papineau,
tellement de gens de différents
I
horizons.
was fortunate to meet so many people from all walks of life. It's an honor for me to represent you. It's with you that I started this adventure. Thank you for your trust. I will keep being there for you.
There are a lot of people who've worked hard, very hard, to get here tonight. First off, my fellow Liberals, my friends, congratulations. Whether you're a candidate, staff, or volunteer, I know there have been a lot of late nights and early mornings. There have been tough days, but together we've done something incredible. Bravo, mes amis. Et par-dessus tout, je veux
Above
remercier
all,
ma famille.
I want to thank my family.
As always, my mom, who's here tonight, who started going through election nights like this when she was a little girl, when my grandfather was running for Parliament in Vancouver North. But thank you, Mom, for always being there. Thank you. Et Sophie, il y a 12 ans, quand on a pris la décision de
12 years
s'impliquer
ago,
ensemble,
when we decided together to get into politics, it's because we wanted to defend our values. It's because we wanted to contribute to building a stronger Canada. From the very beginning, we did it all together. Thank you.
Et à mes enfants,
and to my
Xavier
children,
et
Xavier and Ella Grace,
qui dort depuis
and
plusieurs
Adrien,
heures
who's
déjà, comme
been snoozing for a few hours already.
on travaille fort pour vous bâtir un meilleur
We
avenir,
work
un meilleur
hard
avenir
to build
pour
a
votre
better
génération
future
et les
for you
générations futures.
and your generation and the
Chaque
generations
jour,
to
vous
come.
rappelez
Day after day, you remind me how important our work is.
pour votre patience
Thank you
pendant
for
que
your
je dois faire
patience
cette job.
while
Et merci
I have
pour
to
les
do
sacrifices
this job.
que vous faites.
Thank you for your sacrifices.
We've all worked so hard over the last few weeks and over the last few years, and we have come so far. My friends, tonight I think of something Prime Minister Wilfrid Laurier said as his generation was at the dawn of a new century. He said, "Let them look to the past, but let them still more look to the future." Let us not forget the past and the dark days we have come through together, but let us still more look to the future and all that is still to come and all that we have still to build together. Let us feel the warmth of a new dawn, and above all, let us seize the promise of a brand new day. Merci, mes amis. Thank you, my friends. Merci tout le monde.
All right, there is Liberal Leader Justin Trudeau, who has won another term in office, another minority government. Right now, with exactly the same number of seats that he won, his party won 2 years ago. Mercedes Stephenson, I mean, I was struck. I wondered, honestly, off the top, whether he was watching the same results that we were watching when he said he now has a clear mandate.
Yeah.
I mean, it was so why did he call an election then? Because he said he needed a clear mandate, and he ended up exactly where he started.
Yeah, I mean, this is the speech you normally would initiate if you'd won a majority, that you got a clear mandate. Instead, Canadians told him he has a mandate to work with other parties. He has a mandate to govern, but not alone and not without negotiations. I also found when he talked about how it was time for change, he talked about this a lot in the campaign. He's been in government for 6 years now. And I think that, you know, they're going to play this as a win, which it is absolutely a win for the Liberal Party. They won. It didn't at any point during the campaign look clear that that was going to happen. But they've basically ended up with the exact same result as the 2019 election. So he now has to justify a multi-million-dollar election during a pandemic that achieved the exact same result. That's not a massive endorsement from Canadians. That's them saying, yes, we endorse you continuing to lead us, but to lead us in the same way where your power is limited.
And Eric, I know you're watching this too. What did you make of the speech you heard from Justin Trudeau?
Well, it was one thing that struck me. He said something to the effect that I think Canadians, they don't want to hear any more about this election. They want to move on from that. Enough of that. And I thought, well, if one person does not want to go back and revisit having this election, it's Justin Trudeau. He would like to look forward. He would like to hope that everybody just forgets that we had that. But in terms of the win, as Mercedes was describing it, it's true. Sometimes you win ugly, and they've won ugly here. You could make that case like a hockey game. And I guess the other thing that strikes me is what we talked about at the beginning of the night. It would have been unusual in Canadian history for a Liberal government and for the Liberal Party to lose after being in power for just 6 years. I mean, Canadians have rewarded the Liberals time and time again with years and years in office. Often, as we said, passing the torch from one Liberal Prime Minister to the next Liberal who became Prime Minister. And so it would have been unusual for them to turf them out after just 6 years. And it looks like they just weren't tired of them yet.
Yeah, it's curious. And, you know, we talked about the popular vote, Eric. I mean, it looks like it's slipped a little bit for the Liberals. So though it's now ticked up to 158 seats, leading or elected. I mean, I still find it, I know that there's a pattern to this now, but I still find it kind of shocking that, you know, a political party can form a government with such a tiny percentage of the popular vote.
Well, now you're talking again about potential electoral reform, and he has opened the door to that just in the last few days, so there could be more discussion about that. But, you know, we were talking about this earlier. The People's Party, with its 6% today in proportional representation, they would come away with seats in the Parliament. So you would have it that much more of a fracture if you split it up anymore. So the system that exists, it does find a way of kind of channeling a government out of it with this first past the post. But, David,
Mercedes, is it crazy to talk about whether Justin Trudeau stays as leader of the party? Will there be people in the party who will start to say, I mean, he is forming government again, but can he do it a fourth time?
Look, I mean, Canadians have endorsed him to lead Canada. They've endorsed him to lead them through the rest of the pandemic. That's who they've chosen. They're saying they're happy enough with what he did to continue having him lead the country. However, when he called this, the intention was to get a majority. This was nowhere close to a majority. And you were already starting to hear, and I've heard it from Liberals internally, and I've heard it from other parties polling too, that he's the biggest lightning rod. So while he was really an attraction to the party, he started to become a drag on the party's popularity. And it'll be very interesting to see if we start to see people like Christopher Friesen, potentially, who's been being positioned as a successor, whether he is going to want to do another election after this or not. And I think part of that will depend on how people feel coming out of this, whether they forget the election like he's hoping they do, or whether they don't. But certainly there was rumblings inside the Liberal Party that it wasn't the Liberals people were necessarily angry at. It was Justin Trudeau, or people felt hadn't kept the promise or hadn't been on brand. And I heard that from people who I talked to, Uber drivers, people who were next to you on a plane. Just Canadians who I would ask, what do you think what's going to happen in the election? What do you think of all the different parties? And one of the consistent things I heard was that they felt that, they weren't happy with Mr. Trudeau in particular, even if they were going to vote for the Liberals.
David, quick thought from you?
Scott Sims was elected in 2004 in the middle of Newfoundland for the Liberals. He's out of a job tonight. Bernadette Jordan was elected in 2011. She won't get her pension because she's out of a job tonight, thanks Justin Trudeau. There's other Liberals in the country out of a job tonight. The backbench is going to be unhappy and will want some leadership review.
Thanks for that. Thanks to all of you. That is it from our Decision Canada studio. Our federal election coverage continues for Global TV viewers in British Columbia. You can also stream it on our website, globalnews.ca, on Amazon Prime Video, Roku, the Global TV app, and YouTube. Thanks to everyone who took part tonight. Take care.
To those with drive and those who live to drive. To go-getters and jet-setters. To thrill